Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I said good evening because I think it's still evening. Is it morning, actually? It's morning. So here we are, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Hope everybody had a great time wherever they were last night, and hope that you're sober and ready for a very, very long day of deliberations. So after we brought you the head of the Mossad, and we brought you the head of the Shin Bet, we also have Major General Aharon Haliva this morning with us. He's the commander of the Military Intelligence Directorate, IDF in Israel. He's going to be conducting a conversation with the one and only Professor Boaz Ganor. So without any further ado, General, you may join the presence of the Mossad and the Shin Bet. Now we have the third arm. Thank you.
תודה רבה, יונתן. תודה רבה. אנחנו באמת פותחים את היום השלישי של הכנס עם ראש אגף המודיעין בצה"ל. לאנשים שהגיעו מחוץ לארץ, ראש אגף המודיעין בצה"ל הוא בעצם המעריך הלאומי של ממשלת ישראל, של מדינת ישראל, לגבי הסיכונים והביטחוניים שמדינת ישראל ניצבת בפניהם. ואהרון, אני מאוד מודה לך על שאתה מכבד אותנו בנוכחותך בכנס. כמה מילים על ראש אמ"ן, על ההיסטוריה שלו, על הרקע שלו, הביוגרפיה שלו. אז קודם כל, ראש אמ"ן, אלוף בצה"ל, התגייס ב-1986, ושוב, למי שלא מכיר את הסימני זיהוי של צה"ל, מי שלובש נעליים אדומות אומר שהוא היה צנחן, הוא באמת התגייס לצנחנים, ובין התפקידים הרבים שהוא מילא בצה"ל היה מפקד בית הספר לקצינים, בה"ד 1, מפקד חטיבת הצנחנים, מפקד עוצבת האש, ראש אגף הטכנולוגיה והלוגיסטיקה, ראש אגף המבצעים בצה"ל, והיום כאמור ראש אמ"ן. אהרון חליבה הוא בעל תואר ראשון במדעי החברה מאוניברסיטת בר אילן, תואר שני מאוניברסיטת חיפה, ואנחנו שומרים לו את התואר השלישי לעשות אצלנו. אמן. וכאמור שוב באמת תודה אהרון שבאת לך. אני במהלך החצי שעה הקרובה בשיחה שנהל עם אהרון רוצה לנסות לזכור למעשה את כל הזירות שמדינת ישראל מתמודדת איתה ושנמצאים בתחום הערכה הלאומית שאהרון אמון עליה, ונתחיל מהזירה הצפונית. היו כאן דיונים מאוד מאוד מעניינים סביב חיזבאללה, היה ראש המוסד אתמול דיבר על הקשר ההדוק הזה בין איראן ובין חיזבאללה, ואני רוצה לשמוע את הערכה שלך קודם כל. היום אנחנו נמצאים משהו כמו 40 שנה לייסוד ארגון חיזבאללה. בהסתכלות בתמונת המצב של היום, תוך כדי לקיחת בחשבון את ההיסטוריה של הארגון הזה, האם חיזבאללה הוא יותר ארגון פרוקסי איראני, דהיינו ארגון שפועל כדי לקדם ולממש את האינטרסים האיראניים, ארגון שביום פקודה ימלא את הפקודה האיראנית גם אם היא סותרת אינטרסים אחרים שלו, או שהוא ארגון יותר אותנטי לבנוני, שהאינטרסים של העדה השיעית ואולי העם הלבנוני או העדות הלבנוניות או ממשלת לבנון עומד לנגד עיניו בהתמודדות במתח הזה.
בוקר טוב, קודם כל הכבוד הוא כולו שלי, ובכל קורות החיים שהזכרת רק נעלבתי מזה שאמרת היה צנחן. פעם צנחן תמיד צנחן, אז אני רוצה רגע להזכיר את זה. ולשאלה שלך, חיזבאללה הוא ארגון שחובש 3 כובעים. הוא מגן העדה השיעית, הוא פרוקסי איראני, ממומן על ידי איראנים, מתוחזק על ידי האיראנים, והוא גם מגן לבנון, מעצם הישיבה שלו בלבנון. צריך גם להגיד בקול רם אולי את המובן מאליו, חיזבאללה הוא ארגון שלקח מדינה בשבי. אני מדי פעם מסתכל על הסכמי אברהם, ושואל את עצמי אם חיזבאללה לא היה תופס את לבנון כמו שהוא תפס, האם לבנון הייתה חלק מהסכמי אברהם? אני משוכנע שכן. והשאלה הזאת והוויכוח הזה בתוך קהילת המודיעין, מה חיזבאללה יותר, הוא ויכוח מיותר. כי פה זה תלוי בסוף בחיבור שיש בין מנהיג חיזבאללה, נסראללה, למנהיג באיראן ולהקשר של האירוע. ואני סבור שבתוך ההתפתחות האזורית, נסראללה מחשב את החישובים שלו, עם הזיכרון המאוד חזק אצלו לאירועי מלחמת לבנון השנייה ומה שקרה מאז, וכך הוא מנהג את הכובעים. אז אתה יכול לשאול, תגיד, איך נסראללה פועל באזור כולו אל מול הפרוקסי האיראני? יש תשובות לעניין הזה. אני חושב שסיכולו של סלימני על ידי האמריקאים הראה פתאום שנסראללה לא ממהר להיות פרוקסי איראני. אתה רואה את ההתנהלות שלו עכשיו מול סיפור הגז והרצון שלו לרכב על הגל של רגע אני מגן לבנון, וברור שנסראללה דואג מאוד לעדה השיעית בלבנון ובכלל, ואנחנו צריכים בראייה של האינטרס הישראלי כל הזמן לבחון את ההקשר ולעשות מה נכון לאינטרס הביטחוני לאומי של ישראל.
בעצם מה שאתה אומר לי, אתה אומר, תשמע, התשובה לשאלה שלך היא תלוי עניין, תלוי אירוע, אז בואו נתלה את זה באירוע. והאירוע הוא שמסיבה כזו או אחרת, באים האייתולות באיראן, ואומרים לחיזבאללה, ידידי היקר, חימשנו אותך, הקמנו אותך, שילמנו לך מאות מיליוני דולרים, וכן הלאה וכן הלאה. הגיע היום הנקם והשילם, תלחץ על הכפתור ותתחיל במלחמה עם מדינת ישראל, מסיבה כזו או אחרת.
יש כאן רק בא קטן באופן העמדת השאלה, נסראללה הוא חלק מאותם האייתולות, הוא מאוד נחשב באיראן, אני מעריך שייקח זמן, אם בכלל, לתת הנחיה מפורשת לאיראן, לנסראללה, אלא קודם כל יקשיבו לדעתו של נסראללה בהקשר, הכולל של האופן שבו רוצים להפעיל אותו. כלומר, זה יכול להיות שידרשו ממנו כי השקענו בך, אבל זה לא דרישה של פטרון, זה יותר דרישה של שותפות. ופה ההקשר נכון. הנחת העבודה שלי ושל צה"ל, שיש סבירות שבאירועים מסוימים, נסראללה וחיזבאללה הצטרפו למעגל האלימות בשם תמיכה באיראן.
ואני אהפוך את השאלה, ולא האם הם הצטרפו למעגל האלימות בשל איראן, אלא האם בקונסטלציה מסוימת, ועד כמה אנחנו קרובים לקונסטלציה הזאת היום על רקע המתח סביב המים הכלכליים ואסדת כריש, האם יכול להיות מצב שבו דווקא חיזבאללה יחליט שהוא רוצה לפתוח במערכה, אולי ימי קרב שהתגלגלו למערכה כוללת?
אנחנו סימנו בקרב מקבלי ההחלטות את הפוטנציאל להסלמה בזירה הצפונית, כתוצאה אי הגעה עדיין להסכם סביב המים הכלכליים. זה בהחלט ניקח בחשבון, בטח תפקידי לשים את ההתראות הנכונות. בהקשר הזה אני חושב שאנחנו נמצאים בנקודה בזמן שרב המשותף על הנפרד, ואני גם מקווה בשביל נסראללה שהוא לא קיים באיזושהי הערכת חסר על תגובה ישראלית לפעולות שלו. אני מזכיר שהפלנו את הכטב"מים שהוא שיגר לעבר האסדה בלי תגובה מצד הארגון, ואני מזכיר לכולם כאן וגם לנסראללה שהעוצמה הישראלית היא גדולה מאוד, ואני לא בטוח שהוא רוצה לבחון אותה. בכלל, אני חושב שנסראללה בעשור האחרון יודע להעריך טוב מכל אחד אחר את המודיעין הישראלי, את עוצמת האש הישראלית. יש לו דוגמאות טובות ברחבי המזרח התיכון של הפעלת כוח בהקשר אסטרטגי, עם תוצאות מרשימות מאוד. נסראללה הוא איש רציני ויודע על מה אני מדבר.
ואם הוא יעשה טעות בחשבון הזה שאתה מציע לו לעשות, וחלילה באמת יהיה תהליך של הידרדרות, שעלול להתרחש לפחות על פי האולטימטומים שהוא הציב, אפילו בימים הקרובים, אני מניח שהתוצאה של דבר כזה תהיה תוצאה הרסנית לעורף הישראלי, אבל בוודאי ובוודאי לעורף הלבנוני. האם יש לך איזשהו מסר באמת לעם בלבנון, לממשלת לבנון, כדי איך למנוע דבר כזה?
אני לא צריך להעביר מסרים לעם בלבנון. העם בלבנון קם בבוקר, מדליק חשמל והחשמל לא דולק. ערך המטבע שם הוא במצב גרוע מאוד. מדינת לבנון, כמו כל המדינות שהאיראנים מממנים, כמו עיראק וכמו תימן וכמו סוריה, הן מדינות שנמצאות בתחתית של כל פרמטר עולמי למדינות כושלות, והתושבים בלבנון, כולל התושבים השיעים, שעל פניו אמורים להיות ממומנים ותוחזקים על ידי חיזבאללה, נמצאים בכזה מצב שהם לא צריכים מסרים מהצד הישראלי. זו גם הסיבה שאני חושב שאסדת גז לבנונית זה אינטרס ישראלי. קודם כל שנפיק גז לעצמנו. אבל שיפור במצב הכלכלי של לבנון הוא אינטרס ישראלי.
גם ייצור אולי איזשהו ניתוק מהעטינים הכלכליים של איראן במידה מסוימת.
אני לא רוצה להרחיק לכת, אני חושב שהכסף האיראני לחיזבאללה ימשיך לזרום בהיקפים של מאות מיליוני דולרים ויותר מזה. לא על זה אני בונה. אבל אני חושב שבכלל כדאי לכולנו בכנס מהסוג הזה לשאול שאלות על המגמות העתידיות. ואנחנו חיים בעולם מורכב, משבר אקלים, כנראה על פי מומחים בקצבים הרבה יותר מהירים ממה שהאדם מעריך, פונקציה של מה שקורה גם באוקראינה ולא רק, היבטים של מציאות אנרגטית, לקרוא שמיתון באירופה מגיע על רקע צמצום בהפקת חשמל וכתוצאה מזה סגירת מפעלים או צמצום הייצור בהם, משבר מים בהרבה מאוד במדינות שסובבות אותנו, משבר תבואה. אני ראיתי את נאומו האחרון של נשיא מצרים ביום חמישי האחרון שהוא מדבר על המחירים והמסע שהוא עורך ברחבי האזור כדי להשיג משאבים, כדי לחזק את יכולת הקיום של המדינה מאוד חשובה לישראל מצרים. אנחנו במציאות כזאת שגם תושבי לבנון וגם התושבים האחרים מבינים בדיוק מה מחירה של מלחמה, כי כדאי לו לעולם להתמודד עם מציאות מורכבת אחרת שקשורה לקיום היומיומי, מזון, מים, אנרגיה, אקלים. זה מצא נוח להתפתחות רדיקליות, וכדאי ששם נשקיע חלק גדול מההשקעות שלנו בראיית 5 שנים הקרובות, 10 שנים הקרובות. בגלל זה ישראל היא מדינה נכסית, כי יש לה יכולות לתמוך בעניין הזה את השכנות שלה. הסכמים שנעשים על אנרגיה, על מים, על מזון, על טכנולוגיה של מזון, הם מה שיכול לחזק נכסיות מעבר לעוצמה הביטחונית שהיא חשובה מאוד. זה מה שהביא את הסכמי אברהם, זה מה שיכול לייצר יציבות לעתיד לבוא, ובכדאי שבזה נתמקד. זה יכול לנצח את איראן וטרור ורדיקליות יותר מכל דבר אחר, לפחות על פי הבנתי. מעבר לאופן שבו אתה צריך להמשיך להפעיל כוח מתוך מחשבה אסטרטגית, כי לפעמים הפעלת כוח עוזרת. כשאני מסתכל על הפעלת הכוח כמו שהייתה בעזה בשומר החומות, שלא רצינו להגיע למערכה הזאת, שהיא נכפתה עלינו. והפעלת הכוח שהייתה בעלות השחר אך לפני חודש ימים. ואני מסתכל גם על הפעלת כוח אחרת במזרח התיכון שאנחנו מבצעים, עם מודיעין מאוד מאוד מדויק. והעליונות המודיעינית פה היא הכרחית. לצד יכולת לבצע פעילות כירורגית אל מול מבקשי רעתנו, תוך צמצום משמעותי של פגיעה בבלתי מעורבים, זאת הקרנת עוצמה שמייצרת הרתעה. אם תוסיף לזה מעורבות ישראלית בעיצוב אזרחי בכל האזור, כדי לסלק רדיקליות, יהיה סיכוי שזה יאפשר למדינת ישראל להמשיך ולצמוח בהיבטים החשובים של כלכלה, של בריאות, של תחבורה, של חינוך. לשם מכוונים. אני מסתכל על כל מה שאני מסתכל בתפקידי רק במשקפת אחת. מה האינטרס הישראלי, האסטרטגי, כדי שהמדינה הזאת תמשיך לצמוח ולפרוח.
אז בואו נעזוב רגע את חיזבאללה ובואו נדבר על מי שהקים, תומך, משתמש בו כמריונטה בחלק מהדברים. נדבר כמובן על איראן. אתמול היה כאן ראש המוסד והעביר, הייתי אומר, 2 מסרים שאותנו כמומחי טרור מאוד מאוד רלוונטיים ומעניינים. דבר ראשון הוא אמר, שימו לב, אני מעריך שהתופעה הזאת של טרור מדינתי, שאף פעם לא נעלמה, אבל היא ירדה, אתה יודע, זה היה טרור השראה, והיה טרור ארגוני וכן הלאה. מדינות תומכות טרור, זה כבר לא מה שהיה בשנות ה-70, נאמר, עם סוריה ועם לוב ועם האחרים. שימו לב, בוודאי אם יחתם הסכם הגרעין, והתקציבי ענק האלה ייפתחו לאיראן, התופעה הזאת עלולה לחזור בעוצמה רבה. והדבר השני שהוא אמר, שימו עוד לב לחיבור האפשרי בין גורמים מאל-קאעידה שברחו וחיו באיראן בשנים האחרונות, שעלולים לתפוס עכשיו מקום מרכזי יותר בארגון הזה בעקבות חיסולו של איימן אל-זוואירי, ואז הנה יש לאיראן עוד ערוץ פעולה בתחום הטרור. מה עמדתך בעניין?
טרור היה, טרור הווה וטרור יהיה. אנחנו חיים בעולם שיש בו סכסוכים רבים. אנחנו חיים בעולם שדתות וזרמים אמוניים כאלה ואחרים מביאים אנשים למעשים קיצוניים מתוך אמונה אמיתית שזה הדבר הנכון לעשותו. ומי שחושב שאפשר ושנגיע יום אחד לחיות בעולם ללא טרור, שהיא דרך לבטא את הרצון שלך ואת המאבק שלך להשיג את המטרות שלך, הוא טועה. זה ימשיך ללוות אותנו. אני גם מזכיר לכולנו, חיים באזור שחלק גדול מהסכסוכים עדיין לא נפתר. הסכסוך הישראלי-פלסטיני כאן, וחלק מהטרור שצה"ל נלחם בו יום יום ובעיקר לילה לילה, שיוצא מיהודה ושומרון ומקומות אחרים, עדיין איתנו. גם הטרור האסלאמיסטי שהזכרת פה מבית מדרשו של דאעש או אל-קאעידה, הוא קיים. התפיסות האסלאמיסטיות הקיצוניות עדיין חיות בקרבנו, הם לא נעלמו. הם משנות צורה, הם משנות התארגנות, אבל הם כאן. איראן היא מדינה שמפיצה טרור. המציאות הטכנולוגית מביאה את היכולת להפיץ אמל"ח בצורה קלה וזולה יותר קיימת. זה לא רק העברת כטמ"מים מאיראן לרוסיה לטובת המלחמה באוקראינה, זה גם כטב"מים למיליציות בעיראק, ואמל"ח מדויק למיליציות בסוריה ובתימן, והמציאות הזאת לא תשתנה. צריך להילחם בה, אבל צריך לדעת שהיא כאן נוכחת, ואני לא רואה שום מצב שישב פה המחליף של המחליף של המחליף של המחליף שלי, ואני יכול להמשיך כך עוד הרבה זמן, והמילה טרור לא תופיע, ואירועי טרור לא יהיו חלק מחיינו. זה נוכח. אנחנו צריכים לדעת להילחם בתופעות. אני חושב שמה שדיברתי עליו קודם, דרך פעולה מול עמים ומול ציבורים שלמים, כי הרי מה אני אומר? שחלק מהתופעות האזרחיות שקורות הולכות ומייצרות פוטנציאל משמעותי לרדיקליות וטרור, בגלל שאנחנו לא מטפלים כעולם בחלק גדול מהמרכיבים שקשורים ליום יום של האנשים. הרי הטרור צומח בדרך כלל אצל צעירים, מיואשים שמחפשים תקווה חדשה. אנחנו צריכים לייצר תקוות חדשות. אמ"ן לא רק מצביע על סיכונים, אגף המודיעין גם צריך להצביע על הזדמנויות, ויש הזדמנויות. ההזדמנויות האלה הן חשובות. ושאנחנו מקיימים עכשיו במקביל לכנס המאוד חשוב הזה, כנס חדשנות בצה"ל, ובאים לכאן אורחים מכל רחבי העולם, אבל גם מרחבי האזור, חלק משיתופי הפעולה הם לא רק שיתופי פעולה ביטחוניים, הרי גם השכנות הקרובות לנו, שיש לנו הסכמי שלום ותיקים איתם, מוטרדות מיציבות משטרים, על רקע מה? לא על רקע הסכסוך עם המדינות האחרות, על רקע המציאות היומיומית, על עבודה, ועל שאר הדברים שכבר הזכרתי.
אז שאלה אחרונה לגבי איראן, ובוא נעבור רגע מהאיום התת-קונבנציונלי, הטרור לאיום קונבנציונלי. רק אתמול פרסמו האיראנים שהם מכינים הפתעה חדשה למדינת ישראל, כטב"ם מיוחד שהם פיתחו, והוא מיועד להגיע לשיטתם לחיפה ולתל אביב. מה באמת הערכה שלך לגבי המכפלה של האיום של מדינת ישראל עקב האיומים הקונבנציונליים הגדלים שמגיעים מאיראן עצמה, לא דרך הפרוקסיס בהקשר הזה?
תראה, התפקיד של אמ"ן ושאר הקהילה שצריך להגיד במקום הזה, הזכרת את שני המקבילים שלי בארגונים של המוסד והשב"כ בשיתוף פעולה יוצא דופן, כאחד שיושב במטה כללי למעלה מעשור.
אבל אתה לא מהצוות שלהם בסיירת מטכ"ל, הם הכניסו אותך לתוך
כן, אבל אני עם נעליים אדומות, זה מספיק. ושיתוף פעולה הטוב ביותר שאני מכיר, אני הייתי ראש חטיבת המבצעים בצוק איתן, אני יכול להגיד לך שהחיבור בתוך קהילת המודיעין הישראלית הוא מעולה. מעולה לא במובן שאנחנו מסכימים על כל דבר, במעולה שאנחנו עושים ביחד פעולות ופעילויות וחיבורים יוצאת אופן אל מול קידום האינטרס הביטחוני הישראלי. ובהקשר הזה, אל מול ההסתכלות על האיראנים ובכלל, התפקיד שלנו לספק מודיעין ברמה הלאומית, ברמה האסטרטגית, ברמה האופרטיבית וברמה המבצעית. בארבעת הקומות האלה, כדי שמקבלי ההחלטות במדינת ישראל, שאצלם אנחנו עובדים, יקבלו את ההחלטות הנכונות לביטחון מדינת ישראל. וזה מה שאנחנו עושים. ואני חושב שאנחנו מספקים מודיעין לא רע בכלל, בכל הקומות שהזכרתי, גם על הנעשה באיראן, ולא רק מודיעין, גם מענה מבצעי ראוי. ואנחנו יודעים באיזה עולם אנחנו חיים. איראן היא האב אמיתי של טרור ופעילות אזורית מורכבת. אנחנו נערכים מולה, גם בתוכניות מבצעיות, גם בהמלצות, ובעיקר בהצגת חלופות שונות לדרג המדיני, כדי שהדרג המדיני יקבל את החלופה הטובה ביותר, כמו שהוא מבין, לאינטרס הישראלי.
אז אני רוצה לעבור באמת לזירה הבאה, ואני מדבר על הזירה הדרומית כרגע. נמצא איתנו כאן השליח המיוחד של האו"ם לענייני הסכסוך הישראלי-פלסטיני, ואנחנו עברנו איזשהו עוד מבצעון או מבצע לאחרונה, אבל בסך הכל שמסתכלים על השנה האחרונה, היא שנה יציבה, היא שנה של שקט בדרום, שקט בעזה עצמה. האם אתה חושב שאלה יהיו גם פני הדברים בעתיד הקרוב? לשם הולכים לאיזושהי יציבות, הבנה בין שני הצדדים שחילופי האש האלה וחילופי המכות האלה לא מובילות לשום מקום?
תראה, אני אמרתי בפומבי, בהיותי ראש אגף המבצעים, שאני צופה שהשקט אחרי שומר חומות יימשך 5 שנים, ולמרות מבצע עלות השחר, אני עומד מאחורי האמירה הזאת, ואני אומר אותה לא עם גרגר של מלח, עם הרבה גרגרים, כי זה תפקידי, תמיד להטיל ספק ותמיד לחפש את הדעה האחרת. אבל בעזה אני מזהה שלצד הפעלת הכוח וההרתעה המשמעותית מול חמאס, התהליכים שמובלים על ידי ישראל, כמובן בסיוע השגריר ואחרים, לייצוב כלכלי, הכנסת פועלים, שיפור בחיים שהזכרתי קודם בהקשרים אחרים, יש בו פוטנציאל לשקט ארוך שנים.
וזה ההסבר מדוע חמאס לא יצטרף למערכה, אתה חושב?
אני חושב שההסבר הוא מורכב יותר וזה לא המקום להיכנס אליו. זה לא שחור ולבן או 0 או 1, יש כאן שיקולים רבים נוספים שקשורים לנעשה בעזה ולסוגיות פנימיות. לא הכל זה חמאס מול ישראל ולא הכל זה הטרור מולנו. יש פה שחקנים נוספים כמו המצרים, יש פה את מערכת היחסים החמאסית פנים וחוץ, יש פה היבטים של חמאס מול גאפ ומשילות בעזה. אני בכלל חושב שחמאס היה צריך לנקוט פעולות משמעותיות יותר מול הגאפ, ולא רק להישאר על הגדר. בהקשר הזה אני מציע לא להיות באיזה מבסוטיזם, טוב, חמאס לא יצטרף. אם חמאס תופס את עצמו כריבון ברצועת עזה, הוא היה צריך למנוע מגאפ לבצע את הירי ואת הפעולות שהוא עשה. אני לא עושה לו הנחות בעניין הזה. אנחנו הפעלנו את הכוח מתוך אינטרס ישראלי. אני שמח מאוד שההישגים המודיעיניים והמבצעים היו כמו שהם היו במערכה הקצרצרה הזאת. אני מקווה שהמסר נקלט היטב אצל כל השחקנים. זה גם המקום להודות פה לעשייה המצרית בהובלת הנשיא סיסי. הם שותף ראוי ומשמעותי מאוד לביטחון בזירה הדרומית ובכלל. צריך להבין את התפקיד של מצרים בעניין הזה. וכל זה ביחד נותן לי תקווה שיחד עם המהלכים הכלכליים האזרחיים בעזה, ואני גם מקווה שתהיה התקדמות בבתי השון שהוא מין תקרת זכוכית לחלק מאותה התקדמות, ימשיכו וילוו את עזה. אין סיבה להתנגשות הזאת בין חמאס לישראל בנקודת הזמן הזאת, אבל אני רוצה להוסיף עוד משהו. השאלה ששאלת על עזה היא שאלה מורכבת, כי אני מעדיף להסתכל תמיד על הזירה הפלסטינית כמקשה אחת שלמה. נכון שיש בידול בין עזה לאיו"ש, אבל לשאול שאלות רק על עזה, בלי להסתכל את המרכיבים שמתפתחים ביהודה ושומרון.
זו השאלה הבאה.
בלי להסתכל על ירושלים. אני חוסך לך את השאלה, בועז. היא השאלה. כי אני מזכיר לנו, הסכסוך הישראלי-פלסטיני כאן נוכח. אנחנו מנהלים אותו. הוא מעורר את המורכבויות שלו. הטרור והתפיסה הלאומנית הפלסטינית היא קיימת, היא נוכחת, היא לא פסה מן העולם. כל אלה ששמים על האג'נדה את הייאוש הפלסטיני מפתרון הסכסוך והליכה למדינה אחת, אני לא נמצא שם. התופעה ברורה, אני מבין למה כותבים עליה ולמה עוסקים בה, אבל אנחנו מזהים את התופעות האלה ביהודה ושומרון, אנחנו מזהים את העלייה בפיגועי הירי, אנחנו יודעים כולנו שגם יושב ראש הרשות הפלסטינית כדרך כל אדם הולך, וכמו שאמר לי מישהו בדרך לכאן, אני לא מזדקן, אני מתבגר, גם הוא מתבגר. יש עיסוק בזירה הפלסטינית ביום שאחרי אבו מאזן, יש מורכבות בשטח, ואנחנו צריכים להסתכל על המכלול השלם, גם על חמאס, גם על גאפ, גם על הסכסוך כולו, ולראות איך ממשיכים לנהג ולספק ביטחון ולסכל טרור. אנחנו חלפנו, עברנו על זה מהר, אבל היינו כאן באירועי טרור משמעותיים בין מרץ למאי. אנחנו מסכלים פיגועים לילה בפעילות ענפה של פיקוד המרכז ושב"כ. ובתוך הניהוג הזה יש הרבה מאוד צעדים שצריך לעשות, גם לחזק את השחקנים המתונים, גם לסכל טרור, ולעשות את האיזונים האלה כדי לאפשר למי שצריך לעשות את זה, לקדם פתרונות ארוכים ומבוססים יותר.
אז מבלי משים או עם משים, אנחנו זזנו מגזרת דרום לגזרת המרכז, ואני רוצה להישאר שם לרגע, ושמענו את הרמטכ"ל אומר לא מזמן שהוא מתוסכל במידה מסוימת מחוסר המשילות של אבו מאזן, של הרשות הפלסטינית בגדה ובעיקר בצפון הגדה, והוואקום הזה מחייב את צה"ל להיכנס ולעשות פעולות כדי להגן על אזרחי ישראל. וגם כאן אתה הזכרת באמת את העובדה שאנחנו זוכרים איך נראו תקופות של חוסר משילות כזאת ולא מזמן. עד כמה אתה מעריך שאנחנו צפויים להידרדרות ביטחונית לקראת חגי תשרי וכן הלאה, גם בגדה עצמה ואולי גם בזליגה לתוך מדינת ישראל?
תקופת חגים היא תמיד תקופה רגישה, אבל עוד פעם, אני יכול לשים הערכה שיש פוטנציאל לאירועים ביטחוניים בתקופת חגים, זה נכון תמיד, זה משפט כללי, הוא לא החשוב פה. החשוב רגע להסתכל בדווחי זמן מעט ארוכים יותר. ושאני מסתכל, כמו שאמרתי, על מציאות ביטחונית או מציאות אזורית ביום שאחרי אבו מאזן, וזה כבר כאן. זה הרי מאבקי הירושה כבר מתנהלים מתחת לפני השטח. ואני מצרף לזה חלק מהתופעות שאנחנו רואים, כולל צירי הכוונה של חמאס וגאפ לפיגועים. זה מגיע בעיקר דרך כספים ואמל"ח, ואני מבין שראש השב"כ דיבר בעניין, אז אני צריך להניח הנחת עבודה שיש אפשרות להסלמה. אני רק אומר, זה לא גזירה משמיים. והיות ואני מכיר את המפקד שלי היטב, אני לא חושב שהרמטכ"ל מתוסכל. הרמטכ"ל הוא איש מקצוע שמסמן תופעות ומסמן את הדרכים שהוא חושב שנכון לבלום אותם. פעילות של המנגנונים הפלסטינים מול הטרור הפלסטיני הפנימי, זה קודם כל אינטרס פלסטיני. הם לא שלוחים של ישראל, הם לא פועלים למען מדינת ישראל, הם פועלים למען האינטרס הפלסטיני. והאינטרס הפלסטיני להוריד את רמת הטרור בשטח כדי לייצב את המשילות של הרשות הפלסטינית. זה גם מתלכד עם אינטרס ישראלי. אני הייתי שמח שלא נידרש לעצור כל לילה עשרות פעילי טרור ושהרשות הפלסטינית תעשה את זה. זה האינטרס שלהם. בתוך כל הדבר הזה אנחנו צריכים לעשות את הפעולות הנכונות ברמה הביטחונית וברמה הלאומית הישראלית כדי לייצב את הרשות הפלסטינית. זה אינטרס ביטחוני ישראלי. נראה לי שזה די ברור.
ברשותך, לקראת סיום הרעיון שלנו, שתי שאלות אחרונות. השאלה אחת, אני רוצה לעשות כרגע זום אאוט מישראל, זה כנס בינלאומי, נמצאים כאן באמת אנשים מכל קצוות העולם, ולשאול אותך, כשאתה מסתכל על המערכת הגלובלית, ואתה מזהה את השינוי ממערכת גלובלית חד קוטבית עד לפני מספר שנים, עם הגמוניה אמריקאית די מובהקת, שיכלה להכתיב תהליכים, כולל תהליכי לוחמה בטרור ותהליכים אחרים, למערכת לא רק רב קוטבית, שיש לפחות 3 כתבים שמתחרים, זה אם זה רוסיה, סין וארצות הברית, אבל די נוגדת מבחינת האג'נדה והאינטרסים שלהם, ואנחנו רואים את זה גם על רקע מלחמת אוקראינה ורקעים אחרים. מה ההשלכות שעלולות להיות לזה, או יש לזה כבר, על המזרח התיכון ואולי גם על ביטחונה של מדינת ישראל?
תראה, קודם כל המזרח התיכון הוא בשנה או אפילו כבר כמעט שנתיים של תזוזות שנובעות מהרבה מאוד סיבות, שאם הייתי צריך לתת להם כותרת, הייתי אומר כולם מדברים עם כולם, כי המערכת בתזוזה. וברור שהמלחמה שמתרחשת עכשיו על אדמת אירופה, הולכת ומחדדת את השינויים או את הדיפרנציאליות האידיאולוגית הקיימת בין הגושים השונים. אבל גם לפני זה הרי היה ברור שהעולם הזה נמצא במין תחרות, מה שנהוג לקרות ה-Great Power Competition בין ארצות הברית לסין, ויהיו לה ויש לה כבר השפעות גם במזרח התיכון, זה ברור לגמרי. כשהתחילה המלחמה בפברואר האחרון, אז שאלו אותי בלא מעט מקומות, תגיד, באיזה צד אתה? בצד הרוסי, בצד של אוקראינה, מה העמדה שלך? אמרתי, חברים, אני לא בצד הזה ואני לא בצד הזה, אני לצד אמריקה. היחסים של מדינת ישראל עם ארצות הברית של אמריקה, הם אולי הנכס החשוב ביותר של מדינת ישראל. וכדאי שלא נשכח את העניין הזה. אנחנו עצמאים, אנחנו אומרים את דעתנו, אנחנו פועלים ומפעילים כוח על פי אינטרס ישראלי, אבל כדאי שנזכור שגם במציאות שארצות הברית של אמריקה זזה מעט מהמזרח התיכון והולכת למקומות אחרים, נגיד לכיוון הפסיפיק, עדיין אמריקה היא החשובה ביותר בשותפות האסטרטגיות של מדינת ישראל, ואין בלתה, לפחות על פי הבנתי. וגם שמתעצב לו עולם, אתה שואל את עצמך, אני שואל את עצמי, לאיזה עולם אני רוצה שהילדים שלי יגדלו? מה הבסיס האידיאולוגי? מה משמעות הדמוקרטיה? מה משמעות החופש האדם? מה משמעות החירות? מה משמעות הערכים המובילים? המציאות העכשווית מייצרת מחדש, לא הייתי רוצה להגיד גושים במובן של המלחמה הקרה נגיד, אבל כן הולך ומתעצב לו עולם של אותן אידיאולוגיות, וחלק גדול מהשחקנים מבררים לאן כדאי להם להיות שייכים. כשאתה מוסיף לזה את המרכיבים הנוספים שדיברתי עליהם, נגיד המחירים של האנרגיה, הגז, הזהב השחור, אז יש פה לא מעט תזוזות. כדאי לה למדינת ישראל לחזק את הנכסיות האזורית שלה, כדי שכמה שיותר שחקנים יבחרו בסופו של תהליך להשתייך לצד שלה. והסכמי אברהם זאת מקפצה אדירה בעניין הזה, וצריך לדעת ולקדם אותם ככל הניתן עם המגבלות הטבעיות שקיימות באזור, כי ב-Great Power Competition האזורי, ישראל-איראן, שגם זה עניין אידיאולוגי, אתה רוצה לבנות לעצמך יכולות של עוצמה, שהיא לא רק עוצמה צבאית. העוצמה הצבאית היא ברורה, הפער בינינו לבין אויבינו הולך וגדל, ואסור לנו להתבייש בעוצמה הצבאית שיש לנו. אבל זה לא מספיק. לכוח יש מגבלה. צריך לבסס את זה על הרבה מאוד דברים אחרים, וכאן המקום לסמן הזדמנויות ואיתם להתקדם. כי אני מסתכל על ההתבססות האיראנית בסוריה. על חזון סלימני. שניהם מתו. גם סלימני וגם החזון. ואנחנו מצליחים לעצור את החלום הזה, וגם ברמה המעשית את העברות האמל"ח השונות בצירים השונים. בסדר. אוקיי, אבל מה הלאה? מה העתיד? איך מוציאים את סוריה מהמעגל הזה של הציר הרדיקלי שמחבר בין חיזבאללה לאיראן? היא שאלת המפתח להבנתי, נגיד בפינה הזאת. אז אני מציע להסתכל ככה על כל האזור, ולחזק את הנכסיות הישראלית.
תודה. שאלה אחרונה ברשותך. אתה מתארח כאן בכנס מכובד אקדמי באוניברסיטת רייכמן, על ידי המכון למדיניות נגד טרור, ואתה עומד בראש מערכת הערכה אולי הגדולה ביותר, בוודאי במדינת ישראל, מהגדולות בעולם, עם מאות רבות של קצינים וחיילים שבאמת ידענים מאוד מאוד גדולים. כמי שעומד בראש מערכת הערכה הלאומית, איך אתה רואה את האינטראקציה ומה תפקידה אולי של האקדמיה בתרומה לחשיבה האסטרטגית, ביטחונית, גיאופוליטית במדינת ישראל?
תראה, אני אדם עם ביטחון עצמי רב, אבל לראשונה בחיי אני בתפקיד שאני קם כל בוקר, אם ישנתי בלילה, עם כאבי בטן. שנובעים מזה שאני שואל את עצמי, תגיד, מה אתה לא יודע? מה אתה לא מעריך נכון? מה אתה מפספס? זה בסוף עניין של עתיד ילדינו. וככזה אני כל הזמן שואל את עצמי, מחוץ למערכת המצוינת שיש לי. באמת, באגף המודיעין יש אנשים מצוינים, אני באמת הקטן. אנשים שעושים עבודת קודש בכל התחומים כולם. ואני חושב שהם מספקים לעם ישראל ביטחון ברמה מאוד גבוהה. אבל עדיין התפקיד שלי לא לנוח על זרי הדפנה של הביטחון שהם מספקים, אלא לשאול על הסיכונים וההזדמנויות לעתיד לבוא. ובגלל זה אני חושב שתפקידה של האקדמיה ושל גופים אחרים מחוץ למערכת הצבאית, מחוץ ליום-יום הלפעמים שבוי בקונספציות כאלה ואחרות, לסמן לנו, לאתגר אותנו, לנופף בדגלים אחרים, ופה אני מוצא גם את המכון, גם עבודות שאתה מוביל ואחרים מובילים, גם מוסדות אקדמיים אחרים, כשותפים אמיתיים להטלת ספק, למחשבה מרעננת אחרת, למשחקי מלחמה, למשחקי חשיבה, ואני על זה מלא תודה והערכה לעשייה הזאת. היא יוצאת דופן, היא חשובה, זו גם הסיבה שהקמנו באמן מכון גזית, כדי שיהיו שם חוקרים מהעולם האזרחי. תראה, אפילו הדוגמה הקטנה של מלחמה ברוסיה אוקראינה, אמן לא משקיע משאבים גדולים בעניין הזה, יש לנו צרות אחרות. מה שהאקדמיה מספקת לנו, וכתוצאה מזה הפקת לקחים ולימוד לצה"ל ולאמן, היא שווה זהב. ואני על זה מלא תודה והערכה לחוקרים ולאנשי האקדמיה. הם תורמים תרומה אמיתית לביטחון ישראל, גם בלי שהם מודעים לזה ביום-יום.
ראש אמ"ן, האלוף אהרון חליבה, רוב תודות מקרב לב על הרעיון המרתק הזה ועל הזמן שהקדשת לנו.
תודה לכם, תודה על ההקשבה.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just basically, we've completed the triumvirate. We've completed the briefings from the Mossad, the Shin Bet, and the IDF. General Haliva, your words of wisdom. Thanks for pointing out the challenges as well as the opportunities and doing all of it while wearing red boots. Okay, now, normally this morning we would be introducing a number of people from the United Kingdom, and I wish to mention their names. They can't be with us today, but normally we would be introducing the UK heads of the Police College and Metropolitan Police Assistant Commissioner for Counter-Terrorism, Neil Basu, and Chief Constable of the British Transport Police, Lucy Dorsey, and Graham Ellis. As you know, because of the passing of the Queen, they couldn't be here this morning. And in spite of the fact that they can't be here this morning, I would like to reiterate ICT's important relationship with the British police, counterterrorism, and the relationship goes back to the inception of ICT. And we all wish our counterparts in the United Kingdom the best of luck during these funeral proceedings and everything else in keeping the security going the way it should be in the UK. And if, God forbid, there should be any terrorist threats, that they should succeed in countering the terrorism. And we look forward to having them come here next year as they normally do. And thank you, Sir David Garrard, our ambassador for ICT in London, for orchestrating all of this. It is now my honor and privilege to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Tor Wennesland, Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process in the United Nations. Mr. Tor Wennesland serves as the United Nations Special Coordinator for Middle East Peace Process and the Secretary General's personal representative to the Palestine Liberation Organization and the Palestine Authority. I don't envy you. You have a very difficult task, in my opinion, at a counterterrorism conference with that kind of a title, as well as the envoy of the Secretary General to the Quartet. Mr. Wennesland is a career diplomat who joined the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 1983. Until his appointment as Special Coordinator, Mr. Wennesland was Norway's Special Envoy to the Middle East Peace Process, which included responsibility for Norway's chairmanship of the Ad Hoc Liaison Committee. Mr. Wennesland served as Norway's representative to the Palestine Authority from 2007 to 2011, and as Norwegian ambassador to Egypt and Libya from 2012 to 2015. He was the aid coordination advisor to the Office of the Quartet Representative from 2007 to 2008, and was an advisor to the Middle East Desk in the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs during the process that led to the Oslo #2 agreement. The floor is yours. And obviously you must know the best restaurants in Ramallah to eat in. Okay, all right.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for inviting the UN. It is not kind of any day I talk to a group like you, but nevertheless, thank you. Professor Reichman, Professor Melnik, Mr. Shavit, Professor Ganor, ladies and gentlemen. This conference is one of the most important international gatherings devoted to counterterrorism. I'm pleased to be joined here by my fellow colleagues from New York, who lead the UN work on this issue and at our headquarters and in our partnership around the globe, including here with Israel. I have been repeatedly reminded on terrorism remains a pressing and relevant threat today. Just a few months ago, we witnessed the most serious attacks in Israel for years, attacks that I and many of the international actors were clearly and swiftly condemning. The victims joined the thousands of Israelis who have suffered the loss of loved ones or endured a life marked by injury as a result of terrorist attack. Living here, one cannot ignore the pain and trauma caused by such acts. just as I experienced that in Norway in 2011, where my life was put in vertigo, and the devastating impact of what comes after, even for those who survive. The UN has spoken clearly and collectively on the urgent need to counter terrorism and stop violent extremism in its tracks. UN Security Council resolution provide a framework for an international response to terrorism threat. States are obliged to prevent terrorist acts and to ensure that their territories is not used for financing, planning, or facilitations of such acts. States and the territories should not be used as safe havens, and perpetrators need to be brought to justice. There is also a consensus that the morale and the ideological encouragement that terrorists receive must be addressed in parallel. Praise for such despicable acts fan the flame of extremism and must be condemned. And it's happening around us here as well. To this end, in our briefings and reports to the Security Council, the Secretary General and myself regularly condemn terrorist attacks and those who seek to glorify them, making it clear that such acts are never justified or legitimate. At the same time, we amplify voices of moderation and tolerance. I assure you that we will continue to do so. Of course, statements and resolutions in New York and policies are not enough. We need to go into the weeds and address what is really causing the acts to happen. Having worked in this region for some decades, I have witnessed how outbreaks of violence and terrorist attacks set back efforts to promote peace and sustainable development. At the same time, and as Secretary General has argued, it is abundantly clear we cannot effectively address terrorism without tackling the conditions conducive to its spread. Weak institutions, inequalities, poverty, hunger, and injustice all provide fertile ground for terrorist recruitment and violent extremism, which was the point also in the first session here today. While combating terrorism and advancing peace are distinct and separate tasks, they have a direct and immediate impact on each other. This is certainly true here in the Israeli-Palestinian context. With this in mind, I would like to share with you 3 parallel tracks on which my office is working to advance these goals. First, in line with the Secretary General's priority on preventing diplomacy, I continuously, and my team, engage with all relevant actors that are in this theater. We have a network that is broad. We actually know people that are drivers of the conflict, and in our contact with them, we develop the ability to actually address conflicts when it comes up, and we work to stop it. We have been deeply involved in the recent escalations that took place in Gaza in August, and also the ones that took place last year in May. And it is based on the context we have developed and the capacity we have to talk to people and the capacity we have to interact with people here, in Egypt, in US, and in the region, that we can, as a UN team, play a part not only in the de-escalation, but also in setting the theme and direction for the day after. Second, with a view to the long term, we aim to foster conditions that will allow for meaningful movements towards addressing outstanding issues in a conflict. This means asking the parties to refrain from unilateral steps that undermine prospects for peace. It means urging them to actively reject violence and incitement while encouraging positive steps that will improve the conditions on the ground. Internationally, third, the UN plays a key role in developing a coherent and consistent diplomatic approach to the Israeli-Palestinian issue. In this context, engaging with regional countries is critical to our diplomatic efforts. But we have actually lost one of the platforms that we used for this purpose as a fallout of the ongoing conflict in Europe with Ukraine. For the moment, the work of the Middle East Quartet is in suspension, and it may remain so until further notice, and it may take time. I have, in this situation, after talks with the Secretary General, moved more proactively into exactly that shaping format of events. With this in mind, let me move to the situation on the ground. Why? I mean, I have been in and out of Gaza since Operation Summer Rain. I have been in before, I've been in after, I've tried to stop some of these conflicts to occur. Just before Christmas in 2008. I've been in the weed in 2012, in 2014, and back now here over the last year. Gaza remains fragile in one sense, and it has to do with the unpredictability of the context we are operating in. What can drag a stable, reasonably stable Gaza yet back into the theater again is what may happen or not happen at Al-Aqsa. I think we should not underestimate the Al-Aqsa link on the stability of Gaza and West Bank. But I also think that the dynamics that has been developed in Gaza gradually since 2014 is a smart one, and it's in a way a counterfactual logic to the policy applied back to 2008. And the point is that it works faster and with less hostility. Far more needs to be done along the lines that are now being put forward and applied from the Israeli side with the broad support from the international community. But we have more steps to go before I declare Gaza stable. I'm not doing that now. West Bank. What is being applied in Gaza cannot necessarily be applied the same way at the West Bank, because of the complexities of the situation, the changing and ever-changing dynamic on the ground, the differences between the different populated areas, and the very fact that we at the West Bank do have friction zones internally at the West Bank that does not exist in Gaza. In these friction zones, we have clashes between villages and settlers. In these friction zones, we have incursions. In these friction zones, we have attempted to kill soldiers from Israel. In these friction zones, run by young guys, on both sides, run by young guys, that is where the escalation is taking place. We will not be able to change this tide unless we get the Palestinian Authority back on track institutionally, financially, and when it comes to credibility and support. But I just raised the question whether this not may be the time to look at the West Bank also from a counterfactual perspective and see whether methodology to stabilize the West Bank really works, or if we have to look in different direction and start different discussions. I might think that is needed. In closing, allow me to emphasize that despite of these mounting concerns, a widespread outbreak of violence is not a foregone conclusion, even in the middle of an escalation at the West Bank. I think that if we can go together on tangible positive steps and reforms and get them implemented, if voices calling for tolerance and moderation are amplified, and if we can, in a smart way, create a meaningful framework for a political process between the parties, negative trends may be pushed back. But charging a constructive way forward in a situation of deep mistrust and daily violence certainly is not an easy task. And I will remind, at my very end of this presentation, the following. It was in the midst of a very constructive and dynamic phase of the talks between Israel and PLO that we got as a reply for those who wanted to destroy it, a wave of suicide attacks inside Israel that blocked the whole thing and derailed it. So there is no guarantee that politics may push back terrorism. That's why we have to kind of have at least two thoughts in the head at the same time when we're applying this methodology. But my firm concern is that we have to reset that framework to get into a different paths where we can deal with terrorism in a more constructive atmosphere. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your words of wisdom. And we're keeping it now in the same area code of the United Nations. So sitting with us is Dr. Jehangir Khan, the director of the UN Counterterrorism Center of the United Nations. Dr. Khan is the director of the UN Counterterrorism Implementation Task Force, CTED, and the UN Counterterrorism Center, UNCCT, in the Department of Political Affairs, DPA. You have a lot of abbreviations in the UN, okay? Previously, he served as acting director and deputy director of the DPA's Middle East and West Asia Division, MEWAD, and before that, of the Asia and the Pacific region, APD. Dr. Khan also served as the head of DPA's Iraq team and survived, and the chairperson of the UN Iraq Operations Group for 5 years, starting with the 2003 war, and survived. Prior to this, he served as deputy head of the policy planning in the Department of Political Affairs. Before joining the UN Secretariat in '92, Dr. Khan served as the chef de cabinet to the president of Dr. Khan. He is a national of Pakistan, and it is always a pleasure to have a national of Pakistan at a conference for counterterrorism. He is a graduate of the London University, holds a doctorate in international law from the Fletcher School of Diplomacy at Harvard, and apparently his children are also studying in Ivy League universities. And the most important thing about you, Dr. Khan, in my opinion, being a veteran of this conference, is your sense of humor. You always laugh at our jokes, which in my opinion is the key to fighting terrorism. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that introduction. And humor indeed is the solution to all problems at the end of the day. So thank you for that. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my good friend from the United Nations, dear colleagues. I'd like to begin by thanking the organizers of this important conference for inviting the United Nations as a whole. And of course, we just heard from my distinguished friend and Special Coordinator Tor Wilson. And it is indeed my distinct honor also to yet again this annual September gathering in person after 3 years. And for me, it's the 5th time in delivering this address to my friends here in Israel and at the ICT in particular. I'd like to express my sincere thanks in particular to my dear friend, Professor Boaz Ganor, founder and executive director of the International Institute for Counter-Terrorism, ICT, as well as Professor Rafi Melnik, president of the Reichman University in Israel here, for hosting this ICT 21st Summit on Counterterrorism. And my deepest appreciation, of course, to the government of Israel for its warm hospitality to me and my delegation. I'd like to also acknowledge other distinguished speakers for their excellent contribution to this important conference. And again, I give credit the ICT for bringing such a diverse and such an interesting cast of very distinguished speakers from whom I personally and my team learn. In particular, the Honorable Ayelet Shekit, Minister of Interior of Israel, the Honorable Gideon Sa'ar, Minister of Justice of Israel, the Honorable Ram Ben Barak, Chairman of the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee and member of the Knesset, and of course the head of Mossad, the head of Shin Bet, and head of the military intelligence, so many others. So it's very, very impressive indeed. I have also the honor to extend to you the warm greetings from United Nations headquarters of His Excellency the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, and Under Secretary General of the United Nations Office of Counterterrorism, Mr. Vladimir Voronkov, from whom you heard yesterday. As my distinguished colleague, the Special Coordinator, Mr. Tor Wennesland, who has just spoken, has rightly reminded us, we are here to discuss one of the most challenging issues of our time, combating the global threat posed by terrorism and violent extremism, but looking at it also in the very local context that we just heard from. At the United Nations, we firmly believe in the power of multilateralism as the most effective tool to address the challenge. And I'm proud to note the critical role that the United Nations system as a whole has played in this struggle for many decades and continues to play in the face of the evolving threat of terrorism and violent extremism across the world. The ICT's World Summit on Counterterrorism, which brings together senior officials and leading counterterrorism experts from around the world, is also an excellent example of multilateralism in action. This year, we mark the 5th anniversary of the establishment of our United Nations Office of Counterterrorism and celebrate, if I can call it that, the 16th anniversary of the adoption of the United Nations Global Counterterrorism Strategy. And I should like to mention that despite the fact that there is no agreed definition of terrorism at the United Nations amongst member states, we have still succeeded in having a consensus resolution and a mandate for the United Nations to take action, supported by all member states, strongly supported, including by the State of Israel. 2 days ago, Your Excellencies, we solemnly commemorated here in Herzliya at the ICT the thousands of victims who perished as a result of the heinous terrorist attacks that occurred in the United States 21 years ago on September 11th, 2001. that was not just an attack on the United States, but an attack on all of the world, including on my own country, in Pakistan, and I myself lost a cousin at the World Trade Center. So this is deeply personal to all of us. In acknowledgement of their suffering and in tribute to the victims of terrorism in so many countries around the world, the United Nations Office of Counterterrorism just last week, hosted a United Nations Global Congress of Victims of Terrorism. And I'm delighted to see my dear colleague, David Scharia, sitting in front of me, because we collaborated closely with the United Nations Counterterrorism Executive Directorate and all relevant United Nations agencies in bringing together the victims of terrorism, the forgotten faces, the forgotten human face of terrorism, together for the first time to garner and mobilize support for them from all relevant sources. The Congress was the largest event of its kind. It was attended by 108 victims from 32 countries and more than 700 participants from over 100 member states, including government ministers and senior officials. But it was not just a typical intergovernmental meeting. It was about victims, for victims, and with victims of terrorism. This discussions gave a voice to victims, not only gave a voice to victims of terrorism, but helped reflect on what the international community must do to help them. And we know that Israel itself has had many victims of terrorism for whom we mourn. I would also like to thank the Natal Israel Trauma and Resilience Center for hosting a successful side event on the margins of our Victims Congress last week, which was entitled, quote, "The Story of Israeli Resilience, How Israeli Society Learned to Cope with Terrorism and Stay Strong." I think that summarizes very much what we've been hearing over the past few days, Professor Ganor. Excellencies, distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen, as conflicts have grown in intensity over the past decade, terrorist attacks have continued to spread. The impact of terrorism in destroying societies and destabilizing entire regions is clearly visible. I'd like to address the major global terrorism trends in some and how we can move forward in addressing these imminent and ongoing terrorist threats around the world with a renewed focus on multilateralism. Globally, the threat of terrorism remains high in conflict zones, especially in Africa and the Middle East, where terrorist groups have continued to benefit from instability. In its most recent report, the United Nations Security Council Analytical Support and Sanctions Monitoring Team has presented a clear picture of terrorist operations in key regions, where terrorists continue to recruit, raise funds, and plan their attacks. Sub-Saharan Africa in particular accounted for 48% of deaths attributable to terrorist groups globally last year. And terrorist groups and their affiliates are continuing to grow in the Sahel and make inroads into Central and Southern Africa. Terrorists are increasingly exploiting power vacuums, long-standing inter-ethnic strife, internal weaknesses, and state fragilities. In conflict-affected countries such as the Democratic Republic of Congo, Libya, Mozambique, Somalia, Mali, many other countries, terrorism has intensified cycles of violence, fueling further instability, undermining peace efforts, and setting back development goals. In Iraq and Syria, despite leadership losses, the terrorism threat persists. The repatriation of foreign terrorist fighters, thousands of foreign terrorist fighters from over 100 countries and their families from conflict zones remains a human rights and humanitarian challenge, as well as a security challenge with significant implications. We must address this challenge in line with our international legal and human rights commitments. At the same time, terrorists now exploit new tools and technologies to plan and perpetrate their attacks. the terrorist use of artificial intelligence, cyberspace, and autonomous and remotely operated systems presents major challenges for the prevention of terrorism. Terrorists and violent extremists around the world have adapted to the digital paradigm of the 21st century using information and communications technology, and in particular online spaces and the multitude of interactive applications and social media platforms to further their objectives. That is to spread hateful ideology, propaganda, recruit new members, organize financial support and operational tactics, and manage supportive online communities. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good friends, increasingly terrorist groups look to the use of unmanned aerial systems for reconnaissance attack and conveyance, and seek to develop capabilities to counter their use by law enforcement agencies. At least 188 terrorism-related incidents involving the use of unmanned aircraft systems have been reported or recorded since 2016, with at least 15 taking place just recently between January and September of this year. Additionally, the risk of terrorists gaining access to nuclear and radiological materials poses a significant and growing threat to humanity and international peace and security. In June 2022, for example, Tajikistan reported to the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, that during a special operation, 133 pieces of nuclear material weighing 607 grams were seized from several of its citizens who had planned to sell the materials either within the country or across the border in Afghanistan, which today is controlled by the Taliban. This demonstrates that the prospect of such materials falling into the hands of non-state actors, including terrorists, is all too real. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, terrorist attacks on the basis of xenophobia, racism, and other forms of intolerance, or in the name of religion or belief, what we call XRIRB, are becoming a major concern for many member states. Indeed, in some member states, this phenomenon now represents the most serious threat to national security, necessitating increasing attention from law enforcement, intelligence, and counterterrorism agencies. Terrorist organizations motivated by xenophobia, racism, and other forms of intolerance, or in the name of religion or belief, utilize social media where the crowdsource hateful message and are disseminated, and propaganda is also propagated at vast scales. As the world has grown closer in cyberspace, these terrorist organizations have also been able to more conventionally and conveniently spread their ideology and doctrines across borders with little detection. Recognizing the importance of this issue, the United Nations General Assembly, in its most recent review of the United Nations Global Counterterrorism Strategy, adopted in June 2021, called upon member states to take appropriate measures to address this new and emerging threats posed by the rise in terrorist attacks on the basis of xenophobia, racism, and other forms of intolerance, or in the name of religion or belief, to develop a greater understanding of the phenomenon and help build effective measures to counter it. Our United Nations Office of Counterterrorism led the preparation of the report of the United Nations Secretary General on this particular issue, which has just been recently issued last month. And I encourage all of you to please take a look at it. The report provides an overview of the threat as well as challenges and responses to addresses. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, terrorism cannot be countered by any single country alone, no matter how powerful it may be. Enhanced international cooperation and global solidarity is the only way to address transnational, global, regional, and national terrorist threats. The core of the United Nations Global Counterterrorism Strategy, which was adopted in 2006, has always been focused on strengthening multilateral cooperation. The United Nations Secretary General undertook a major reform of the United Nations Counterterrorism architecture by establishing our Office of Counterterrorism in 2017 and subsequently launching the United Nations Global Counterterrorism Coordination Compact, which brings together 45 United Nations and non-United Nations entities. Over the past 5 years, our United Nations Office of Counterterrorism has spearheaded global attention and efforts to consolidate and strengthen multilateral efforts to address the rising challenge of transnational terrorism, and has carried out this mission to its fullest capability at the global, regional, and national levels. To this end, the UN Office of Counterterrorism has substantially increased its partnerships with the regional and sub-regional organizations around the world, which has provided an essential link and force multiplier in the multilateral response to terrorism. The partnership of the UN Office of Counterterrorism and United Nations entities with these organizations has proven critical in engaging member states and providing them with tailored and substantive capacity building support. Through these partnerships, we have supported relevant regional organizations to develop regional counterterrorism strategies in Central Africa, Southern Africa, the Arab region, the Caribbean region, and Central Asia. I personally have led the effort working with the Arab Interior Ministers Council in developing the Arab Regional Counterterrorism Strategy. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at a time when the international system is increasingly challenged and polarized, it is encouraging to note that counterterrorism still enjoys consensus in all forums of the United Nations, because terrorism still poses threats to the security of all member states. On the occasion, the UN Office of Counterterrorism will be convening the Counterterrorism Week at the United Nations, which brings together the heads of national counterterrorism agencies from around the world to strengthen cooperation addressing priority areas set forth in the relevant United Nations General Assembly and Security Council resolutions. In addition, since its founding, the UNCCT has convened international and regional counterterrorism conferences around the world to foster multilateral counterterrorism cooperation. For example, next month, we will be convening an international conference on border security and management cooperation in Dushanbe, Tajikistan, that will help address security challenges in Central Asia. And next year, we will convene the African Summit on Counterterrorism in Abuja, Nigeria, to strengthen multilateral cooperation in one of the most threatened regions of the world. By way of conclusion, dear friends, distinguished excellencies, we need to underline that stronger cooperation is required, not only between member states, international, regional, and sub-regional organizations, but also with other important stakeholders, including civil society organizations, local communities, academics, research organizations, and the private sector. From this perspective, this annual ICT World Summit on Counterterrorism plays an essential role in strengthening multilateral cooperation in counterterrorism by bringing together leading counterterrorism officials and experts from around the world to share their best practices and experiences. As the saying goes, terrorism only needs to succeed once, and we need to succeed all the time. This requires continued vigilance, resolve, and even more effective collaboration between us, and let us therefore dedicate ourselves to the spirit of Herzliya to mobilize multilateralism and work together in solidarity. I wish you all success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Khan, for a dynamic and perfectly presented remarks. You are an asset to the United Nations, and you're an asset to this conference as well. It is now my honor to welcome Dr. David Scharia, Director of the Chief of Branch of Counterterrorism Executive Directorate, CTED, in the United Nations since its establishment in 2005. And he is a member of the CTED Senior Management Team at Director level since 2016. Dr. Scharia heads the Thematic Expertise and Research Branch of CTED, Before joining the UN, Dr. David Scharia served as lead attorney in major counterterrorism cases before the Supreme Court of Israel and oversaw the work of team of prosecutors at the Supreme Court Division of the Attorney General's Office. He also represented the Attorney General Office at the Law and Constitution Committee of the Israeli Knesset in connection with counterterrorism legislation and headed the Counterterrorism Investigations Unit at the Attorney General's Office. Dr. Scharia holds an LLB and LLM with distinction and a PhD from Tel Aviv University, our neighbor to the south, the subsidized university, as opposed to this university, which is private and non-profit. The floor is yours.
תודה, יונתן. הייתי מאוד שמח לעשות את כל הנאום בעברית, אבל לצערי זה לא יקרה. העברית עדיין לא שפה רשמית של האו"ם, אולי יום אחד גם זה יקרה. As with your permission, I will move to English, and the first thing I want to do is to thank Boaz for inviting us. Our partnership with the ICT celebrates 15 years. Our office exists 17 years, so one of the first partners we found was and remains the ICT, and a partnership has deepened and expanded to many, many areas. So thank you, Boaz, for your leadership, and thank you to the rest of the ICT team for being such wonderful partners. I want to thank also my colleagues from the UN, Jehangir. You know, in Hebrew, when you call someone not by Dr. Khan, by Jehangir, it's usually a big show of respect. And I want to thank you for your inspiring speech. Actually, my talk today will be a direct continuation of your speech, where I will try to zoom in on one of the trends you identified in your speech, and that will be the focus of my presentation. For those of you who are less familiar with CTED, the Counter-Terrorism Executive Directorate, is a body of professionals supporting the UN Security Council. We have several mandates. One of them is to go from country to country to assess how they comply with all the relevant Security Council resolutions on terrorism, and there are many of them. The other one, which will be the focus of this presentation, will be our mandate to identify common challenges, trends, and developments relating to counterterrorism and ways to deal with them globally. And this will be actually the focus of my talk today. I would like to zoom in on one of the challenges that Dr. Khan identified, and that is the growing link between terrorism and technology. It's not the only trends we identified. There are several we look into, but this is one was mentioned by, I think, most of the speakers I was able to hear, including from both the directors of the Shin Bet and the director of the Mossad. And I think we'll hear more and more about these new trends, and for a good reason. So what are the relations between terrorists and technology? In general, our assessment is that terrorists are what we could describe as early adopters of new technology. The younger the terrorist generation goes, the more savvy and adept they are to new technologies, the more they are ready to use them. Sometimes, or very often, before the companies that develop those technologies are aware of the risk of their potential abuse. And this is a point that I will get back to it. It doesn't mean that technologies are bad, of course. Technologies contribute enormously to the development and enjoyment of life, to supporting connectivity, to supporting economies, and to all of us being able to communicate far better and far more efficiently with each other. But at the same time, as I said, technologies can be abused. By the way, they can be abused not just by terrorists, they can also be abused by law enforcement and security services, and I will say a few words about such abuse later in my intervention. So what we need to do is to first understand the threat. Understand first that not all technologies are bad, understand that terrorists are early adopters, and try to map those technologies that are being used by terrorists or can potentially be used. So the bulk of my intervention would be focused on this mapping, what we're seeing from New York, what we're seeing through our partners. One of our key partners are the research community, and I know there are many of you who belong to the research community, and we have very strong relations with the research community through an establishment, a network. Then I think Boaz always keeps saying that you need a network to beat a network. We developed a network which we call the Global Research Network that consisted of 110 terrorism-related research institutes. And those of you who are not yet members of the research networks are very welcome to reach out to us and become members. It's a very dynamic network. We feel we benefit tremendously from it, but I think that also the researchers who are members of the network benefit from meeting other researchers, but also being able to make their research relevant to policymakers at the global level. So Dr. Khan touched on several new trends that we have identified that allows me to glimpse through them very quickly and focus on some of the responses. Indeed, one of the most concerning development is the growing use of UAS, drones by terrorist organizations. We see it on many fronts. CTED has identified this new threat as early as 2019, when we issued a public report that was very well received as a new trend, something that needs to be looked deeper into. And what we're seeing since then is more and more use of this technology. It's being used by terrorists for propaganda. It is used in order to strike at enemies. Civilian infrastructure in particular is much more vulnerable to such a threat, and we've seen attacks committed across the world by terrorist organizations using UAS. In East Africa, we've seen an Al-Qaeda-aligned group operating from Somalia continue to expand its little reach in the country through drones. We've seen Al-Shabaab that significantly increased its use of drones to conduct reconnaissance, flyovers, and record activities of security forces. We also have seen threats to low-flying civil aviation through the use of UAS, and we also have seen such use in northern Mozambique. And of course, in the Middle East, ISIL has adopted smaller drones, mostly quadcopters, which were used in the Battle of Mosul and other offenses. Lastly, of course, I cannot but mention the use of drones by Houthi groups who launched numerous cross-border attacks using UAS and missiles on civilians and civilian infrastructures in the Gulf. So this is one clear new use of technologies that we need to look at. A second one was mentioned, so it allows me also to refer to it. It was mentioned time and again, is the use of ICT technologies. It's being used actually since Al-Qaeda was founded, and we still remember the days where DVD cassettes were dropped in front of Al Jazeera offices in Doha, then promulgated the Al-Qaeda message around the world. In 2012, ISIL has mastered the use of social media in order to conduct almost everything related to those attacks, from incitement to recruitment to even coordination of attacks through the use of ICT. We recently, I don't know if you have seen the latest report from the Wall Street Journals, that ISIL has started the use of NFTs, which are blockchain-enabled technologies, in order to promulgate its messages by actually owning an NFT with ISIL propaganda. Future trends in this regard may include the use of the metaverse. We haven't seen it already by ISIL, but we are seeing growing use of the metaverse by extreme right-wing or REMT, as it usually called. This allows for decentralized communication in order to recruit, in order to even simulate attacks and their orchestration through the use of virtual reality tools. Terrorists continue to use VPN and encrypted technologies. This is a topic that I think will be discussed later today. It was also mentioned by some of the speakers. We're seeing this growing use, and we're seeing also the challenge of law enforcement community and security services still to find access to these tools. The dark web is continuously used, as well as 3D printing. In several attacks recently, we have seen the use of 3D printed ammunition and guns. In particular, we've seen it in the attack in Germany over at the synagogue, where there was an attempt to build a gun through the use of 3D printer. It wasn't successfully executed, so it didn't work. But now you can easily download the code that will allow anyone to print a gun at its home or in any location it wishes to. And that code apparently is even protected by the First Amendment, so there is no way to just take it down. That was a decision of a court. I will go quickly through a few more trends that we have able to identify. First is the use of cryptocurrencies. I mentioned NFT just before. It is used by ISIL for propaganda, but nothing prevents it from trying to use it for the purpose of funding its activities. We've seen other organizations, including Al-Qaeda and ISIL, using crypto, and certainly on the extreme right, we see that as commonly used. And other trends we're seeing are the potential use, I would say, of autonomous vehicles. Bear in mind that cars becoming more and more autonomous, and we could see potentially the same attacks as were executed in Barcelona or Nice, if you recall, through the use of trucks, can be used through the use of autonomous vehicles or remotely controlled. And actually, there was even one case in 2018 where ISIL committed attacks through cars that were quite a simple manner, remotely controlled, and then reached their destination. We mentioned the possibility of use of artificial intelligence. ISIL and Al-Qaeda are already using artificial intelligence for several applications. First is the use of deep fakes to create flawed identities or fraud identities. They also use artificial intelligence in order to better recruit and target and identify individuals' potential for recruitment. They also are using bots in order to amplify their message. So this may sound like a very, very concerning development, and we are seeing as I said, a growing link between terrorists and technology. What are we doing? And I will speak only on what CTED is doing. There are many, many initiatives happening within the UN and others, and Dr. Khan mentioned a major undertaking that his office is taking. But from CTED, the first thing we're doing is to identify the trends and make sure that policymakers understand the severity of the trend in order for them to be able to develop policy responses. And in order to allow these policy responses, the Counter-Terrorism Committee of the UN Security Council has decided to hold a special meeting in Delhi and in Mumbai, actually, where the entire Security Council will move for 3 days to India to have a special meeting dedicated to 3 identified trends. One is drones, the other one is cryptocurrencies, and the third one is ICT, have been identified as the major areas where global response is needed. Key to that will be the agreement, and again it will be discussed, on governing principles that could allow all of us to feel safer in using these technologies. This principle will include, of course, the respect for human rights that are come with the use of these technologies. For many people, the use of information technology is the main enabler of their freedom of expression. This is how they communicate, this is how they express their views, and we need to make sure that whatever solutions are offered, they not infringe on civil liberties. Second principle that will govern this engagement will be public-private partnership. It's clear to all of us in the field that any solutions will not come only from governments. They have to be developed in close cooperation with the private sector. The private sector understands the technology more than governments. The private sector also understands how the technology can be used and how it can be abused. And the private sector will also be able to offer solutions that can actually work. One excellent example in this regard is two initiatives that our office were deeply involved in. One is called the GIFCT, the Global Internet Forum on Counter-Terrorism, where we brought together with the UN, with governments, and with civil society the four major platforms, YouTube, Microsoft, Twitter, and Facebook, to sit together and work together with governments on finding common solutions. Another one, which will be the next speaker, working very closely with our office, is Tech Against Terrorism, and you'll be hearing from Adam very soon. And thank you, Adam, for being with us today. Another and last solution is governance. Regardless of the wish of companies to find solutions, governance is a key issue, and that would be one of the purposes of this meeting, which I hope many of you will be able, if not join us in reality, join us virtually, to find solutions, to find governance solutions that actually work and allow the companies and all of us to feel safer in using those technologies. My time is up, and I think the next speaker is waiting there. So thank you very much for inviting CTED. Thank you, Boaz, for having us, and we look forward.
Thank you, Dr. Scharia. I think the United Nations was very smart to employ you, because you can really introduce startup nation technology in all of this. And we're very, very gratified that for the last hour, we were able to hear three excellent presentations representing the United Nations, which continues to strengthen the bilateral relationship between ICT and the United Nations, which is so important on the global level. So the three of you actually seated here in the front row, thank you for your excellent presentations. We greatly appreciate it. We're now moving to the 0044 area code, Union Jack region. Our next guest speaker is Mr. Adam Hadley, Director of Tech Against Terrorism in the UK. Adam Hadley is the founder and director of Tech Against Terrorism, a public-private partnership recognized by the UN Security Council in working with the Global Internet Forum to Counter-Terrorism, GIFCT, and the United Nations Counter-Terrorism Directorate to support the global tech sector in tackling the terrorist use of the internet while respecting human rights. Mr. Hadley, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Adam from Tech Against Terrorism, and I'm delighted to be invited back to the World Summit on Counterterrorism. Many thanks to Professor Boaz, Stevie, and ICT for the opportunity to update you on the work of Tech Against Terrorism. Tech Against Terrorism is an independent public-private partnership initiated by UNCCT. We work with the global tech sector to help them tackle the terrorist use of the internet whilst respecting human rights. Great. So what do we do at Tech Against Terrorism? Well, as explained, we're a public-private partnership, which means that we endeavour to work with members of civil society, governments, and of course the tech sector. We're focused on ensuring that technical solutions to the terrorist use of the internet respect human rights, and it's critical that we engage all parts of civil society and the private sector to that end. We work closely with big tech, but most importantly with smaller platforms for whom the challenge of terrorist use of their service is greatest. Smaller platforms can often find themselves exploited by terrorists without notice. They can become overwhelmed very easily. And our job at Tech Against Terrorism is to build capacity for those smaller platforms who are most easily targeted by terrorists. The scope of our work focuses on designated groups. The reason for this is that we aim to uphold the rule of law in not creating new norms where terrorist use of the internet is concerned. We believe that it's critical for nation states, for democratic nation states, to define legality and criminality online. And we believe that also applies to terrorist content and activity. Our focus is essentially an amalgamation of the major designation lists. Of course, we work with jihadist groups and violent Islamist groups, as listed here, and also with the extreme far right. However, the issue with the extreme far right is that designation is much less developed. So you'll see on the far left column, TCAP, the Terrorist Content Analytics Platform, which I'll explain more about in a few moments, is the tool we use to alert smaller platforms to the existence of content. So we endeavour, where possible, to include in scope the broadest range of groups associated with the extreme far right. However, there's much more to be done to provide legal clarity about the status of these groups and the extent to which the global tech sector should or should not be removing content associated with them. We focus on all forms of terrorist use of the internet, not just content, but also other forms of activity. This starts with propaganda, radicalization, recruitment, operational use cases, and emerging tech. In terms of propaganda, radicalization, recruitment, this is the majority of our focus at Tech Against Terrorism, for this is largely how terrorists use the internet to share content, to share videos, and to share manifestos. Additionally, in terms of the operational use case, we see that terrorists of all persuasions use email, messaging apps, end-to-end encryption, and also hostile open source intelligence. They also use the internet for fintech and crypto, although this is a minority pursuit. The majority of the terrorist use that we come across involves sharing content. Underneath this, there's a major emerging trend with regards to terrorist-operated websites, which I'll come back to in a few moments. And of course, there's emerging tech, and David Scharia from UNCCT mentioned a few of these a few moments ago. In particular, I'd like to draw everyone's attention to the emerging risk of use of decentralized file servers, cryptocurrencies, and decentralized messaging platforms. In terms of our work at Tech Against Terrorism, the first thing we do is we focus on understanding the nature of the threat. It's really important to stress here that long gone are the days when terrorists would exclusively use the large platforms. Of course they do still. The prevalence of content on the large platforms is extremely low, but of course with such a huge audience reach, that adds up to a large amount of activity in absolute terms. In reality, terrorists use smaller platforms first, and they do so because they're easier for them to use and can often operate with impunity for rather a long time. So our main job here is understanding where this activity is taking place, which platforms are being used, who is behind those platforms, how to contact them, how to influence. We then conduct a threat assessment on each, and we reach out to platforms in order to influence them. We are merely a public-private partnership, and we can only persuade, but we're there to support platforms, and we never call them out. We don't seek adverse publicity to name and shame platforms. Secondly, we provide practical support. We share knowledge about best practice for content moderation. We support platforms in understanding emerging regulation, and we also support them with detailed training. In particular, we support the Global Internet Forum to Counter-Terrorism in mentoring platforms so that they can become members. And thirdly, we build technology. So there's the terrorist content analytics platform, more of in a few moments. We also support the tech sector in alerting when there's a real-life crisis to ensure that the internet can't become exploited after a physical attack. So in terms of the problem set, small platforms are actually increasingly being used by terrorists. Long gone are the days of high concentration of terrorist activity on the major tech platforms. To be clear, though, activity does still take place on Instagram and Twitter and YouTube. However, usually activity and content emanates from smaller platforms. So we're seeing a major adversarial shift from the large to the small platforms, which presents a formidable challenge analytically and also in terms of intervention. We see the far right and violent Islamist actors beginning to use technology in similar ways, but there are some distinctive differences. And that's where we come in at Tech Against Terrorism in working with the GIF-CT and others. In terms of emerging trends, well, firstly, if we focus on violent Islamist extremism, firstly, we're seeing a worrying resurgence of terrorist-operated websites. More of that in a moment. We're also seeing emerging use of decentralized technologies. That's to say, file storage services that are, in principle, impossible to moderate. There are now services that make it impossible to remove content once it's put on the internet. Most of these are quite difficult to use, and terrorist actors are fairly lazy. So there are some easy targets in terms of traditional platforms that they're still using in abundance. So it's important to stress here that whilst there are some exotic and emerging forms of technology emerging, the majority of terrorist use of the internet is still pretty basic. And it's important that we focus on that first. Thirdly, we're seeing migration to micro file sharing platforms, and these are the type often that terrorists can build themselves. So we are seeing a trend towards terrorists building their own sites, their own services, their own apps. And that presents a new challenge because, well, you can't exactly reach out to the terrorist organization to ask them to turn their website off, can you? And the ethics of this and the legal ramifications are more complex. In terms of extreme far-right terrorism, we are beginning to see these actors mimicking approaches and methodologies previously perfected by violent Islamist extremists. And increased use of decentralized technologies as well. There are a number of specific trends in terms of the use and activity of extreme far-right groups in conflict zones and the overlap between private military contractors and neo-Nazi organizations in Ukraine. And a lot of this is being seen on the internet as well. So in terms of the terrorist use of the internet, it's critical to stress this isn't just about preventing it or stopping it. It's also often about understanding what's happening in various terrorist organizations, which presents an opportunity for improved understanding. Our major concern right now, of course we focus largely on smaller platforms, is what we term terrorist-operated websites, TOWs. Historically, terrorists and violent extremists used forums, so in the early 2000s, quite basic sites. And neo-Nazis did the same, Stormfront, infamously. With the advent of social media, however, most of these services became redundant and were no longer used. However, in the case of going back to the future, what we're now seeing is hundreds of terrorist-operated websites exist. Most of them will stay online for years. Most of them host terabytes of material. And to be clear, there is little point the big platforms and the small platforms removing content here and there if there are hundreds of websites that are freely available, freely accessible, with terabytes of material. There are IS-affiliated TOWs, many of which have been operating for years. And of course, there are equivalents for the extreme far right. And very little, if anything, is being done about these. This is gravely concerning. So at Tech Against Terrorism, we call on the international community to figure out what to do here. The problem with terrorist-operated websites is that they're often obscured, and they're difficult to determine the location. So we ask for support from governments to identify who is hosting these TOWs and to work to remove them. Going on to the terrorist content analytics platform, the TCAP. So it was originally funded by the Canadian government and will continue to be funded by the Canadian government and the US. Using this tool, we track, verify, analyze, and alert terrorist content to smaller platforms on the internet. And since its launch, this has been tremendously successful. In practice, what we do with the TCAP is our team of open source intelligence analysts will identify high likelihood groups and channels on smaller platforms. We will assess the provenance of those groups, the extent to which they're associated with designated terrorist organizations. And then we will automatically scrape and crawl the material that's found and report that to smaller platforms, which means that in practice, we're able to support smaller platforms in removing content within 5 minutes of it being posted. And the core of this methodology is to find where terrorists are operating. They don't go first on Facebook. They go first on their platform of choice, whatever that might be. And we aim to be there so that when they post that content, we can catch it, we can capture it, we can alert it and have it taken down. IS, Al-Qaeda in particular, have a content distribution strategy that's based on parallel posting. So IS will post content on 30 smaller platforms at once. And using our technology, we're able to get to this within about 5 to 10 minutes. So as you can see here, in terms of the submission alerts, we're talking around a few thousand a month, which doesn't sound like a lot, but what we're talking about here is the original content as posted by IS or extreme far-right organizations before it gets elsewhere. So the intent of this is to prevent terrorist content spreading from the epicenter on smaller platforms. And we're pleased to say that more than 90% of the material we refer to smaller platforms is removed. And we aim to extend this. So in terms of the next year or so of development, firstly, we'll be expanding the alerts to platforms, so enhancing our monitoring capability. We already cover around 100 platforms, but there are certainly more that could do with enhanced monitoring. We will start alerting terrorist-operated websites and emails. Terrorist groups, and in particular the extreme far right in the US, use email accounts as part of their propaganda campaigns. And we're pretty good at getting to those email accounts within minutes of them being shared on flyers and taking down those email accounts to disrupt the propaganda campaigns that they're running. Secondly, we'll be working on archiving content. It's important that we're not just alerting, we're archiving, we're keeping a copy of this material so that it can be audited. We're not here to set norms, we're not here to tell platforms what to do. We want to create a system that's transparent. We'll also be stripping out PII, so that it's GDPR compliant, in order to promote more ethical research in this area. And we'll be creating and sharing hashes of this. Thirdly, we'll be expanding the alerts for crisis, for offline crises. So in particular, after events such as Buffalo, we work to identify copies of that content on small platforms and have that removed and alert that accordingly. So in terms of recommendations, firstly, we believe improved crisis alerting is needed so that when there's a physical terrorist attack, platforms are better at removing that content quickly, and in particular smaller platforms, and that requires 24/7-hour coverage. Secondly, as I've said, we believe there needs to be significantly more focus on terrorist-operated websites. Simply put, there's no point focusing on big tech or small tech if terrorists can create their own websites. It's absurd that so many of them are online for so long. Thirdly, we would like to encourage the international community to focus on regulation in a way that makes sense for smaller platforms. And thirdly, of course, ensuring that smaller platforms are supported. Often the policy debate is exclusively about the big platforms, and it's right and proper that the big platforms are in scope. But in reality, terrorists kind of focus on the smaller ones. So we need to make sure that smaller ones are provided support so that enhanced regulation and legislation doesn't undermine smaller platforms. So with that, I will hand back. Thank you very much.
Adam, you're the perfect person to be dealing with counterterrorism tech because you finished exactly on time. Always have to be on time when fighting terrorism in technology. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Ambassador Jean-Paul Laborde. He's a roving ambassador for the Parliamentary Assembly of Mediterranean and special advisor of the president of that international organization on issues related to transnational organized crime, terrorism, as well as the promotion of the rule of law. He is also a professor at the French Military Academy and chairs the activities on cybersecurity, cyber defense, and is the director of the Center of Expertise on CT activities. Jean-Paul Laborde was the head of the Secretariat for the negotiations of the Transnational Organized Crime Convention at the UNODC Vienna before assuming functions of Assistant Secretary General in New York as Executive Director of Counter-Terrorism, Executive Directorate at the UN Security Council until the 31st of July 2017. Ambassador Laborde has a long career in the French judiciary, ending with the positions of President of the Chamber in charge of financial and economic crimes at the Court of Appeals of Aix-en-Provence, and finally judge at the French Judicial Supreme Court, La Cour de Cassation. Floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I cannot start a single presentation on terrorism, on counterterrorism, without paying tribute to the victims. And paying tribute to the victims means victims of all over the world, but it means also a duty. The duty to think out of the box in order to reduce the threat of terrorism, in order not to have new victims of terrorism. But what we could do at the global level to really offer a good, let's say, platform of international cooperation to counter terrorism. I will propose today 3 types of innovations. One of them have been already very well touched by David Scharia and Adam on technology. The other one is, of course, diplomacy, with what we heard from the representative here of the peace process, and what also my 2 friends said, including Jehangir Khan, about what the international cooperation could do. But let's think about something new. First of all, good research. Second, new type of diplomacy. Third, coalition from international organizations and universities. That's the 3 points I want to touch with you today. The first point is good research. Do you know, for example, that insurgency is largely funded by natural resources in Africa? 38% of the resources of terrorist organizations in Africa come from natural resources. Carbon, diamonds, whatever you want, you know. So it has to be tackled, this one. We very often neglect that. Means that good governance and good sustainable development has to take into consideration this transnational organized crime element. Because when we speak about the elements of good governance, we neglect too much to fight transnational organized crime. And to think out of the box that terrorism is funded. ISIS, for example, was really funded by the sale of antiquities by far, let's say, and also drug trafficking. So that's, and now cyber. So that's the first point. Good research. The second point is new diplomacy. New diplomacy means, sorry about that, guys, and good friends here. I think that we have invented, and Majali is here to say that he used to be the vice president of the Knesset, and we work together in the Parliamentary Assembly of Mediterranean. Means that the diplomacy is not only for, let's say, the executive power at the international level, but also at the legislative power. And they do so well, you know, for example, for the dialogue with PLO and in the framework of this international organization. But I can see also many other cases in which this type of diplomacy among the legislators is so efficient because it is underground and it offers new capacities of dialogue that are not offered by the executive power. And I have to pay tribute to this organization of which I am ambassador now because of that. And the third, and I think that really we have to really push this. I also invite our colleague here, responsible for the peace process, to discuss with Majali about what we do on that. The third point is university. Well, very often university, you take university as a place in which you discuss, you can say freely whatever has to be said, etc. Should be also a place in which you can innovate. And innovate on what? I take one example here. We all abandon the idea of having a definition of terrorism at the international level. No. Of course, member states cannot have that. But if technically we want to do that, we have to have a research based on the good research already made by the former president of the International Tribunal on the Lebanon, Antonio Cassese, the famous professor, who has started to say, by the way, we have a customary law offense of terrorism, at the broad sense of that. But we need more work from the universities. And I invite the institute here. Jonathan Davis can convey that to Boaz, but I can perhaps say that later to him. In addition to that, since I am a PAM representative, I am very glad, Jonathan, to offer you a 6 months internship in PAM for one of your students, free of charge, you know, and it will be based in San Remo. And we will offer probably the same to a PLO intern, whatever. But still, this offer is made and official to the ICT. 6 months of internship in San Remo to see what kind of diplomatic work can be done in the framework of the parliamentarian diplomacy. So this is why I want to offer you, because I feel that having been a high official of the UN, I have a duty to continue to, let's say, see the ways, trends, avenues through which we can really make a serious progress. And using this audience here and the researcher here in order to get, you know, the things done rightly. We heard the general who is the commander of the intelligence service in the IDF. He said himself that this comprehensive approach has to be done, has to be there in order to counter your neighbors' terrorist organizations that you have that surround Israel. I can understand that. I am French by nationality, so I know what terrorism means. Perhaps 20 years ago we were still outside of the loop. Now we are at the center of the loop. So, and I know very well here the good relation that you have with my dear friend, the Ambassador Ganor. So I can say that we have really to unite the forces. In my capacity also of professor in the military academy, I am ready to help. I am ready to help you for this research about a real customary law definition of terrorism. Who, at the end of the day, if the General Assembly, if the diplomats, if the states cannot do that, the universities have to do that. And we can do it, because despite the fact that we have 19 sectorial instruments which define perfectly what terrorism is, perfectly, I said. I am a lawyer, as you said, and I was just in my Supreme Court. I don't need that comprehensive definition for the practical cooperation. I need it at the diplomatic level, at the political level. I need it. We need it. All of you, you need it. Despite the fact that we continue to have good international cooperation, we need it. So let's do it at the university level, a kind of congregation of universities from which we can bring that on the table of the diplomats, which will be forced to discuss, excuse me, but it is the way through which it has to be. So with that, I will close my presentation by, quoting a famous French author, Albert Camus, which is known because he is also from the Mediterranean area. He was born in Algeria. He said something that you have to keep in mind. And he was saying that at the when he received the Nobel Prize of Literature, not so far from your place, my dear. He said, our world tomorrow, it was in 1956, our world tomorrow will be what we would like it be, but our common will should be the strongest one, lasting for the longest time possible. On that, I engage yourself to continue very strongly, as we have here an example with Boaz, and I want to thank him to have invited me here, his team, Jonathan, the other researchers. So let's be the strongest that we can be in order to counter terrorism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup for your very, very kind offer, which is accepted with open arms from the Institute for Counterterrorism on behalf of Professor Ganor. I should also mention that it is of great importance to hear individuals at this conference with a French accent.
Thank you very much.
We need more people from France with a French accent speaking here at this conference, so your representation is of really great importance. Stevie, I understand that you're taking over now? You've got something to say to the audience? Okay, so we're waiting for 1 minute for the delegation of the Abraham Accords, I think, to come down here. Hopefully they'll come down here tout de suite. Hopefully. And once more, thank you very much. While we're waiting, I would just like to remind everyone in the audience that we have a master's degree in counterterrorism at Reichman University, supervised by the Institute for Counterterrorism. And this is a master's degree, which is a 1-year degree. If you want to do it together with a thesis, it's a 2-year degree. So you can speak to my representative, Valerie, who is here. She recruits for that. Secondly, I would like to remind everyone that we have internships which take place. Excuse me, sir? Sir? I'm speaking now. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's an Israeli habit to speak a lot, but you'll bear with us as it's an international conference. Okay? And actually, I would also like to mention that we have an executive education program here at ICT, which lasts 2 weeks. It takes place twice a year, and we've got individuals who come from all over the place. Speak to Stevie or Boaz about that executive education program because it's excellent. It's an excellent place, by the way, to network because you've got international folks coming from different security services all over the world to do this executive education 2-week program. And they also travel throughout Israel. They've got field trips, and it's on an extremely high level. And on that note, we can meditate for the next few seconds as I ad-lib prior to Professor Ganor bringing down the distinguished Abraham Accord delegation. I imagine they're procrastinating because they have another country that they're signing up for the Abraham Accords. So that's possibly the reason why they're late. Okay, so we'll find out who the new country is. Boaz, who do you think it's going to be? Oman? Who is it? Saudi Arabia? It could be Pakistan. Okay, Dr. Khan has a lot of influence. You're here. Syria. There's a pretty good chance of that. We'll have to discuss that with Mr. Putin first, okay? Or the Iranians, depending on the day and on the mood, okay? So without any further ado, I'm handing over to the Abraham Accords, okay? Tfaddal. Shukran, ya aini.
Thank you very much. My name is Joshua Zarka. I'm from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I'm heading the Strategic Affairs. We had an excellent discussion, a panel discussion with 4 participants. 2 of us are here. We will read some comments and then open it to questions. So please feel free to ask anything you would like. On August 13, the Abraham Accords turned 2 years old. During 4 months after the announcements, political agreements were signed between Israel and 4 countries, Bahrain, UAE, Morocco, and Sudan, and diplomatic missions were opened in each of the countries. Israeli delegations in 3 countries, and 3 countries opened the delegations here. Bahrain was clearly one of them, UAE, as well as Morocco. The signing of the agreements is a culmination of a process that began 20 years ago, in which, frankly, I had the privilege to participate and take part from almost the very beginning. The Abraham Accords were signed as a common vision, with the purpose of creating a common future, not for the purpose of targeting and countering a common enemy. So the purpose was peace, not countering anything. It is also worth noting that along the Abraham Accords, the Negev Summit was held in last March, which was attended by those countries as well as Egypt. Also, the Negev Summit, aspects of regional security and common challenges were discussed, among other things, and how to cooperate in order to deal with them better. At the end of the summit, the Negev Summit, working groups of different natures, security, education, water management, food, etc., were established. And we here discuss today the whole issue of terrorism. The Israeli perspective of terrorism is one that is known. We are facing a threat emanating mainly from a country less than terrorist organizations of the kind that other countries, or most of the countries around the world, are facing. At the same time of the positive events I've just described, the Iran Accords and the Negev Summit, historic developments were happening. Israel and other moderate countries in the region are still facing a terrorist threat that is fundamentally different from the threat of most countries the world face. It is a threat that is initiated and carried on by one country, and that is Iran. Iran wants to change the reality on the ground, the basic situation, through the use of different tools. Welcome. Wants to change the reality on the ground through the use of different tools, the use of proxies and terrorism. In the last 2 years, Iran carried out, both by itself and through its proxies, hundreds of attacks against moderate Sunni countries, coalition forces, merchant ships, and energy transport containers in one of the most important trade routes in the world, as well as it took the attacks it conducted or tried to conduct against Israeli interests, Israeli diplomats, Israeli business people, and Israeli tourists. From a conventional military point of view, Iran is a weak country due to a deep economic crisis, old military equipment, and it is also backed by the trauma of the Iran-Iraq war of the 80s and the results that came out of it. On the other hand, Iran has expansion ambitions and an intention of regional hegemony, and it is exporting the Islamic revolution and a doctrine, and it has a doctrine that aims to keep armed conflict away from its territory as far as possible. Therefore, Iran is using terrorism as a legitimate tool to advance its goals while taking into account its weakness and the military superiority of its rivals over it. We are of the view that this is a situation that requires a strong response, a regional response, and possibly a cooperated one. The panel discussion conclusion, at least the way I see it, they represent only my views. There is a broad agreement on the fact that what characterizes Shia terrorism as opposed to Sunni, that what characterizes Shia terrorism as opposed to Sunni terrorism is the fact that it is backed by a country and it has more funding. It was agreed that the Negev Forum is the right platform to foster CTED efforts in the Middle East and beyond, especially West Africa, where the Iranian influence is developing. We have seen positive momentum in fighting terrorism in Latin America through the designation of Hezbollah in 14 countries. There was a broad agreement on the need of international norms and non-state regulations in the regards of proliferations of strategic weapons, missile technologies, unmanned aerial systems to non-state actors. We have seen hundreds of attacks against civil targets in the Middle East by Iran and its proxies using UAVs and missiles. The UN and the GCTF are the relevant fora to advance such norms and regulations, and it was suggested that the work by CTED on the topic could be a good starting point. Lastly, there was an imperative to fight indoctrination and radicalization, especially regarding the use of the social media by terrorist groups. The international community should join to tackle this threat. The best way may be not to impose regulations, but to engage through dialogue with big platforms and initiatives like Christchurch, and create credible, viable counter-narratives to indoctrination. This is a short statement that I thought about we presented. Nancy, would you like to say a word?
Yes, please. Good morning, everybody. This is my first public performance here in Israel. I'm very happy to be here. And because it's my first, I think formal remarks are necessary, so please bear with me. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this week we are marking the second anniversary of the Abraham Accords, a courageous step that was taken by our leaders towards preserving regional stability and enhancing cooperation. As a Bahraini diplomat, being here today in the sunny city of Herzliya, attending the 21st World Summit on Counterterrorism, it is a clear example of one of the very many promising outcomes of the Abraham Accords that would not have been possible but a few years ago. And even more so, my presence here on this panel is a prime indication of the Kingdom of Bahrain's commitment to the very principles of the Abraham Accords that envisioned peace, security, and prosperity in the region and around the world. With this inspirational stride, the Kingdom of Bahrain chartered a new course in the history of Arab-Israeli relations. By recognizing the State of Israel in such a public demonstration and normalizing friendly diplomatic relations, the region embarked on a new era of cross-regional dynamics, opening up a new strategic opportunity. Since then, we have seen domino effect regional and international policies that have taken place over the course of the last 2 years that are expected to continue towards building a more positive networking construct, to say the least. During my career, serving His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa's government, I have been well indoctrinated into a system of working towards preserving peace and stability and aiming to strengthen sustainable regional and global mechanisms that align perspectives and attain prosperity for all. Our Crown Prince, Deputy Supreme Commander and Prime Minister, His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, continuously engages government resources to achieve our monarch's vision of protecting, institutionalizing, and enhancing the values of coexistence and harmony to achieve stability and safeguard legitimate rights. At the Abraham Accords signing ceremony that took place at the White House, Bahrain's speech noted that this achievement represented a moment of hope and opportunity for all the peoples of the Middle East, and in particular for the millions of younger generations who have never known normalcy. And so, by attempting to ease a decades-old struggle through a new approach, a conviction was born that dire situations may change for the better and that people and nations are masters of their own destiny. The Kingdom of Bahrain recognizes that a solid foreign policy is one that encourages cross-border cooperation as the most effective means to achieve stability, prosperity, and in extension, paves the way for collaborative efforts to counter common threats. As a proud member of the international community, Bahrain has never shied away from taking on its responsibility towards supporting those in need. Bahrain willingly participates in regional and global efforts that attempt to achieve a better life for mankind, be it vulnerable communities suffering from extremist entrenchment or strata of society searching for a solution. And in accordance, the obligation we have assumed to co-chair the Regional Security Working Group together with the United States of America under the umbrella of the Negev Forum is one we grasp with vigor. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, our region continues to suffer from conflict and threats, and supporting each other in times of need is detrimental to the world we envision for our future generations. The areas of cooperation that have been built so far between the Kingdom of Bahrain and the State of Israel are mere pillars from which we continue our commitment to engage, emerge, and grow together. We must recognize, though, that in order to achieve sustainable peace for our entire region, the onus is on us to realize a regional willingness to engage and cooperate. Differences exist and perceptions vary, hence exchanging notes and translating perceptions remains essential. The idea is to start from where we find commonalities and set aside those that contradict. Perhaps will come the day that those discrepancies will diminish. Here lies the opportunity for us as government officials, scholars, and practitioners to be part of the manifestation of this vision by building on understandings of our common threats and working towards promoting combined counter-exercises and collaborative preventative measures. We have the ability to get our voice heard. Thereby, counter-terrorism, counter-extremism, counter-terrorist financing have become platforms from which we may begin to plate understanding and build trust. Another step into the light. And from here, it is only natural to mention our shared position on the dilemma brought about by Iran's menacing aspirations within the neighborhood. Those who perceive it from a regional security standpoint might brush it off as a sheer nuisance, but to us, the threat to our national security is real and true. We trust that our strategic partners and allies and those at the tables in Vienna have taken our concerns to heart, and we in Bahrain continue to promote a Middle East free of weapons of mass destruction. To conclude, the Kingdom of Bahrain has confronted many threats and has faced the eye of the storm time and time again. In both national and regional contexts, we understand the plight that all nations and communities face, and so we stay true to our commitment to supporting nations of the world to achieve peace and prosperity. Building strong global, bilateral and multilateral partnerships and cooperation as such will remain cornerstone to our foreign policy. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm sorry, my apologies. To come late. I was not supposed to take the floor, but since, as it appears on the program, but since I was invited, I'm glad really to be here and to participate for the first time for me. To be in Israel and to participate in this activity. I learned a lot from what has been said during the previous sessions. I enjoyed also a deep discussion this morning with the colleagues. My colleague, Ambassador Joshua, shared some of the ideas that has been shared and discussed during this session. Before coming to this meeting and few days, there were a communique issued by an inter-Arab committee expressing its solidarity with Morocco when it comes to interference of Iran in the through its proxies in the Moroccan internal affairs. In particular, the connections with armed militia and arms groups, which is located in our eastern border in Algeria. Such interference is actually taking dangerous manifestations through training of these arms groups, through also indoctrination, but also exchange of visits back and forth. And this is what I shared with the colleagues this morning. This is among the rare occasions when we are talking about such threat. Our interlocutors are not looking to either the ceiling or one of the corners of the room. So we think that the threats we are facing here should be looked at in a comprehensive way. We need to look to the threat in all its forms through the years, so as we can come up with a concrete response in a unified way, but also in while not just looking to our own specific context, but looking also to the whole landscape of the threat. This is the best answer we could come up. And the negative process that emerged from the Abraham Accord, it's well placed really to explore such new approach, so as we can take on board all the specific manifestation of the threat, but also taking into account all the interest, the convergent interest towards this threat. So once again, the opportunity to exchange, to our respective experiences with one threat will allow us really to come up with. It will require additional resources and efforts, but it's worth to really to invest, looking to the whole spectrum. We are thankful to the Kingdom of Bahrain for hosting the first meetings of the platform and the security working group. And I think, with this first meeting, we will be able to develop the platform so what it will meet all the objectives. Coming to the paramount, let's say, framework, which is the Abraham Accords, we see it as an opportunity for the region really to come up with or to reach a different environment that will preserve the stability and prosperity for the entire region within the parameters that has been defined. As Morocco, and this is what I wanted to emphasize, it's a slightly different story because we are rather in a logic of resumption of our relations with the ties, the human ties. Morocco has with Israel, with this, the rich and diverse community of Moroccan Israeli citizens. And while coming to Israel, I enjoyed the discussions and what I heard from the visitors on the bilateral dimension. And it's an opportunity for me also. This year was really a high momentum to develop our relations with extensive visits and all the projects we managed to develop. So coming to the session once again, thank Joshua for really facilitating our discussions and for sharing some of the ideas that has been discussed. And once again, thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Well, in the name of ICT, the Institute for Counterterrorism, I really would like to thank Your Excellencies for coming to the conference. It has a lot of meaning for all of us, experts on counterterrorism that came from all over the world, and listening to your words, Excellencies, and see that first-track discussion between governments on the subject matter of counterterrorism can be conducted on a second-track platform like this summit of ICT. It explains this synergy and need to build those networks of cooperation in order to contend, as said by Ambassador Jamal, to contend with the threat of counterterrorism on one hand, the threat of terrorism on one hand, and the threat of extremism on the other hand. This is a joint common denominator that we all have, borderless, regardless of political views. We are all sharing the same goal, Israelis, Arabs, and others. And we thank you for taking the time and having this discussion, especially thank to Ambassador Zarka, that without you, this important session, which was in closed doors, mainly was discussed in closed doors. This is only a reflection of what you did. It wouldn't happen without you, so thank you very much for that. But since you ordered questions, so I'll take the opportunity to ask the first question. And you talked about...
Be gentle.
I will. You talked, I take this as a warning, not as a suggestion. The elephant in the room is clear. You've mentioned, and this is Iran. And I would like to know if and when the nuclear agreement will be signed, and probably will funnel billions of dollars to Iran, and some of it would support proxies of Iran that threaten all the countries that are represented on stage now and other countries around the world, is a concern that you have, and what do you think needed to be done in order to contend with that?
So thank you for your kind words, and actually thank you for the question. It gives me a good opportunity to actually speak about the way we perceive Iran as a threat and what we feel about the agreement. So it must be said, Israel is not supportive of the agreement that has been negotiated. It's not that we are not supportive of any agreement. What Israel would like to see is a comprehensive and permanent solution to the Iranian nuclear threat, comprehensive, permanent, and diplomatic solution to the Iranian nuclear threat. The JCPOA was not comprehensive and definitely was not permanent because of the fact that it had sunset, and the agreement that was negotiated in the last year and a half to 2 years was basically a return to the JCPOA as such, and in our opinion was a very bad option. One of the reasons we believe that it is a bad option, it has to do with the fact that almost immediately, in relative terms, Iran would have the opportunity to put its hand on billions of dollars, on dozens of billions of dollars. Now, we are looking at the way Iran behaves currently when they have budgetary constraints and they don't have the money that they would like to have. And still, a Shiite fighter in Syria owns 10 times what a doctor working in Tehran or in other country, in other parts of Iran owns. So there are no doubts in our mind that if Iran would indeed put its hands on such a large amount of money, a good part of it would go to its proxies for the purpose of continuing destabilizing the region, aiming at moderate countries and Abraham Accords countries, and definitely also targeting us. So yes, we are worried about it. We believe that it is a threat. It could be an immediate threat to the state of Israel. And we have voiced these opinions to our friends and partners that are negotiating and others that have an interest in it.
Thank you for having us, Professor. Bahrain is a very small country that doesn't necessarily have any over-ambitious international ambitions, let's say. But it does have the right and the obligation to protect its borders, its people, and its sovereignty. Any international initiative, agreement, whatever it may be, that affects or has impact on our national security is worrisome. Today, within the closed session, we discussed the different means of moving together, cooperating and coordinating our efforts, that should the JCPOA be signed or not, there are international mechanisms that we can use in order to protect ourselves from what may be coming. Thank you.
Actually, talking about the possible signing of a new agreement, actually for us, it's a dilemma. Because when the JCPOA was signed, we were told that it's a good agreement. So, okay, we said, good. After that, we heard from the stakeholders that it was not enough, it was not good. Said, okay, so what is the next steps? And after that, it was, negotiations initiated with all what, we listened to. But this is exactly what I was referring to, during the discussion. The security is indivisible. If the aim is to ensure security and stability and prosperity for all. It should be for all. And that's why I said, I mean, the new approach needed is to take into consideration the interests of all, including the GCC region, the Gulf countries' interests and security, which is part of our security, which is part of Moroccan security, but also to take into consideration what we are also talking about the manifestation of the same threat in our borders, involving the same actors plus one, which is our neighbor in the east. So talking about any agreement for us, yes, if it could ensure security and stability for all stakeholders, including, I mean, in broader way, it would be a good thing. But I mean, to take it just from specific landscapes and not to take on board also the concerns of other stakeholders across the region, and we are part of the region. I think it's, there is a need to develop much more broader approach to it and to take into consideration also what is happening elsewhere, which will impact ultimately not only the security of, I'm talking about Morocco, North Africa, and West Africa, but globally. So this is, I mean, the thinking we are developing, thinking about our partners and allies, but also, I mean, ultimately thinking about our legitimate concerns with what we are facing as immediate threat on our borders. So this is, I mean, some ideas I am able to share with you when it comes to your question. Thank you.
Any questions? Anybody has a question to the panel? Raise your hand. We have a microphone. Okay. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to host the kingdoms of Morocco and Bahrain at this conference. When we began these conferences a number of years ago, we never dreamt that we would be here. So I think we owe a debt of gratitude to our respective leaders and other leaders in the world who had the wisdom to create the Abraham Accords. And there's no doubt that the Abraham Accords and those who participate in it can play a major role in fighting terrorism, which includes state terrorism, such as that of Iran, which you discussed here during this panel. So thank you very much for your presence. Earlier this morning, I spoke about the British delegation, which couldn't be here, unfortunately, and once more, we miss Metropolitan Police Assistant Commissioner for Counterterrorism, Neil Basu, not being able to be here this morning, and Chief Constable of the British Transport Police, Lucy Dorsey, who could not be with us this morning, and Graham Ellis, all of this due to the sad passing of the Queen of England. And once more, we wish the best of luck to our British counterparts in protecting the funeral which will be taking place in the United Kingdom, and especially safeguarding the funeral from potential terrorism, which we know there must be at least one or two terrorists in the world who wouldn't mind disrupting that funeral. So we understand that our counterparts, why they could not be here. Let's have a hand for our British counterparts who right now are fighting terrorism in the UK. Thank you, and thank you, Sir David Gerard and Ava Chang. We wish you could be with us as well. We all miss you very much. And now you have a very, very hard-earned break where you can drink coffee and you can eat as much as you want because it's at the expense of Professor Boaz Ganor and the Institute for Counterterrorism. There's very few free lunches around here, okay? So enjoy yourselves. Okay, I hope you all enjoyed your break. Got some caffeine in your veins, and we're all ready to roll here. We've heard some amazing presentations this morning from people who hail from Pakistan, who hail from Morocco, who hail from Bahrain, who hail from France, who hail from the United Kingdom. I think it's time for someone with an Italian accent. That's what I think. So our next keynote speaker is Mr. Claudio Galzerano, who is a Brigadier General of the Italian National Police. He was born in Rome in 1963. Since December 2020, he's the director of the European Counter-Terrorism Center at Europol. He graduated in law at the University of Rome. He joined the Italian National Police in 1991. Since 1996, he has been engaged in countering internal and international terrorism, starting with the Digos field offices of Milan and Rome, and then the Central Directorate of Prevention Police, where he was for 10 years the director of the International Anti-Terrorism Division until his promotion as Brigadier General in March 2016. In September 2017, he was appointed Director of Counter-International Extremism and Terrorism Services within the Central Directorate of Prevention Police. For his professional activity in the field of fighting organized crime and terrorism, Mr. Claudio Galzerano has received several awards in Italy and abroad. I'm happy to tell you that we've had a number of outstanding Italian students who have completed our degree in counterterrorism, and they've gone back to serve in the security services in Italy. And I'm also happy to tell you that per capita, we have more Italian students on this campus than any other country in Europe. We have 60 Italian students studying here full-time. Many of them are also studying counterterrorism. The floor is yours.
So thank you for this very important introduction for me. I'm so happy to be here in this conference, also to bring our experience at European level to this environment of researchers and esteemed colleagues and professors. So my name is Claudio Galzerano. The introduction was really so highlighting the most important parts of my career. But I think that after, so just to explain to you that after more than 20, I should say more than 25 years in counterterrorism at the national level, I decided to bring my experience also to the European level, because I strongly believe that integration and cooperation at the European level is now the first defense for our communities from the counter-terrorism threats. And I use the plural because it doesn't exist just one threat from terrorism, but it's, I should say, it's the complexity of the threat imposes us to use the plural in this field. So I would like also to thank our hosts on behalf of Europol, which has participated in this summit for several years as part of its wider engagement with the region. I am thankful to this opportunity to increase our collective operational and strategic knowledge. We all have so much to learn from each other, international agencies, state representatives, city researchers, and experts. What I would like to do is to share with you a few thoughts on Europol's perspective on counterterrorism. I would like also to emphasize the importance of improved strategic and operational information exchange in building a better response to tomorrow's challenges. As far as the terrorist threats are concerned, I would like to provide you with a few snapshots on the terrorist threats in Europe, based mainly on our flagship product, the EU Terrorism Situation and Trend Report. I think the TSAT is well known in our environment. And the last edition, I had the honor to present the last edition before the European Parliament last month of June. Though 2021 saw the lowest number of completed jihadist attacks in the EU in several years, jihadist terrorism is still considered the most serious terrorist threat to the Europe. The activity of CT units in Europe was intense in 2021 as they foiled 8 terrorist plots. 3 completed jihadist attacks were carried out. All of them were carried out by lone actors. By contrast, 4 groups of varying size were dismantled and their members arrested for planning and preparing attacks. These numbers are clearly going down, yet for all its efforts and successes, the CT community simply cannot afford to relax its vigilance. As regards the European judicial and law enforcement response, 388 individuals were arrested in the European Union in 2021 on suspicion of terrorism-related offenses. The majority of them occurred in the context of jihadist terrorism. The radicalization of young people, including inside prisons, continues to be a key concern of ours. So is the question of returnees, of course. 2 foreign terrorist fighters were arrested in Spain and Austria as recently as July and August 2022. As well as a number of other last year in Bulgaria, Greece, Italy, and Spain. Controlling European borders is a never-ending job that asks for collective action and robust information exchange. Europol also keeps a close watch on the threat posed by right-wing terrorism, which manifested itself in 2021 in Austria and Sweden, for example, where 2 attacks were foiled, as in Belgium, where 1 attack failed in 2021. Clearly, we have an influence also of developments outside the European Union, an impact on our internal security. ECTC is looking closely at terrorist organizations and the world geopolitics that may impact the EU terrorist landscape. Although Islamic State and Al-Qaeda have failed to carry out a large-scale attack in Europe since 2017, they continue to incite lone actors' attacks in the West via their propaganda. Both terrorist organizations still carry out a number of attacks in regions such as the Middle East or Africa. This is well known, of course. And there is the clear attempt to gain control over various territories with a view to building safe havens. Monitoring the activities of both terrorist organizations and their affiliates is of paramount importance also for us. Events such as the escape of an unknown number of fighters after the Islamic State's assault on Gwarian prison in the northeastern Syrian town of Zarka in January 2022 makes it clear that the threat posed by Islamic State is far from over. Until now, developments in Afghanistan have not impacted the terrorist threat to EU member states. However, in the long term, terrorists and proxies in the country may use Afghanistan as an hub for rebuilding and preparing attacks against targets in EU member states and other countries around the world. The death of Ayman al-Zawahiri in Kabul, the 31st July 2022, raises a series of questions about Al-Qaeda's leadership and its ties with the Haqqani network. Since the Taliban's takeover of Afghanistan, member states, EU institutions, and the wider international community have taken a number of actions towards a more coordinated, targeted, and adapted response, although a number of challenges persists when it comes to the exchange of information. Among those actions, I can mention the European Counter-Terrorism Coordinator CTED Action Plan on Afghanistan. It was a very complex document with many difficulties in its implementation. Another major source of concern for the European Union is obviously the war in Ukraine for three principal reasons. First, European foreign fighters who traveled to Ukraine. The figure is always flexible, let's say that like that, because also member states are considering this problem part of the intelligence and part of the law enforcement community. So we have no, should say, a unified picture of this problem, and this is an issue that should be addressed, but the figures, as far as I know, shouldn't be so impressive until this moment. But there is always the risk that the European fighters that went to Ukraine gain knowledge and training in weapons, combat techniques, and handling explosives. This may increase their ability to commit possibly violent ideology-motivated crimes when they return back home. A second worry is the risk of infiltration of terrorists into refugee flows. The CTC has initiated a series of key actions in order to strengthen security checks at the EU external borders. For instance, Europol staff with technical skills were sent to Ukrainian neighboring countries to help member states, local authorities to enhance security checks at the EU external borders. And lastly, the huge availability of weapons in Ukraine may be a future source of illegal arms supply. The variety of material that may be retrieved and used for terrorist purposes is worrisome. Europol is working closely with Ukrainian officials to mitigate the threat of arms trafficking into the European Union. The presenters before me insisted a lot on the importance of counterterrorism, transnational, international cooperation. I'm a strong supporter of this. There is no counterterrorism without the full contribution from each member state, each stakeholder, each person involved. And so I can confirm that since its creation, ICTC has worked tirelessly to provide tailored support to counterterrorism services, helping them to adapt to new European counterterrorist policies. I have to stress again that cooperation is key in the way the European Counterterrorism Center performs its mission. That is the reason why Europol keeps bolstering its counterterrorism joint liaison team, which involves today dedicated liaison officers from 19 member states and 6 third countries. They are regularly attending meetings at Europol on a weekly basis at Europol in The Hague. And in this exercise, the information exchange between counterterrorism services and the Europol has been sped up and the request process for specialized support accelerated. In the first 6 months of 2022, the European Counter-Terrorism Service has dispatched the staff for dozens of action days and support on the spot. To offer the best operational support possible, ECTC has promoted a couple of very relevant initiatives, in our opinion. The first is the operational task force on high-value targets that have been set up. Operational task forces established at Europol provide platforms for law enforcement from different countries to work directly together on elected cases and systematically exchange operational information. Secondly, since 2019, ECTC has developed operational cooperation between European Union and non-European Union CT investigative units through 4 terrorism identification task forces. What is a terrorist identification task force? Is an action week organized at Europol premises, targeting special and specific topics, such as, for instance, Hezbollah, terrorist organization, the Islamist threat to Europe from the Western Balkans, the misuse of cryptocurrency for terrorism financing. The CTC is doing its best to adapt the evolving security trends, such as the rising threat coming from right-wing violent extremist terrorist groups and individuals. The CTC has increased its expertise and dedicated more staff to the topic. The mission of the European Union Internet Referral Unit, the EU IRU, was amended to monitor the online propaganda of violent right-wing groups. The support of Europol was extended in various highly sensitive CT cases. Between 5 and 13 May 2022, I would like to recall that a large-scale referral action day targeting terrorist and extremist audio content online took place involving ECTC and 6 countries. This referral action day was initiated in order to respond to a growing amount of jihadist and right-wing terrorist and violent extremist propaganda on the music entertainment company SoundCloud. Some 1,100 profiles and audio files assessed as illegal were flagged to this company, and upon review, SoundCloud deleted the reported files that were considered a breach of its terms and conditions. About the new European counter-terrorism policies, I would like to mention the terrorism content online regulation adopted in 2021 and entered into force last June. To support the implementation of this regulation, ECTC is developing a dedicated tool. The name of this tool is PERSI. It is an acronym that means Platform to Counter Illegal Content Online. And this tool will be able to connect competent authorities in all European member states, enabling them to use one system to facilitate the transmission of referrals and removal orders to hosting service providers for the swift removal of online terrorist content. The use of a single tool will ensure interoperability, facilitating coordination of action, deconfliction to avoid interference with ongoing investigations. So this is of the utmost importance for us, and avoidance of duplication in the issuing of removal orders. And looking ahead, ECTC is focusing its resources on addressing the new challenges and possible misuse of the new technologies. For instance, since 2018, the Internet Referral Unit at Europol has assessed the high interest of terrorist groups for the use of alternative platforms and software, something that has already been mentioned this morning. These are open source or free software, freeware, in some cases decentralized, and relying on blockchain or peer-to-peer technology, abused to create news feeds and repositories of propaganda releases. The Internet Referral Unit at Europol is focusing its actions on these new technologies that in the future, I should say the near future, shall encompass the metaverse and their implications in the current and future counterterrorism investigations for better supporting and raising awareness among ICTC partners in cooperation with the private sector. I am arrived to my conclusions. I would like to highlight a few ways Europol is seeking to move forward. It is one of the ECTC's priorities to build a more efficient interagency dialogue, including intelligence services. So we are a law enforcement agency, but strongly convinced that the dialogue and the perception of security, as one of our presenters before has told us, should be understood in an holistic way. There is no possibility to fraction security, to split securities in several parts. So intelligence and law enforcement, in my opinion, are belonging to the same security environment, and we should find increasingly more efficient way how to integrate our dialogue. It's for us, what we would like to accomplish is a sort of cultural change for law enforcement. So to switch from repression to prevention. This is of capital importance. To anticipate, to prevent things is much, much better than react maybe in not the proper way after in a post-attack situation. So it is my belief that Europe can be more than the sum of its parts, and that is why the European Counterterrorism Center feels it is on a special mission to achieve what member states cannot achieve alone. Through ECTC, member states can come up with a common response to terrorism and develop stronger exterior strategic relations. Europol works hard at enhancing international partnerships, as well as building closer ties with key partners and regions, such as the Middle East and North African countries, as well as the Western Balkans. Those partners include the city services, international agencies, but also relevant academic research centers that can help identify new trends at an early stage and make it possible to spot policy shortfalls. In that regard, a last remark, I'm confident the amended Europol regulation will create new opportunities for counterterrorism investigations, for instance, by facilitating the flow of information originating from private parties and by reinforcing the cooperation with non-European countries. Cooperation and information sharing is and always will be a work in progress that needs to be promoted and never taken for granted. It is always the most important achievement for us. Thank you very much for your attention, and apologies for my strong Italian accent.
Grazie, Claudio. And I think the Europol is lucky to have an Italian general fighting terrorism, okay, in Europe. And thank you for your cooperation. Appreciate it. It's now my absolute pleasure to introduce Mr. Andreas Schulz, who started his career at the Federal Ministry of the Interior in 1990. He served on the Directorate General for the Federal Border Police Matters, head of the Schengen Division, and head of the Division for International Police Matters at the Federal Ministry. Between 2010 and 2014, he served as the Deputy Head Directorate General for Public Service Matters at the Federal Ministry of Interior. Since June 2014, Mr. Schultz has served as the head of the Directorate for Counterterrorism, Extremism, and Organized Crime at the Federal Ministry of the Interior. The floor is yours, and I think the people of Israel are very grateful to the leadership in Germany for accepting the responsibility of the Munich massacre, which was a definite act of terrorism, and the facing of that responsibility and the fact that there's a lesson learned from it. I think it took a tremendous amount of courage on the part of the German leadership, and I think it's a very important lesson in counterterrorism, and it's so fitting that you should be here to speak to us today. I should also mention that we have a number of German students studying counterterrorism here. They are graduates of the German Armed Forces. We have one in the audience here who's a graduate of the military police. He promised not to handcuff me on the way out. So, the floor is yours.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the German accent. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin my presentation by thanking our hosts and the International Institute for Counterterrorism in Herzliya for organizing this conference. The Federal Ministry of the Interior and Community, Mrs. Nancy Faeser, maintains a close relationship with Israel. She visited Israel on her first trip outside the EU just a few months after she took office. Just a few days ago, Ms. Faeser pointed out the importance of the German-Israeli security cooperation during a speech in Munich. She was speaking at an event commemorating the dreadful attack by Palestinian terrorists on the Israeli Olympic team in Munich in 1972. Ms. Faeser was pleased to be invited to participate in this year's conference, but unfortunately, she cannot attend due to other commitments. She sends her warmest regards and asked me to participate on her behalf, which I'm more than happy to do. Before I start outlining the current threats as we at my ministry see them, I would like to point out the value for both of our countries of German-Israeli cooperation in the field of counterterrorism. Just last week, we held our annual meeting on German-Israeli cooperation on law enforcement and counterterrorism. The meeting was attended by our partners in the Israeli Ministry of Public Security, my ministry, and various agencies from both countries. We resumed our meetings as soon as possible after a short break due to the coronavirus pandemic. We held one last year in Israel and then another last week in Munich, Germany, right after the event commemorating the Olympic attack. This was highly symbolic. The brutality of the attack on the Israeli Olympic team by a group of Palestinian terrorists during the 1972 Olympic Games in Munich is still shocking today. Thank you. Without any warning, in the middle of a joyful, carefree sporting competition, the lives of 12 innocent people were taken suddenly and without mercy. even before we see the individual results of new efforts to come to terms with these events from history, it's clear that there were major failings and mistakes in the security provided for the athletes at the 1970 Games. The same thing is true of the organization and execution of the unsuccessful attempt to free the hostages at the airport. It took too long to admit these mistakes. We must also remember that this terrorist attack became an unhappy driving force for us to improve the government's reaction to terrorist attacks. One result of this necessary development was the founding of what was known as Border Protection Group 9, today the Federal Police Special Forces, GSG 9, and the Special Operation Units of the federal states. Since they were founded, these units have been deployed numerous times in Germany and abroad. I'm sure the next speaker, Olaf Lindner, will talk about this in more detail. 50 years after the terrible attacks during the Olympic Games in Munich, the world is even more affected by large numbers of wars and conflicts, and the fight against the different types of terrorism still needs our full attention and strength. Most of these conflicts affect the stability of several regions. The war in Ukraine has been going on for more than 6 months now. In addition to terrible loss of life, this war has had a massive impact on migration, the grain market, and the energy market. There are regions in Africa where Islamist forces and Russian mercenaries are gaining ground. Russia may use the instability created by this fact as yet another lever in its reckless campaign against the free world. Instability in Afghanistan is giving Al-Qaeda ground to regain power. Beside traditional violent conflicts, we also face information warfare by means of fake news campaigns and cyber attacks seeking to undermine, attack, and destabilize societies. We are seeing the effects of climate change in many regions of the world, which can have consequences for stability, food, and migration. To sum up the situation, the world is becoming more and more complex, and the conflicts we face are very varied. In my keynote today, I will focus on 2 types of terrorism. The first is inherently global, Islamist terrorism, whereas the second is usually seen more as local or regional, right-wing extremism terrorism. Of course, there are many other forms of extremism and terrorism, whether it is international left-wing terrorism, cyber terrorism, which is increasing rapidly, or nuclear, biological, and chemical terrorism. And maybe we'll see a new type of extremism in future, climate extremism. I have limited time, so I will focus on the first 2 types. The danger from Islamist terrorism remains strong. Germany and Europe are still in the sights of a range of jihadist organizations, with Daesh and Al-Qaeda at the fore. To give you a few figures, since 2000 in Germany, 11 attacks have been carried out with Islamist motives, including the terrible attack on the Christmas market in Berlin in December 2016, which left 13 people dead and more than 60 injured, among them 2 Israeli citizens, Dalia Ilyakim, who was murdered, and her husband Rami, who was severely injured in the attack. The attack was carried out with a hijacked truck. In the same period, more than 20 other attacks were planned and successfully prevented, and a handful of attacks were planned but failed due to technical problems. I'm well aware that European and Israeli perceptions of the threat of Islamist terrorism differ in at least some areas. When terrorist threats are mentioned in Israel, the first perpetrators to come to mind are groups such as Hamas or Hezbollah, whereas Germany and Europe focus on Daesh and Al-Qaeda and the terrorism they inspire. Even though Daesh, or the Islamic State, as we call it, is greatly weakened, it is obviously capable of adapting its structures and methods. It has gone from being a kind of a proto-state to an underground organization that has managed to continue its terrorist activities. It also appears to have retained most of its funding sources, and it has been able to continue its propaganda activities. Thanks to action by the global coalition against Daesh and by law enforcement authorities, Daesh is clearly less able to carry out large-scale, complex attacks in Europe, like those that took place in Paris in November 2015 and in Brussels in March 2016. But it has adapted to these new circumstances and strives to inspire attacks by radical Islamists and sympathizers in Western countries, especially through its digital propaganda channels. The threat of terrorist attacks, especially by individuals acting alone, remains high. We are seeing more jihadist attacks by so-called lone wolves, or rather self-radicalized individuals, because I do not like the former term. But I will come to that shortly. Individuals carrying out terrorist attacks often use everyday objects that can be obtained and used easily, particularly knives and vehicles. Almost all of these attacks are on civilian targets, people going about their daily lives. We should not overestimate the rationality of these attackers. While there are many who act on deep-rooted extreme religious beliefs, there are others who just are looking for a way to justify their criminal or even suicidal intentions. This means that their choice of ideological rationale may in fact be random, and religion may actually just be a way to whitewash their true intentions. Intelligence also shows that attackers rarely act entirely on their own. I therefore find the popular term lone wolf misleading and difficult. Radicalization, the motivation for and decision to conduct an attack, including the means of attack, are always initiated, encouraged or influenced by others, one way or another. At the same time, the radicalization process is strongly influenced by each individual situation and is not a linear process. Online extremist activity is often a key factor and a catalyst for and in the radicalization process. Social media and online communication platforms are used to target individuals. In some cases, it goes so far that social media platforms enable real-time mentoring of potentially violent individuals as they prepare and carry out attacks. This support progresses from TikTok to Telegram. It starts with appealing TikTok videos and ends up as direct support of an attack using Telegram. This is what happened during the Berlin Christmas market attack in 2016, for example. IS also continues to drive forward its goal of carrying out larger and more complex attacks in Germany and Europe, as well as elsewhere in the world. It even provides bomb-making guides on its digital propaganda channels. We are increasingly worried about the growing threat from right-wing extremism. We must make sure we focus enough on this type of terrorism. After the terrible, bloody attacks by the National Socialist underground, Germany was reminded of the threat from this type of extremism and terrorism by a series of murders in 2019 and 20. This included the attack during the Yom Kippur festival in 2019. This attack had anti-Semitic motives. It was announced online before it took place, and a live video stream of the attempted mass murder in the synagogue in Hall in Saxony-Anhalt was also posted online. Thankfully, the attacker did not manage to enter the synagogue, but this action left 2 people dead. Crimes like these are sadly the tip of the iceberg. Crime motivated by right-wing extremism has been at a high level since 2015 in Germany. There are large numbers of right-wing extremists in our country, both with and without proven potential for violence. After the structural failings in the security architecture of the Federal Republic of Germany came to light during investigations into the NSU, the Federation started to improve the situation. In particular, it established the joint Counter-Extremism and Counter-Terrorism Center in 2012. The trail of blood left by right-wing terrorists acts in 2019 and 20 served as a further catalyst. Immediately after the attack in Halle, a package of measures was launched for fighting right-wing extremism and hate crime. Then, after the attack in Hanau, the Cabinet Committee for the Fight Against Racism and Right-Wing Extremism was formed. However, this is just the beginning. We must continue, consolidate, and adapt these first steps. To do so, my ministry launched the Action Plan on Right-Wing Extremism in March of this year. The plan provides a list of short-term effective measures, both punitive and preventive. 2 points in the plan are particularly important for my ministry. State institutions must be empowered to take a comprehensive approach to counter-terrorism. This also applies to enemies of our constitution within our own ranks. We want simpler criteria to let us systematically remove enemies of the constitution from the public service. And we must work on uncovering right-wing extremism and anti-democratic attitudes and narratives. We are expressly committed to effectively preventing the development of these ideas which undermine our democracy. We will do so through civic education, by promoting media literacy, and in a wide range of other ways. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, there is no time for me to talk about other challenging forms of extremism and terrorism, so I will come to my conclusion. If we look for the common denominators in the threats we face, on things stands out in particular complexity and interdependency on global scale, almost resembling the butterfly effect. Developments far away can affect the internal and external security of one or more states. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. It was worth waiting for the German accent. Sounds like you have your hands full in your neck of the woods. And thank you also for your courage to say what you said and for your determination. And I'm pretty confident that the Jewish community in Germany knows that someone like you is protecting them as we speak. So thank you for all of that. And it's greatly appreciated by the State of Israel and by the Institute for Counterterrorism and of Reichman University. We don't take it lightly, so thank you so much. It's now my honor and privilege to present President Olaf Lindner. He's the current head of the Federal Police Special Operations Command 11 in Germany, a position he held since August 2017, President Lindner started his career as a team leader and platoon leader in the German army. In 1991, he joined the combat unit GSG 9 and directed the unit from 2005 to 2014. His subsequent appointments are director of the Division of the Protection of Dignitaries and is now the president of German's Special Operations Command. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this very friendly introduction. I want to continue with the German accent, if you allow. First of all, I want to say a great thank you to all the people and all the teams who are organizing this excellent conference. I feel very fine over here, and I'm very grateful that you invited me. Before I want to talk about the role of the Special Operations Command 11 from the Federal Police in the German architecture. Allow me to give you some background information about the organization I'm responsible for. I just want to deliver some small information. I don't want to bother you too long with this, but as it was mentioned, we were founded in the 1st of August 2017 after several terror attacks occurred in Germany and occurred also in whole Europe. And our purpose was to, and still is, to strengthen the crisis management and the crisis response capabilities. We are trying to professionalize handling complex situations, and we are missioning, fighting terrorism, extremism, and all kinds of organized crime. We are delivering special services and advice to all security agencies on the federal level and on the state level in our country. We are conducting domestic missions, and we are conducting missions abroad, for instance, solving hostage rescue situations as far as German hostages are concerned. We are deployed in 40 locations all over Germany, and in addition, of course, in the German embassies abroad. We are having a high operational readiness and mobility. We are acting with speed and surprise. Under my command, I have to lead 6 organizations. First one has been mentioned already. It's the Counter-Terrorism unit, GSG 9, which is the counterpart of the Israeli Yamam and the hostage rescue team of the FBI, if you want to have a comparison. Second organization I'm responsible for is the helicopter regiment of the Federal Police with 94 helicopters, guaranteeing our mobility and our speed. Third organization is the Diplomatic Security Service. As a service for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we are responsible for the close protection of the German ambassadors, and we are giving security advice to the staff of the German embassy and to the ambassadors themselves. Fourth, we are responsible for the unit of the Sky Marshals. Fifth, we are responsible for an operational technology and digital forensics division. You can also mention in this circumstance the responsibility for counter drone measures and in addition also for active drone measures. And last but not least, we are responsible for the bomb disposal unit, which is deployed in 15 locations all over Germany in order to be operational ready on time when it's needed. Before I start to talk about our role in the German architecture, I want to tell you where we are coming from. I think if I will tell you where we want to go to and where we are standing actually, it is very important to know where you can find our roots. And for this reason, I would like to ask the staff to dim the light and to start with a 2 minutes video. Please dim the lights. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 50 years since the dreadful terrorist attack against the Israel team at the Munich Olympic Games brought a lot of suffering to the victims and to their relatives. It also brought another dark shadow on the relationship between Israel and Germany. Once more, I could feel and see this during the commemoration ceremony 1 week ago at the site of the terror attack, especially when I spoke to the representative of the victims, Mrs. Anki Spitzer, to representatives of the Israeli government, and to my friends from the security agencies in Israel, especially from the police. But, as you could see in the video, with deep mutual respect and in memorial of the victims, there is another side of the coin referring to the last 50 years. Nowadays, the Israeli counter-terrorist unit Yamam and the German counter-terrorist unit GSG-9 are practicing a very close brotherhood, friendship and cooperation. It is my honor to be part of this side of the history, and I'm very proud to call the respected commanders and fighters from the Yamam my personal friends and comrades, as well as many respected officers from other security agencies in Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, the last 50 years of our history in Europe and in Germany have been marked by acts of terrorism, always closely followed by reaction on the part of the state. This brings us to the questions. What have we learned and what must we do in the future? One of the consequences of the tragedy at the Olympic Games in 1972 was the most severe diplomatic crisis since the beginning of relations between Israel and Germany in 1965. At the same time, the event is taken as a central reference point, marking the stepping up of international cooperation on matters of internal security in Germany. I would like to highlight 2 milestones in operational and tactical cooperation in particular in this context. First, I would like to look at capacity building. Following the German security authorities' failure in Munich, the basis for capacity building was laid with the founding of the first Special Operations Forces in Germany, the GSG-9. The founding of GSG-9, nowadays a part of the Federal Police, was the only structural change made in the interests of security policy at the time. At this point, I would like to highlight to the Israeli members of the audience the key support that we received from Israel. You, the victims of the international terrorist attack in Munich, provided General Ulrich Wegener, the first commander of GSG-9, access to your world-leading operational know-how, which was essential for the founding of GSG-9 on 26 of September 1972. We remain deeply thankful to you for that. Second, I would like to make some remarks on Europe-wide tactical networking and skills retention and development. Again, it was a series of terrorist attacks, the attacks of 9/11, that served as a catalyst for change. These events prompted the European Union to form what is known as the Atlas Network, which has become a forum for special intervention units from all 27 member states of the European Union, in addition to units from associated states. In between, the network has been attached to Europol. These examples show us that from the legacy of the dreadful events at the 1972 Olympic Games has emerged a success story of international cooperation at operational level, closely combined with the founding of GSG-9, as well as other German and European special units. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to look at the national cooperation within Germany. National cooperation within the existing security architecture in Germany in the field of counterterrorism had to focus challenges for years. The main reason for this is the growing number of persons with extremist tendencies, particularly in the spheres of religious extremism and right and left-wing extremism. In recent years, the most aggressive and militant forms of these have also led to acts of terrorism. An additional factor is a range of anti-constitutional activities. All of these variations on extremism are colored, although in varying degrees, by anti-Semitism. Under the circumstances, one question is raised quite regularly. How do we share and how do we execute responsibility? Finding at least a part of the answer, we must consider the history of Germany after the Second World War, which led us to a structure of federalism. Federalism, and to some extent the obligatory strict separation of the tasks and organization of the police and the intelligence services in Germany, contribute to the ongoing trend of sharing responsibility. This situation means we have some 40 security authorities in Germany, each of which has partial responsibility for counterterrorism. In addition, we have 2 joint centers to counter extremism and terrorism. The will to implement structural changes in Germany's internal and external security has been shown. As a basis for this, and due to the coalition contract of the acting German government, a comprehensive national security strategy is to be drawn up by the end of 2022. An overview of the current situation is to be obtained, and the existing security architecture is to be evaluated. What is the bottom line? We need a turnaround like the one we saw post-1972, because change only benefits those who are prepared for it. The ongoing destabilization of the geopolitical situation due to factors such as climate change, global energy supplies, migration, and not least terrorism show how urgently we must act. One approach to handling complex crisis scenarios in Germany could involve establishing a process-focused, clearly structured central unit in the form of a permanent office for crisis management at a high level of decision making. This would ensure the ability to respond immediately to pressing developments. In line with the spectrum of potential scenarios, we could deploy further expert units or modules flexibly on an ad hoc basis. Such units or modules would be reflected in the forward-looking creation of new networks and would be directly linked to the central unit. This would enable us to act jointly as a single body. We must give greater priority to rapid action and flexible organization models in crisis management than we have done up to now. We need a new holistic approach to speed, adaptability, and resilience, ensuring we can achieve all three. In addition, we must streamline vertical and horizontal management and organization structures and provide them with clear and explicit competences. We should push forward with national and international networking and policing, intelligence, and military spheres with greater pooling of our collective resources. To achieve this, we will need to apply interdisciplinary strategic foresight involving a wide range of methods. This can then serve as a motor for developing intervention scenarios and the associated capabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, 1972 and the changes that emerged from the dreadful events in Munich have left a lasting mark on us in Germany. We must harness the ethos that emerged at that time, the courage to make changes and the willingness to take necessary risks. And we must use it to bring together our strategic goals and patterns of actions with their tactical and operational counterparts. In other words, we must have the courage to seize opportunities. It is this courage and willingness to take necessary risks that still today form the basis for demanding and implementing change. We must exploit all of the expertise available to us so that we can combat the global phenomena of extremism and terrorism. Thank you very much for your attention.
Olaf, I think I wish you could be cloned and that there would be many more people like you on this planet. That's number one. Number two, you inspired us tremendously with your presentation and with the video that you showed here. Remember, honor, respect. And I've got to tell you, you provided me with some therapy, with some personal psychological therapy. Because in 1972, I was serving in an elite combat unit here, and we were extremely frustrated. All we could do within 24 hours was move into Lebanon and sabotage Fatah in Lebanon, but our hearts were in Germany, and we were frustrated to a certain extent. What you had to say here today closes some kind of a circle of therapy, okay, for a lot of us in Israel who were frustrated in 1972. And the way you explained it in such a comprehensive, humanistic, and efficient manner, you're an asset, okay, to your country. You're an asset to Israel. You're an asset to this conference, okay? And you inspired, I think, the people of Israel and the students of this university and the participants of this conference. Let's have a huge applause, okay, for Olaf. Wow, Olaf. Amazing. Camaraderie. I'm very honored to introduce Her Excellency, Mrs. Lindita Nicola, who was elected Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Albania on the 10th of September 2021. Mrs. Lindita Nicola has a long experience of about 2 decades in the country's political institutions and activity, contributing to the parliamentary activity, the reformation of the education system, the local governance, to the increase and strengthening of the social, economic, and political participation of women and girls. During 2013 to 2017, she served as Minister of Education and Sports, and during 2017-2019 as Minister of Education, Youth, and Sports. And I would like to thank your country for saving so many Jews during World War II and sticking your heads right into it and under danger, saving Jews. We don't take that for granted. Thank you.
Distinguished friends, I'm honored to attend this summit and share with you some of my views on issues related to counterterrorism and world peacekeeping and security in the context of recent developments. In my address, I will focus on 4 issues: the need for synergistic responses, counterterrorism and conflicts, the need for better harmonization of military alliances and responses with political alliances, Albania's contribution to counter-terrorism and the war in Ukraine for the protection of peace, Albania's regional leadership in the fight against anti-Semitism as a contribution to security and peace. Since the military aggression of Russia against Ukraine on 24 February in this year, terrorist acts and war simultaneously and in parallel threaten humanity. Ukraine reminded us that the invading aggressions are neither deposited in the history annals or texts, nor are they a political rhetoric, but a real threat, actually a reality as well. Both information and communication technologies and the cyberization of military technologies and war industry as an achievement and protection for humanity can also be vulnerability if used by terrorist cells and warmongering states. We should also keep in mind that the benefit of this rapid technological progress are selective and unequally distributed, but we all suffer its detriments equally. Terrorists and warmongering states take an advantage of every technological achievement to attack peace, democracy, welfare, and the democratic system. On September 7, Albania decided to sever diplomatic ties with Iran over evidence that this country has sponsored a cyber attack on the government network of the Republic of Albania. In many regions of the world, the creation of military defensive alliances is not always followed by political partnership and alliances. Maybe as military dangers are more tangible, more evident, and act more quickly, the response to them is quicker and the consensus is broader, while the political partnership and consensus is slower and more difficult. Military alliances mostly require a technical leadership, while strategic political partnerships mainly require an adaptive leadership. I will give just an example from the region I come from to illustrate this discrepancy. More than 3 decades ago, the Central and Eastern Europe countries entered the process of Euro-Atlantic integration and European integration in NATO and in the European Union. Today, after 32 years, it is evident that NATO has moved faster than EU in accepting countries that once belonged to a military alliance that was against it. The 6 Balkan countries, Albania, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Kosovo, part of the Central Eastern Europe bloc, were grouped in what is actually called the Western Balkan. The region's geographic connotation turned into a political one. NATO has now 3 members from this region. Albania was accessed in the alliance in 2009. Montenegro was accessed in 2017, and North Macedonia was accessed in 2020. But none of these 6 countries has yet been accessed in the European Union. 4 of them, Albania, Montenegro, Serbia, and North Macedonia, are candidate countries in the negotiation phase, whereas Bosnia-Herzegovina and Kosovo don't have a clear accession perspective yet. The dilemmas of EU enlargement policies compared to the clarity of the NATO enlargement have given way to the penetration of non-Western influences in the Western Balkans, from which both terrorists and warmongers can benefit. The speed and clarity with which NATO acted in support of Ukraine proved not only the strength, but also the cohesion of the organization. In the Holy Scripture is written, if you save a life, you have saved an entire world. Albania lined up on the right side of history, on the side of the USA, with a conviction that the fight counter-terrorism, their bases and supporters, is the fight for life. The sons of Albania joined the great anti-terror battle in Iraq, Afghanistan, and elsewhere alongside the great world coalition to remove fear from the world and bring back order, security, and peace. We shielded and continue to shelter members of Iranian opposition as well as Afghan and Ukrainian citizens displaced from their homes. Although a small country with limited resources, Albania has proven that the contribution to the fight against terrorism and terrorists is not related to the size of the country and its economic power, but to the clear vision for freedom, justice, and peace. It has been that clear also our stance against the invasion of Ukraine. Albania is a non-permanent member country in the United Nations Security Council, along with the United States, is a co-pen holder in determining the Ukraine's defense position and actions. We have supported the economic sanction and diplomatic measures taken by partners against the Russian Federation, as well as the military and humanitarian aid to Ukraine. Parliament of Albania, through a special resolution, strongly condemned the Russian military aggression in Ukraine as an act that violates international order. President Zelensky addressed Parliament of Albania in a special sitting. Prime Minister Edi Rama visited Kiev. Albania participated in a donors conference and contributed through financial support and other forms of support to Ukraine, including more than 3,000 Ukrainian citizens sheltered in Albania. In October 2020, Parliament of Albania adopted a resolution on the adoption of the working definition of anti-Semitism defined by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance and hosted in cooperation with Combat Anti-Semitism Movement and the Jewish Agency for Israel, the first Balkans Forum Against Anti-Semitism. Albania considers the leadership of the Balkans United Front to combat anti-Semitism a responsibility in confront of civilization. Albania's leadership in this fight stems from both history and existence, and from our aspiration to European Union, from NATO membership, from the Alliance Against Terrorism and Violent Extremism. The fight against anti-Semitism protects not just on nations, but is part of humanity's project for a world of prosperity, security, peace, and justice. Anti-Semitism is addressed not only against the Jews, but as a distillation of humanity from evil can threaten all nations. Anti-Semitism doesn't belong only in the past, but if you are not alert, it can threaten the future as well. Albania is carrying out to the end its mission to make the fight against anti-Semitism an issue for the whole region. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you once more, Your Excellency. A fine example of a country with a Muslim majority that saved Jews. A very important lesson at a conference on counterterrorism, and we don't take it for granted. And there's a lot of lessons to be learned from Albania that the world can learn, that Israel can learn. Tolerance. Because at this conference, we don't only talk about the challenges of how to fight terrorism, we also talk about the opportunities of how to deal with these things, in spite of the fact that the Iranians are giving you a hard time. Thank you. And now, it's time for a Portuguese accent. We've had all these accents here: Italian, French, German, Albanian. Now it's time for a Portuguese accent. Okay? And it's my honor to present Ambassador Paulo Viseu Pinheiro, who is the Secretary General of the Internal Security System and has the competences of coordination, direction, control, and services in circumstances such as terrorist attacks, serious accidents or attacks, operational command of forces, and action and security commands. And in the professional career, was involved in strategic defense and military information services from 2002 to 2005, and Deputy Director General of the successor of Strategic Defense Intelligence Services until 2007, where also was a career diplomat and served as Portugal's ambassador in Moscow. That must have been a challenge to serve as ambassador in Moscow. They were listening to you all the time. Okay, thank you, Ambassador. Please.
Thank you very much. And thank you for this fantastic introduction. Sorry, but I do not have a Portuguese accent, I believe. I believe fantastically well English. First and foremost, a special thank you, Professor Boaz Ganor, for inviting me to address this outstanding audience and conference. A thank you note as well to ICT and Reichman University leadership and staff. Muito obrigado, we say in Portuguese, toda rabá to all. I would also like to acknowledge my colleague and Portuguese ambassador to Israel, Jorge Cabral, my counselor, Joana, and to salute my fellow keynote speakers. What an honor to be part of this European panel. Last time I was in Israel, I was Deputy Director for the Portuguese Foreign Intelligence. That was in the first decade of this millennium, as a second millennium. As a matter of fact, since I was a teenager, I used to read the Israeli embassy newsletter. Later on, I had many interactions with my Israeli colleagues in Lisbon, in Washington, in Moscow, Paris, and Brussels. I had the so-called Middle East peace process portfolio, practically since I joined the Foreign Service in 1988. Victor Hugo once said that war is a fight between men, albeit peace is a fight between ideas. Rightly so. Here in the ICT, in the Reichman University, we also debate fundamental, vital ideas on how to prevent and counter terrorism. But it is also true, as writer Robert de Jean used to say, that peace is the time when silly and wrong things are said and done, and war is the time when we all have to cope with its consequences and pay for the associated costs. So, being precise on facts will allow for a fair and forward-looking analysis, and this will enable good policy and operational decisions. I think this is what we all look for and why we are here today. Now to the point, mindful that I'm the last and only obstacle between this panel and our lunch break. Nobody will starve, rest assured. How to sum up a systemic perspective on the EU security ecosystem and the challenges of terrorism? Let's start with the basic scenario assumptions. European security faces increasingly challenges that stem from global and regional volatility, uncertainty, unforeseen dynamism, complexity, and ambiguity, in which the so-called wicked problems, such as terrorism, proliferate. In a recent international conference held in my country, the Historial Conferences, a guest speaker referred to a lake full of dark swans. Besides the more classic direct threats to our security, such as terrorism and organized crime, we are coping with the first impacts of social instability and political polarization and the dramatic deepening of the social and economic divide stemming from the pandemics. Vaccines acquisition and distribution have shown as well, again, a world of north-south deep divide, and the same goes with food, cereals, energy, technology, financing gaps and shortages, as well as climate change impact, particularly water shortages. We are also witnessing and facing in Europe, after all these decades, geopolitical and geoeconomics confrontation, a comeback to 19th century spheres of influence and forceful change of international recognized borders and rule of international law, using 21st century warfare technology and means. The war in Ukraine epitomizes this. A very dangerous mix if we all look at associated risks, such as weapon traffic, some of them quite dangerous, I should say, unregulated migration flows, the comeback of Daesh foreign terrorist fighters from Syria and Iraq, and the return of the Taliban to Kabul. What a perfect storm if we address emerging terrorism challenges. A lake full of black swans. An increased instability at home in the regions in the south, east and west means we are no longer far away from vital problems. On a more positive note, I would like to ascertain that the EU in the field of counterterrorism has created and improved synergies between the different European member states and structures, consolidating a true ecosystem. The security ecosystem is essentially based on cooperation and information exchange, more sharing of findings, analysis, trends, requests, joint operations, based on strengthening partnerships in and out, strengthening the security at home and at European level, investing in HR, advanced equipment and new capabilities, increasing awareness and upskilling, and keeping fundamental rights and European values. This complex systemic approach aims to enhance collaborative intelligence based on collective knowledge, learning and practice. It is also worth mentioning the EU's intention of increasing the ability to anticipate and early detect the threats and risks related to terrorism, strengthening the level of strategic intelligence. I think my colleagues Claudio Galzerano, Andreas Schulz and Olaf Linder have already addressed this, so I will not dwell on it. Instead, I will briefly note on the Portuguese securities ecosystem in the fight against terrorism. Portugal has an internal security system, which I call a system of systems, which aims to ensure coordination and cooperation of several entities, such as the criminal police, Polícia Judiciária, security forces and services, some of them with subsidiary criminal investigation capabilities and civil military nature, and intelligence service. It also encompasses civil protection, humanitarian and health relief services, and operational link to the armed forces and the private sector. This nerve center, this system of systems, is the one that I chair. Also as a permanent Secretary of State. Ensuring coordination and permanent communication between all internal security players is a daunting task, but one that is critical for this new ocean of risks, challenges, and threats. We have a national counter-terrorism strategy since 2015, which is aligned with the European Union CTED strategy. We have revised it a few months ago. It awaits the final clearance, political clearance. Political extremism, particularly the far right, together with the phenomenon of lone or not so lone wolves, the anti-system activists, anti-vaccines, conspiracionists, and the increasing number of disgruntled, violent people, all getting radicalized through the web and social media, all these make terrorism in Europe more complex and a difficult challenge. With the internal security system, there is a special body for coordinating and sharing information in the counterterrorism context. The Anti-Terrorism Coordination Unit, the UCAT, is made of representatives and liaison officers from diverse police, security forces and services, including the intelligence agencies, as well as the Attorney General's office. It may also gather other entities, such as the armed forces and civil protection, in a logic of variable geometry. It works in a 24-hour, 7 days basis with equal status partner, working on the trust, operational trust, not easy, basis, and mutual respect. It's a constant dialogue, joint assessment, procedures and actions. And there is a periodic monitoring, evaluation and review of the activities we perform. It meets at operational level and it meets at strategic level with the leadership of all forces. It's a security ecosystem dedicated exclusively to terrorism. Now, shortly address the final point, which is the Portuguese operational contribution to the EU external security. The ultimate shared goal pertains to guaranteeing the stability and increasing the levels of security on the common European area, and above all, the safety of its citizens. The EU has many talents and vocations, as many as its member states, from east and west, north and south. We, in Portugal, embrace with the highest responsibility our role in one of the regions of greatest interest for European security, the African continent, namely in North Africa and the Sahel, as well as in the Portuguese-speaking countries, the so-called CPLP, the equivalent of a Lusophone Commonwealth, and countries of extensive Portuguese diaspora or economic interests. Besides our close and long-standing relationship with those African countries and peoples of the political, economic, social, and military level, Portugal also commits and contributes to the EU joint operational level, participating in various missions. I will mention the Garci Sahel project, Groupe d'Action Rapide, Surveillance and Intervention du Sahel, which is created in 2006, supported and funded by the EU, and have 4 infill countries, Portugal, Spain, France, and Italy. This is part of the EU strategy for Sahel and the regional action plan. We aim to increase the security of the population and stabilization of African partner countries from Mauritania, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, Chad, and Senegal through concrete capacity building. Particularly special rapid intervention units. We aim at creating these special rapid intervention units to help African security forces to prevent and fight terrorism. We also participate in the Counter-Terrorism Public Space Initiative, which has, in Africa, has drawn great support in Senegal, Ghana, and Kenya. Last but not least, and I'm finishing my time, I would like to stress the European Union training mission in Mozambique that was established following a wave of terrorist attacks in northern region of Cabo Delgado, Mozambique. It's a security capacity building mission that has a human rights in international humanitarian law dimension. This is made of 10 field partners from Portugal, Spain, Austria, Belgium, Estonia, Finland, Greece, Italy, Romania, and Lithuania, and we have the Portuguese leadership and their military. Just to finalize with the Islamic State and African Al-Qaeda, African-affiliated terrorist organizations, just to say they are spreading fast and furious across Sahel, West and Central Africa, East and Southern Africa. It feeds from regional, national, and local economic, social, and armed upheavals and unrest. The weakness of states, this is terrible, the weakness of states, and the price of food, energy spiral together with water scarcity. Look at the base of recruitment of Al-Daesh inspired, Al-Shabaab in this case in Somalia, that came down to Southern Africa. These are all being recruited through people that are, really unhappy with the way the state is taken care of. So experience shows that what goes around comes around. And the Portuguese global navigator, Magellan, proved that we are all connected. So these are not only African challenges or even European challenges. Ultimately, they are global challenges that also reach the Middle East, Caucasus, and Central Asia. So mutual learning and increased cooperation in counterterrorism is becoming truly vital in all senses of this word for any of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You have more of an American accent, actually. So, first of all, thank you for the very comprehensive description of what you do in Portugal. I don't think a lot of people in this room knew what an impact you have on the other side of the Mediterranean Sea, going into Africa and exporting your knowledge and helping prevent terrorism in the least developed countries. And that's basically what this global counterterrorism conference is all about. It's all about the global sharing the information and everything else. So thank you very much, Viseu. We appreciate it. And now, the only thing between lunch and not having lunch is me. So I'm finished. Okay? And bete avon. Okay? Enjoy your lunch. At the expense of Professor Boaz Ganor.
Good afternoon and welcome back. I was asked to, could I ask everybody please, when you're, we don't need the headsets anymore today, so all the remaining sessions are going to be in English, so you can actually hand them over to the right and somebody's going to pick them up. Okay, good afternoon. This panel is held in the memory of Professor Ehud Sprinzak. Professor Sprinzak taught for 30 years at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem before joining the newly established interdisciplinary center Herzliya, as it was called back in the days, now Reichman University. And here he helped establish the Lauder School of Government Diplomacy and Strategy, where he became the founding dean. Professor Sprinzak was a world-renowned expert on terrorism at a time when you could still count the numbers of experts on one hand, maybe two. But his research spanned not only terrorism, but also corruption and the politics of extremism. And he's perhaps best known for his groundbreaking research on the radical right in Israel. His books earned critical acclaim. The Descendants of Israel's Radical Right was published in 1991 by Oxford University Press, won Israel's 1992 Michael Landau Prize for the best political science book on Israel and the Middle East. His another book, Brother Against Brother, Violence and Extremism in Israeli Politics from Altalena to the Rabin Assassination, was a finalist for the 1998 National Jewish Book Award. And Professor Sprinzak was really a trailblazer in more ways than one. He was one of the very few terrorism scholars who focused on right-wing extremism when many other experts really shunned politically charged issues. He was also a pioneer in the study of radicalization, and he was a pioneer in field research in terrorism studies. He wasn't really satisfied, with studying political extremists from a distance, but he preferred meeting his subjects of his research interests face to face, including, famously his encounters with Rabbi Meir Kahane, extremist Rabbi Meir Kahane, and actually the terrorists that he interviewed, they really respected him, even though, of course, they had very, very different views. Professor Sprinzak's unique and prescient insights on the topic of the radical right would have come in especially handy at a time when the far right is at a rise in Europe, North America, and also here in Israel. So Professor Sprinzak also served as an advisor to Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin on these topics, and more importantly, perhaps, he was really beloved by an army of students that he trained. I was actually one of them. I first became familiar with the field of terrorism studies as a student of Professor Sprinzak, as an undergraduate student at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He had a wonderful sense of humor, which contrasted very much, with the dark subject matter of terrorism. So Professor Sprinzak, he died on November 8th, 2002, following a few very short months of illness at the age of 62, and he left behind his wife, Ricky, 4 children and 2 grandchildren. And I would just like to mention that on the 8th of November, at the 20th anniversary of Professor Ehud Sprinzak's passing, this coming 8th of November, the Lauder School of Government and the ICT will hold a special event in his memory, and we will send a formal save-the-date announcement for the event next week. So may his memory be a blessing. Okay, obviously Professor Sprinzak would have had a lot to contribute to today's discussion on the far right, and it's really my pleasure to introduce 3 wonderful speakers today. We have only a limited amount of time, so I asked each of the speakers to start with a brief 5-minute remarks, and then hopefully we'll have time for one more round of questions that I'm going to direct at each one of them individually. Michael Signer, Dr. Michael Signer, who we were lucky enough that he joined us very recently as the inaugural Democracy Fellow of our program on democratic resilience and development, which is a program co-sponsored with the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. Dr. Signer is the former mayor of Charlottesville, Virginia, from 2016 to 2018. His time coincided also with the Unite the Right rally. He is also the author of a number of books, including Cry Havoc, Charlottesville, and American Democracy Under Siege. and also the book Becoming Madison, The Extraordinary Origins of the Least Likely Founding Father, and also another book, Demagogue, The Fight to Save Democracy from Its Worst Enemies. It's fantastic to have you here. Mike, please.
Thanks. It's a great honor to be here. My family and I've really appreciated the hospitality and the camaraderie this fall, and this conference has been a wonderful experience. During the Unite the Right rally of August 2017, hundreds of right-wing paramilitary forces invaded the college town of Charlottesville, Virginia, and clashed with organized anti-fascist counter-protesters, residents, and police. The event was called to protest the planned removal of a statue of Confederate General Robert E. Lee. You could see a lot of the planning beforehand publicly on social media, but what was hidden on private chat rooms on a gaming platform called Discord was the planning among organized paramilitary groups who planned on coming with body armor and assault rifles to, quote, defend Charlottesville and openly clash with the far left. In the weeks leading up to the event, it was so clear, even from what was open source, that there would be violence, that the University of Virginia Hospital canceled all elective surgeries that weekend. Yet the organizers were always very careful to state their plans publicly in defensive or vague terms. That meant they couldn't be found under then existing First Amendment jurisprudence to be making what is called a credible threat. For instance, calls to beat up Antifa or to bring back gas chambers were not specific or imminent enough to lead to the event permit being canceled or not allowed. When the rally happened, it was even worse than the worst fears. A dozen paramilitary groups unloaded from buses in military formation, armed formally with insignias and command structures. There were hundreds of people carrying not only loaded weapons, but other kinds of weapons, flagpoles with screws in them, for instance, body armor, pepper spray, spray cans that were lit on fire. There were dozens of brawls on the street, fistfights, even a man firing a handgun at a black man. Fortunately, he missed him. There was so much violence that the event was shut down through a Virginia legal mechanism called, quote, unlawful assembly, before it even hit its formal start time. This led some of the far left protesters to declare victory, but then a young neo-Nazi weaponized his car and drove it across the unguarded downtown pedestrian mall into a crowd of far left counter-protesters, killing a protester named Heather Heyer and badly injuring dozens of others. In the weeks to come, the apparent inability of the police to stop street fighting, the various acts and omissions that led to an unguarded downtown mall, and the failure of the city to win in a lawsuit that had been filed by the ACLU to prevent us from trying to move the lawsuit to an area where the groups could have been separated, led to increasingly infuriated residents. Council chambers were taken over on national television with residents getting arrested. Most of the city government eventually left, including the city manager, the chief of police, the city attorney, and the communications director. All of this happened despite many of efforts to avert disaster beforehand. I consulted with mayors around the country on how they had successfully handled civic unrest situations. The Department of Homeland Security tried to ring an alarm bell, but the confidential memo someone at the state's fusion center wrote, which was titled Domestic Terrorist Violence at Lawfully Permitted White Supremacist Rallies Likely to Continue, sent around 4 days before the rally, appears never to have been read, and it was not referenced in the litigation that was going on at that time. And if all that sounds familiar, it's because it was a prelude to very similar facts happening in relation to the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol in Washington, D.C., designed to stop the peaceful transition of power. There are many lessons for leaders to take from the experience in Charlottesville. First Amendment. I've written in my book, Cry Havoc, which Asaf referenced, about how we ended up with such a straitjacket on local elected officials when it comes to emphasizing public safety over unfettered hate speech in the United States. I believe this balance is actively being shifted by litigants and by jurists now as a result of the contortions we were forced to go through in Charlottesville. For instance, we were not allowed to present publicly or in court filings evidence of the cost of handling these events as a reason to deny the permit for them, because that, under existing law in America, would constitute a heckler's veto, allowing heckler to veto an event. But I think the courts are becoming more balanced now in considering all the evidence around such events as a result of Charlottesville. Lawsuits. There were aggressive and creative legal strategies that followed the event. Immediately afterward, the city, when I was mayor, successfully joined with Georgetown University to sue the paramilitary groups that invaded under a provision never used before, never invoked, of the Virginia Constitution that makes paramilitary groups unpermitted by the civilian authority illegal, and that prevented them from returning to the city. 4 years later, a private lawsuit successfully imposed crippling civil damages on the radical groups using a law originally written in the 19th century to prevent the Ku Klux Klan from terrorizing the public. Intelligence. Under the presidency, the prior presidency, white nationalist groups were intentionally, a lot of research has shown, coddled as part of his base, so there was no effort to develop active human intelligence or to interfere with those networks, let alone to prepare local governments for such attacks. But now there are, fortunately, based on these learnings, many more federal resources being brought to this work. And planning and coordination. I was struck yesterday by the collaboration that has been achieved among Israel's different domestic and foreign military intelligence and police forces to handle today's terrorist threats. It requires a lot of humility, fallibility. Even 15 years after the creation of the Department of Homeland Security and the state fusion centers, the events in Charlottesville revealed how much we need coordination in the United States. When we commissioned an independent study afterward by a leading law firm, we learned the state police force had more officers on site than the local police, but they had separate briefings even on the day of the event, and they weren't literally on the same radio frequency. There were no tabletop exercises done between the various parties. Riot gear was stationed several blocks away, so when the violence became too intense, the police actually had to leave the scene to go get hardened for the attacks that were happening. There weren't separate parking areas to the far right and far left, so they mingled and fought before, after, during, and after the event. And most importantly, there was no security pin prepared that would effectively separate the groups with green space between them. All failures similar to what happened in Washington, D.C. during January the 6th. We have to do better. My hope is that we will learn, because if the last 5 years shows anything, it's that polarization and political violence are on the rise in the United States, and coordination and adaptation by all of government, specifically on the local level, is more necessary than ever. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Signer. And okay, our second speaker is going to be Gina Ligon, who is the Director of National Counterterrorism Innovation, Technology, and Education Insight, and professor at the College of Business Administration at the University of Nebraska at Omaha, which is a DHS Center of Excellence. She has specific expertise in innovation and leadership and has published over 70 peer-reviewed articles and book chapters on these subjects. And she's here for the first time in Israel, so welcome, Gina. Please, the floor is yours.
Mysteriously went away, so I guess that means I have no time limit. Is that what that means? Just kidding. I'll be succinct. So in May of this year, there was a young man who specifically targeted a supermarket in North Upstate New York because of most of the people who attended that supermarket were of African American ethnicity. This past August, another man drove to an FBI office in Cincinnati, Ohio, and his plot was thwarted, but it was to kill as many FBI agents as possible. So these two recent attacks in the United States represent two different strands of what I think we're talking about today, although we don't call it right-wing extremism when we do research funded by Department of Homeland Security anymore. In my time here today, I will talk about my role as the director of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security Consortium for Counterterrorism and Targeted Violence Research. And it's actually the largest academic consortium in the United States. We have 60 plus researchers, 26 institutions, 3 of them are outside of the U.S. And between now and 2030, I will be responsible for allocating $32 million of funding on behalf of DHS for academics looking at counterterrorism and targeted violence research. So with my brief time today, what I'm going to do is share how America doesn't call it right-wing extremism anymore, at least DHS doesn't, because what we're doing is we're getting much more specific in how we define it. And these two attacks are symbolic of that. And I'll also share one recent trend from our partner at George Washington Program on Extremism, who the authors are here, who just wrote a report about attacks on critical infrastructure and what has me most concerned about what's coming next. So first, why we don't call it right-wing extremism. There's a host of reasons. I won't get into the political nature of them, but you have them in your country as well, in Israel. But what we're talking about is the nature of what the target actually is. So the two terms that the US is using right now are RIMVY and agave extremism. So RIMVY is racially and ethnically motivated violent extremism. So this is your traditional white supremacy, white power movements, anti-Semitic groups. The top supermarket was a RIMVY terrorist attack. It was against blacks in the US. The second strain of right-wing extremism that DHS has us looking at is called agave. And so agave stands for anti-government, anti-authority violent extremism. And these are individuals who are motivated to replace the current societal power structures as they exist right now. Most of them don't have a plan for what comes next, but most of their attacks are targeted against government and anyone who represents an authority figure. So could be healthcare, could be academic institutions, could be financial institutions. So we've gotten more precise with these definitions, and I think it's a good thing as an academic. It helps us to predict what kind of targets these two different strains will likely go after. And so that leads me to my final point, which is really what has me most concerned. And so the way DHS defines, we don't have a domestic terrorism law in the US, as you know, but the way that they are defining what matters to them is around the critical infrastructure sectors. And so critical infrastructure, shorthand is just facilities that, if they were attacked, would cause significant problem with the functioning of our society. There's 16 different sectors, commerce, chemical, energy, financial sectors. And so the way DHS looks at it is, how do we help the public and private owners and operators of that critical infrastructure to protect themselves against these threats? And so that leads to the report that GW just released last week on behalf of our consortium, which really compared Salafi jihadist attacks on critical infrastructure in the US and right-wing extremism attacks against critical infrastructure in the US. And one of the most alarming things that I saw from that is that not only are both agave and RIMVY attacks increasing against critical infrastructure in the US, but the one that they're targeting the most is our power grid and the energy sector. And so the way that these authors described that was that it's the lead domino, and that if there is an attack on the power grid and our energy structure, it's going to have a cascade of consequences for the replacement of our society as we know it. And so that's the threat that has me most concerned, are the accelerationist threads between RIMVY and agave. So these are narratives that seek societal collapse. RIMVYs want to rebuild into a white supremacist society. Agaves haven't quite articulated exactly what they want to do, but they want to get rid of the society as it exists right now. And so in closing, I shared what we've been doing at Insight to get the government to listen. Part of it is being more specific. And so when you call it right-wing or left-wing, it immediately has a political implication, especially in the United States. And so getting specific with our definitions has really helped us to be able to get policymakers to consume our research and take some action on it. And then the second point that I just wanted to make was the attack on critical infrastructure. I know terrorism researchers often focus on soft targets and the loss of life. But for us in the United States, one of the things that keeps me up at night is what's going to happen when we go dark, and what's going to happen to the rest of our global partners when we do. So I'm just thrilled to be here and make some partnerships and figure out how we can fight this together. So looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Ligon. And our third speaker of the panel is my colleague, Dr. Daniel Milton, Director of Research at the Combating Terrorism Center at the United States Military Academy, my former employer, and an associate professor in the Department of Social Sciences. Dan, please.
Thank you, Asaf. It's always good to be here. When you initially started with your very touching words about Professor Sprinzak, you mentioned that he had a sense of humor, and then you said compared to, and I thought you were going to say compared to your lack thereof, but of course that wouldn't be accurate because everyone that knows Asaf knows he has a wonderful sense of humor, and it's a delight to be here and to be able to speak on such a distinguished panel. Given that time is short, I will just go ahead and dispense very quickly with a disclaimer. Anything that I say doesn't represent the US government or my employer. That's going to be helpful because, as I mentioned to Gina before the panel started, I had two sets of notes that I was going to share. One was controversial, one was not. I'll go ahead and flip to the controversial because I think that that will hopefully be more entertaining and exciting in terms of conversation. I want to talk just briefly in the time that I have about 5 things that we get wrong about January 6th and sometimes about the far right. And the hope in doing this is to spur conversation and thought and potentially future research to limit the ability of these things to happen again. So I'll make those 5 points. There's a lot of substance behind them. I don't have time to go into that, but here we go. It is common, number one, the thing that we get wrong, we say that those who supported or participated in the events of January 6th are uneducated conspiracy theorists who didn't know, or at least did not fully anticipate the kind of the gravity of their situation. Of course, as it turns out, when we dig into the research, and the team at George Washington University has compiled a lot of great data on this, we find that there's actually a tremendous amount of diversity among the participants of January 6th. We like to label them, we like to think about them in one way, and that just hampers our ability to actually redress the underlying challenges that they pose. We find among them blue-collar workers, professionals, young, old, male, female, all sorts of diversity, which is not surprising to students of terrorism, right? If you've studied the subject long enough, you know that one of the hallmark findings is that there really isn't a specific or a particular profile. That's true in this case as well, but I think that we sometimes forget that. The second thing that we get wrong is that we tend to attribute responsibility for January 6th entirely to a former president of the United States. Now, this is a bit of an interesting one, and I certainly would be the last person to excuse or diminish, but I think that what we tend to misattribute is his role as being causal instead of inflammatory. Indeed, his words, his rhetoric, and other things were not helpful, his actions to a certain extent. However, when we think about what actually drives people to engage in extremism, we tend to have what Amy Ziegert refers to as the finger-pointing fallacy. We find the easiest thing, we point at it, and we say, that's the reason. And when we do that, again, we hamper our ability to understand the underlying causes and to come up with appropriate remedies. Are there things that we need to look at on a political front? Absolutely. But if we focus on those things alone, we run the risk of missing, I think, the more important pieces. Number 3, January 6th served as a very clear signal that the threat posed by the far right is kind of a harbinger of things to come. Maybe this is just more of a kind of an optimistic take, but terrorism is political by nature. Right? Its very definition encourages us to think about politics. The factors that drive it are also political in nature. And so to simply say that because we've seen a terrible string of events, we must anticipate that there will be more of them, removes agency from both the perpetrators and those who focus on counterterrorism as a profession. We have to be willing to engage with this subject and to hope that positive actions and positive progress can lead to a diminishment of a future risk. And of course, in the same light, negative actions can certainly increase that risk. Number 4, and this is particular to some research that I've conducted with a colleague of mine at George Washington University. We did a report looking at military experience among individuals who were indicted for their actions on January 6th. And one of the things that people take away from that is, hey, the relative percentage of people who had military experience in January 6th is about the same as what it is in the population. Therefore, there's no real reason to be concerned about this. That's a terrible line of logic. And as it turns out, the only reason that we would expect the same proportions to exist is if we thought that the same causal processes were at play. I don't have any reason to believe that, and in fact, I think that there's reason to suspect that certain groups are targeted more for recruitment, for participation, because of the credibility, the gravitas that they lead and lend to these causes. And I think that we need to be very concerned among our security forces about any perception of impropriety or inability to execute the laws as we all faithfully swear to uphold. And then finally, the last thing that I will point out is that we've started talking about January 6th in a historical perspective, as if it is over. Just this morning, the Department of Justice in the United States released 40 subpoenas related to individuals and actions on January 6th. This is an ongoing, I think, incident, and unfortunately, I think there's more to come. If you've followed the kind of extremist chat as it relates to some of these things, January 6th has become almost a focal point for them to rally and to regroup, and so we need to be concerned about where it might lead in the future. That's all I've got, and happy to discuss offline with anybody if they have any questions or pushback. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you so much, Dan. And Stevie Weinberg has granted me graciously 3 more minutes for a round of questions. And so I think, I noted so many questions I have for each of you individually, but I think I'm just going to ask one question to each 3 of you, because I would like to get your perspective on. And this is when we look at the threat of the far right in general, right? I mean, I think we tend to sometimes look at the violent threat. And for example, Gina, in your remarks, you mentioned, I can't remember the acronyms. Grimby and Agave, right? But they both involve like violent actors, or the idea of violent actors. But how much should we be worried about far right, not just as a phenomenon that is related to violence, but also about the non-violent aspects of the far right? And if we're talking about the non-violent aspects of the far right, like the mainstreaming of extremist ideas, the politics of extremism, is terrorism and violence really the proper framework, or should we kind of broaden our whole understanding and language about this threat? Maybe I'll start with Mike.
Real quick, I think that violence is a symptom of an underlying deeper erosion of commitment to democratic practices. It's what I'm working on this fall here. You have a program on democratic resilience with the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, and my deepest concern is that we're hitting a point where polarization is accelerating, and a lot of the research on polarization shows that because it's a tribal phenomenon, our values are basically socially constructed, that the in-groups and out-groups can get worse and worse over time. And whatever we can do to at least slow down, check the underlying collapse of commitment to the core institutions of democratic functioning, to me, is the most essential thing right now. I think the violence is symptomatic of underlying deeper societal, sociocultural problems. That's pessimistic, but it's how I feel.
I actually do think terrorism is the right framework to study right-wing extremism in the United States. So my actual research strain is Salafi jihadist leadership. And I likened a lot of the problems we're seeing in the United States. They have more in common than people realize. And also the whole nature of the broader Ummah and the support for Salafi jihadist movements and violence and the worry that we had about that. I think we should liken to what we did to try to defeat that, to also looking at how this broader group in the United States is sort of condoning violence, maybe not acting violently, but at least tacitly accepting it and giving psychological permission to conduct it. So I think it's absolutely the right framework, and I think there's a lot to offer from counterterrorism experts to what's happening in the US right now.
I don't know that I have a lot to add other than to say that I think that terrorism is the right way to think about the end result. and how to prevent and deal with that. But the further you move kind of into the preventative space, I think you need to broaden your aperture for how you deal with the problem. It might be from a public health framework. It might be from kind of a social services framework. It might sometimes be from a law enforcement or terrorism framework. But I think that we have to be willing to engage with all of those different perspectives and approaches. And I think that that's actually something that most research institutes, ICT, Insight, CTC do pretty well, is they try to take that interdisciplinary approach to understanding the problem, and I think that that can be helpful. But at the end of the day, we're trying to prevent and deal with violence. And so I think that the kind of terrorism framework can be very helpful for that end product.
Excellent, great. Thank you very, very much. I think we reached the end of our time, so, but I'm sure we'll have a lot of offline conversations. And so thank you so much to the panelists, Dr. Michael Signer, Dr. Gina Ligon, and Dr. Daniel Milton. Thank you.
Just take it from the top all the way. We're good.
In the interest of time here, let me get right into our session. It is my privilege this afternoon to be able to moderate the session on terrorist negotiations, both the Israeli and the American perspectives. And our focus really this afternoon is going to be on political hostage-taking. That can occur in a variety of forms, but we're going to be looking both at the issue of terrorist hostage-taking, that is, hostages held by non-government groups, and we're going to be looking at the recently increasing phenomenon of what are referred to as wrongful detentions or arbitrary detentions, and that is individuals who are detained by governments for whatever reasons initially, but then obviously are turned into pawns or hostages that are used to support coercive diplomacy, obtaining concessions in some form. No two nations have more experience in dealing with hostage taking than Israel and the United States. The major wars in Israel's first 25 years of existence saw routine prisoner exchanges after each round of armed conflict. And of course, holding Jews for ransom is something that goes back many centuries. In the late 1960s, terrorist hijackings of airliners, kidnappings of individuals, often government officials, diplomats, or barricading themselves with hostages in buildings, in embassies, in schools, and parliaments and other facilities became increasingly common. And of course, we recall that it was just 1 week ago, 50 years, and 1 week ago, that members of the Black September organization, a terrorist organization, took members of the Israeli athletic team hostage at the Munich Olympics in 1972. That episode, which ended tragically, was watched by millions of people worldwide on live television and fundamentally changed how we looked at terrorism in our contemporary world. As a result of these developments, traditional exchanges of prisoners turned into often lengthy negotiations with non-government groups. Now, as I say, we're also going to be looking at the issue of wrongful detentions, and this is not a new component of statecraft. One can find examples of hostages being held by rulers. This goes back into ancient times. In fact, it was a common feature of ancient Persian statecraft, and I mention that specifically because if we look at the serial defenders, serial detainers, I should say, in countries today, the majority of the incidents are carried out by a relatively small number of countries. So, and Iran heads that list. Others include Turkey after the attempted coup, North Korea, China, Russia, and as I say, a list of top detainers. Now, to look at the trends and to talk about the challenges that they pose for government and how we try to deal with them, we have three exceptionally experienced practitioners. To my immediate left, Colonel Rotan, a former Special Forces commander, one of the world's foremost authorities on hostage negotiations. He was, from 2014 to 2017, the Prime Minister of Israel's National Coordinator for Hostage Affairs. We have next Ambassador Roger Carstens, also a former Special Forces commander, and more recently a professional diplomat who currently serves in the United States as the Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs, sometimes referred to as SPEHA, and we'll learn more about that in a moment. And then we have at the end of the row here, Chris O'Leary, a senior FBI officer, a veteran of the FBI's Counterterrorism Task Force, and the man who currently is the head of what we call the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell, which is responsible for coordinating all of our activities and efforts in terms of the return, getting the return of the hostages. That is, bringing together the FBI, the military, and so on. So let me since I mentioned SPEHA and promised to get right back to that, let me start with you, Ambassador Carstens. Why was SPEHA, this special office, created, and what exactly do you do?
Okay, I hope this works. Can everyone hear me? Okay, victory. First off, I'd like to thank the people who put this conference together, ICT, wonderful job bringing all these professionals into this organization, into these spaces to talk about the various topics that we've had a chance to review today and over the past few days. Secondly, I'd like to thank Brian. Thanks for bringing us on this panel. Thanks for hosting and moderating. You are the expert in the field, in a field that doesn't have much research yet. We're grateful for the efforts that you put into researching this topic. And thanks also for just bringing us together today. And even to my good friend Chris and my good friend Lior, it's an honor to be sitting between you today. But to get to the question, in 2015, after a series of hostage-related failures that took place in Syria, President Obama ordered an interagency review of the United States' capability to conduct hostage recovery operations. Now, this review showed that we had many flaws, and he tried to rectify that by issuing Executive Order 13698 and Presidential Policy Directive 30, or we call it PPD 30, which created what we might call the hostage recovery enterprise within the United States government. Now, of the three entities, as Brian mentioned, I'm with a group called SPEHA. We're housed within the Department of State, and our job is to coordinate and lead diplomatic negotiations to bring hostages home. The other organization is led by my good friend here, Chris O'Leary. It's the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell, housed at the FBI. Don't want to steal your thunder, so we'll let you talk about your organization. And then the Hostage Response Group at the National Security Council, an organization that focuses mainly on policy and also convening us all to address a threat. Now, where we were after 2015, we now had the structure, but we were focused pretty much on hostages, Americans taken by non-state actors, be it Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and so forth. Well, in 2020, a law was passed in the United States, the Robert Levinson Hostage Recovery and Hostage Taking Accountability Act, pretty big one. We've shortened that to the Levinson Act. And the Levinson Act not only codified into law our offices and our positions and some of our structures and way of doing business, but it also opened up what we do to wrongful detainees. That's a person that's been taken by a nation state like Russia, China, Iran, etc. It also offered some criteria, 11 criteria, where we can take a look at a case of Americans, say, arrested in China, and by using the criteria, come up with a decision as to whether that person has been taken wrongfully or not. Now, recently, in just this summer, in July of this year, President Biden issued another executive order, which, again, codified some of the advances that we'd made, but also gave us a few more tools to deal with this horrific practice. In this executive order, he made it part of what we do in the government to prioritize the families of those who've been taken hostage or been wrongfully detained. That means we're required to build this non-government relationship, you could almost say, to where we try to reach out to the families, partner with them, keep them informed, let them know what we're doing. It also gave us a sanctioning authority, and the sanctioning authority was provided for in the Levinson Act, but the executive order allowed us to implement it. It also gave us the directive to start working on deterrent strategies. Now, what we've been doing and what, as he mentioned, the Persians have been doing since 4,500 years, if you've read your Thucydides, Herodotus, Xenophon, the Bible, the Iliad, this has been going on for a long time, and yet in 4,500 years of recorded history, we've not really found a way to beat it. And Secretary of State Blinken and the President have made it pretty much an order for us to find ways to deter it, not only using tools that we've never used before, but taking tools that we do have that have never been put into use of deterring hostage taking, and also to build relationships with other countries, multilateral organizations. so that if we do this right, maybe 10 or 15 years from now, we'll take this practice and put it onto the dustbin of history. The last thing the executive order told us to do was to start declassifying information as rapidly as possible so that we can let the families know what we're trying to do to affect their case and kind of keep them into the process. We didn't want to do what we did in 2014 with the cases in Syria and put the hand in their face and say, I'm sorry, it's classified, we can't tell you. Instead, we want to bring the families along. So lastly, I know it's a long answer, but lastly, what we do in my office now, now it's 2022, a few years after the start of this, 7 years into this, this effort, my organization focuses on bringing Americans home, taking care of their families, and finding ways to deter this horrible practice. So Brian, I'll turn it back over to you.
All right. No, with that, I mean, look, that means ultimately in terms of bringing people home, sometimes, especially in dealing with arbitrary detentions, that there's a quid pro quo. There's some sort of an arrangement made to do so. And these can be very controversial. We've seen this both in America and in Israel here as well. So let me go right to you, Lior, and ask you, how do we reconcile the understandable desire and public pressure to bring hostages back, to bring prisoners back, in some cases to bring the remains of prisoners back, and how do we reconcile that with broader national interests? Can those two actually be reconciled?
Thank you, Brian, for your preparation and leadership of this panel. Thank you, ICT, for this great conference. I expected no less from ICT, and for me, this is a line of duty. All of you, it's a real honor to be part of this line of duties. Just some data to back the Israeli perspective. Since 1978, since the first large military campaign in Lebanon that Israel conducted against PLO organization until now, 44 years, non-governmental organization, mainly in Lebanon, PLO, later Hezbollah, and in Gaza Strip, Hamas, held Israeli hostages, civilians, soldiers, or KIA, more than 33 years from this period. About 10 events, among them 11 live hostages, live soldiers, 3 civilians, and 11 bodies of KIAs. These 10 events, all of them, except the open case now in Gaza Strip, ended with an agreement with the organization, the other organization. Within these agreements, Israel, as a general speaking, released about 1,500 security prisoners as a total, sentenced and trial into jail in Israel, more than 5,000 detainees before trials held in Lebanon, and repatriate to the organization about 500 bodies of its soldiers. Now, when I analyze this trend, I can come to a conclusion that the enemy or the other part organization succeeding with their mission. They are holding hostages to release prisoners. And in the other side, my government is again and again dragged into a transaction that forces it to pay more and more in price and quality and seniority of the prisoners. The length of the period of the events are extended. The average now is few years. The demands are increased. The average now is few hundreds for each Israeli POW or MIA. So I'm looking at that and asking myself, either we are operating according to an equation which is efficient or not. For me, and maybe we will elaborate on that later, it's a perfect asymmetric equation where all the advantages are for the other side, the enemy, the organization, and all the disadvantages are for the governments. Now, for your question, I think that the pressures of the families, and I really appreciated what you just mentioned, Ambassador, regarding the logic to open hand, to open data, to open resources, and to start communicate with the families, because it will always be there. This is our perspective, our experience. Of course, the professional point of view is that there needs to be a barrier between the decision maker and the families of the hostages. But practically, like apple pie and motherhood, it's not always there. Practically, the diplomatic layer and the decision maker are always in some pressures of the public. So for me, the question is not how we can breach, how we can stop it. The question is how we can design and operate an efficient enough system and paradigm that will press and leverage the other side, the organization that holding hostages, in much more efficient way than the public opinion and the public pressure is impacting on our government. And I think later on we can elaborate on some notion, ideas about that.
We'll come back to that in a moment. So Chris, let me ask you. You know, historically, we were talking about history all the way back to ancient times, but more recently, the United States in the 1920s and 1930s had a major problem with kidnappings. I mean, we had ransom kidnappings taking place, and that changed dramatically in 1932 with the kidnapping of the Lindbergh child who was killed, and we ended up with new legislation and bringing the FBI into these cases. Since that time, the FBI has had a remarkably successful record in apprehending kidnappers. I mean, ransoms were paid, kidnappers were identified, they were caught, they were convicted, and the penalties were extremely severe. And as a consequence of that, the United States right now, we still have some ransom kidnappings, but this is a comparatively rare crime. That's a success story. So thinking about that in your current position as head of the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell, can we replicate that, or how can we attempt to bring that kind of record internationally, which doesn't start with what we will do or not do in terms of ransom or concessions, but starts at the other end, that is apprehension and punishment?
Well, thank you for the question. Number one, it is an honor to be on stage with you. So I got into the terrorism business and the hostage business. I was staged off the coast of Lebanon in 1989, getting ready to go in when U.S. Marine Colonel Higgins was taken by Hezbollah. And I was studying some of the publications that Brian had already put out back then. So it is a real honor to be on stage with you, so it's great. Secondly, Ambassador Carstens and I, usually when we're in front of microphones, we're testifying in front of Congress, so this is much more relaxing, so thank you for having us here. It's a difficult question to answer. We have had remarkable success in the United States, but it is territory we control. And they are laws that we can easily apply. And I know there have been extensive studies on whether concessions work or do not. Our no concession policy that has been somewhat in place since the early 70s has had mixed results over the years. We are limited to what we are allowed to do in engaging a captor network. And it has been our policy as a government to not provide any concessions. Having said that, we do have some latitude to negotiate with the terrorists. And that allows us to operate, to conduct our priority missions, which are first and foremost, I lead the organizations that are seeking to rescue and recover our hostages. It's an interagency component with all of our intelligence agencies and our military special operations all housed under one organization. The second part, which is more to your point, our second priority is to hold the captors responsible for their crimes. And that is we use US laws to do it. There is no expiration on the indictments for most of these cases, and we will pursue them around the world for as long as it takes. The Benghazi attackers who killed our ambassador and 3 other Americans, we have gone in and retaken 3 of them so far and brought them back to the United States to face justice. So we continue to do that. The third thing that we also do is we look for closure for the families. So in some of these cases, the hostages die in captivity, and we pursue every lead to use techniques that the FBI has and our intelligence community to find their remains and bring them home to their families. I do think that we should have maximum flexibility in our ability to negotiate and look at creative approaches for concessions, but I do think it needs a deeper study as well.
You know, you mentioned that the record in terms of whether or not making concessions is an effective deterrent. That's a question, and the evidence on that is pretty shaky. At the same time, you mentioned that in looking at the historical record that you're referring to, the cases have increased, the length of negotiations have increased, and the prices have gone up, which suggest, in a sense, or I'm going to infer, that compliance encourages repetition. We're not sure whether non-compliance or no concessions actually is an effective deterrent. Is that a fair way of putting it?
First of all, just as a note, I want to share your respect and admiration that you present to Brian Jenkins here as a researcher, and to express that, of course, and also to my oracle in this business of hostage event, to Professor Murari, which is present here in the first row, who led our national negotiation unit for years and established the foundation for this practice in our country. I'll tell you something, Brian. In the series of classical hostages event during the 70s, about 5 and 6 events that conducted by Palestinian organization, we saw a constant and precise decreasing of the demands, from demanding all the prisoners to 317 in Munich, 200 in Sabena, then 20, then 11. It means that when the government of Israel faced a strong strategy of no concession at all, when it was in our soil, when we had a tactical option, which is not the case, when we have now POW in the outer border, when the government stated that's a strategy, such a strategy, the other organization, I will not say deters, but change its philosophy, its logic, explore the way to be more efficient, and then ask the demand that the government might, in their perception, comply. So it means that a strategy, strong strategy, solid strategy, efficient strategy, impact the other side regarding his consideration, not surely about deterrence or others. Just one more comment regarding your further question. There is always a tense, especially in our experience, when we have a practical military conflict between us and the organization that holding hostages, there is always a tense between the interest to repatriate our guys and other interests, more strategic one. For example, in Gaza now, security stability in Gaza is in the interest of Israel. One of the fundamental components of this interest is the civil affair stability. One of the fundamental components for that is the support of the Israeli government to the Palestinians that living in Gaza Strip. So now here is a tense. How can you leverage those who hold the hostages, but in the other hand, support the population and the communities that living in the same area that under the control of this organization? This is a tense, this is a challenge. I think there are ways to bridge the gap of these challenges.
I don't know what happened to 30 minutes here. They just really roared past, and I'm getting signals. But I'm going to resist the signals for one moment here and ask a final question to Ambassador Carstens. We've been talking about non-government groups and the ability to deter or not deter them. In terms of dealing with states detaining foreign citizens and using it for coercive diplomacy, what can we do to in a sense, alter their cost-benefit calculations? It's not our territory, as Chris has pointed out. We don't have the control of the situation as we would in a barricade hostage situation here in Israel, as Lior has pointed out. What is our arsenal for in a sense, changing how they view the costs and benefits of doing this?
Great question, because that's exactly what we wrestle with every day, not in just terms of ongoing negotiations, but in where we want to take this. Most of you have some semblance of a military background. You're familiar with the term dime fill, diplomatic, information, military, law enforcement, economics, legal. Everything that you can bring together as a part of your national power should be considered to deter nations from doing this in the future. If we can put some of those tools to bear on a current case, that's good for us. If we can tell people that if they take one of our citizens, they're going to face this, that's even better. If we can get other countries to band with us so that one day in the far future, a citizen of Botswana is taken and 20, 30, or 40 nations come to the Botswanans and say, we're with you on this. This person was wrongfully detained. It's your citizen. But now how can we all work together, applying our own elements of national power on the country that's taken this citizen? If we can get to that point, then truly, hopefully my office goes away. I go off and do something else. I'm sure I could use a job offer, so please, 15 years from now. But I think we have a chance here to change the world. You know, if we're not learning, the enemy, they learn all the time, even though they're kind of doing the same thing over and over again. It's time to take all that we've learned in the last 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years and flip it on its head and start raising the costs dramatically.
Ambassador Carstens, a great answer. Ambassador Carstens, Mr. O'Leary, Colonel Latan, thank you very much, and thank all of you for your attention.
And thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian, for being such a great moderator. And since this was a terrorist negotiations session, you kidnapped 7 minutes out of the conference. So we will definitely use you to negotiate with Hamas, okay? All right, how you doing, Lior? Okay, so the story is very simply that I'm honored to present Lieutenant General Douglas Lute, who is the former United States Ambassador to NATO from 2013 to 2017. He's a career Army officer. In 2010, Lute retired from active duty as a Lieutenant General after 35 years of service. In 2007, President Bush named him as Assistant to the President and Deputy National. He served a total of 6 years in the White House. Before being assigned to the White House, Lieutenant General Douglas Lute served as Director of Operations J3 on the Joint Staff, overseeing U.S. military operations worldwide. Throughout his military diplomatic career, he received numerous honors and awards. All right. Did you ever come to beautiful Provo?
So thanks very much. It's a real pleasure to be here in Israel, especially as an American, to remember the impacts of the Al-Qaeda attacks in America in 2001. You know, sometimes we tell ourselves that we will never forget. Certainly we say that about 9/11. But as time passes, memories tend to fade and lessons become more obscure. So I think this ICT annual conference performs a very important function every year. I remember 9/11, September 11th, very clearly. It was a personal family experience. We lived in Washington, D.C. at Fort Myer, within sight of the Pentagon. My wife on that day was working at the UN and traveling to Manhattan. Our daughter's school bus passed the Pentagon early that morning. I was an Army colonel traveling with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs to a NATO meeting in, I think, Bucharest. Not quite, don't have that part of the memory. And as we approached in his plane, the UK airspace, we were listening to BBC radio. And we got the first indication that a plane had hit the North Tower. We thought, boy, that's peculiar, because we had overflown Manhattan, and it was a crystal clear blue sky day on that Tuesday morning. We went a bit further, reported the second plane, turned around, refueled, picked up 2 F-15 fighter escorts, again overflew Manhattan on our way back to Washington, and now, of course, the plume from the towers was at 20,000 feet. Landed at Andrews Air Force Base. When we landed, we could look across the skyline, Pentagon's only a few miles away and see the smoke from the burning Pentagon where our offices were. When we arrived at the Pentagon, it had already been marked off as a police site, you know, with the yellow warning tape. We crossed the tape. One image that just will always be with me is that there was a lone aircraft seat on the lawn of the Pentagon at the site of the impact. How one seat managed to stay intact and land there is beyond me, but it sticks with me. So this was a very personal experience on 9/11. And you know, on that day, although we didn't fully appreciate it, we were experiencing history. And we were unsure of where we were headed. We didn't know what lay ahead. And we were in the midst of a historical moment. We know that now, but at that time, we were too close to it to appreciate its impact. Now, I know of no conference worldwide that each year examines counterterrorism in such depth and breadth as this ICT conference, remembering 9/11 and assessing the changing environment here at the 20-year mark. And that is entirely appropriate, as we are very much still living with the impacts of 9/11. But in my short presentation today, I want to break with the theme. I want to take a bit of an excursion from the counterterrorism theme, and I'd like to offer a broader geostrategic context to this conversation, to the conference. I want to suggest that today we stand again at another historic moment, perhaps as important as 9/11. I believe we are what we might call at a strategic inflection point or a pivotal moment. I think the impacts of what we are experiencing today will be fundamental and wide-ranging, and that the future, because we are at this moment, will not resemble the past. We'll have a break in continuity with history. I've had 3 of these moments in my professional lifetime. If you bear with me, I'll just outline these quickly. 11/9, 9/11, and 2/24. Right? So 11/9, November 9th, 1989, the fall of the Berlin Wall, essentially the beginning of the end of the Cold War, a long era of continuity. 2 years later, followed by the dissolution of the Soviet Union. On 11/9, I was an Army major, and my unit was patrolling the inter-German border. Just think about that. 30 years ago, the inter-German border. That's a historical landmark today. We don't even think about it much. But we're still living today with the impacts of 11/9. Next, in my experience, 9/11. Well, that's familiar now, right? We've been talking about that for several days. And the impacts from 9/11, as this conference demonstrates, are still being felt today. And now I think I'd like to offer today 2/24, February 24th this year, right? With the Russian full-scale conventional invasion of a neighboring state. War has returned to the European continent. And I think that 2/24, as we look back, we're almost too close to it today, but as we look back on what happened in the last 6 months, it will register as significant an impact as 11/9 and 9/11. Now, we're only beginning to see those impacts today, because again, we're very close to history, right? They will play out, in my view, over the coming decades. And just as we're still living with the impacts of 11/9 and 9/11, what are the impacts that we know so far from 2/24? So first, obviously, the epicenter, Ukraine itself. 7 million IDPs, 5 million Ukrainian refugees, significant casualties on both sides of the fight itself, significant impact on the Ukrainian infrastructure, registering in the hundreds of billions of dollars, and I think those estimates must be low, given the extent of the damage. Estimated 45% cut in Ukrainian GDP this year, 45% cut, and they're all but cut off from the lifelines, that is, their access to the sea, in terms of recovering that economy, except for the port of Odessa so far. Now that epicenter, that initial shock, I think, will be followed by a series of concentric shock waves, aftershocks, if you will, right? And we're beginning to see the second wave of effects, which extend beyond Ukraine itself. So here, economic effects like sanctions on Russia, where 60% of global GDP is assembled in a coalition, an economic coalition, to punish Russia and to limit its economic ability. That should result, on estimates, about a 15% reduction on Russian GDP. We've seen the effort in Europe to reduce their dependence, their reliance on an unreliable energy source, Russia. And this is playing out in both the oil and the gas chains. Supply chain reductions supply chains have been interrupted in international food supplies. We're beginning to see that. On the security front, we're seeing NATO position troops where they'd never been before on a sustained basis on the eastern flank of NATO. And we've even seen two previously neutral states, Sweden and Finland, give up several hundred years of neutrality to join the NATO military alliance. That's pretty significant second wave of shocks. I think there's a third wave beyond that. We're going to see market disruptions resulting in inflation. Inflation in my country is at 8% today. That's becoming a real political issue. And this rolls back to the initial shock of the war in Europe. We're going to see longer-term disruptions in the energy markets, oil and gas. We'll see those impact on the LNG marketplace, on the nuclear energy marketplace, and so forth. We've seen the reduction in fertilizer. Who knew that fertilizer was a major output, a major export of this part of Europe? And that, of course, will have yet another impact on agricultural productivity. And finally, on the security front, I think militaries around the world will watch this conflict very closely and draw some conclusions about the way to fight very distributed, decentralized command and control, and so forth. Very interesting, we haven't yet seen a repercussion or a shock wave in terms of the Chinese perception of what's happening in Ukraine today. What lessons does President Xi and his government draw from this military conflict in Europe? So, look, I think there are implications, repercussions, shock waves, aftershocks, if you will, that have not yet been realized, and I think we're going to live with this. Look, we might even be imagining the future of Russia and its 7,000 nuclear weapons. That may be a downstream effect that will emanate from this initial shock. But what's really at risk? And the next series of speakers here are to give you an American perspective, right? So I'm giving you the sense of what's happening in Washington today. And a big sense of what's happening in Washington is that there are geostrategic impacts, big impacts from the war in Ukraine. And essentially the way this is being framed in Washington is that it's a struggle between two fundamental systems of international relations. On the one hand, the model of the nation state, which goes all the back to the 17th century, right? The notions of state sovereignty, territorial integrity, and so forth. So the nation state as the organizing principle, and that competes with the alternative of empires, right? And this is really the history of most of us in this room, the 20th century wars against empires, right? World War I, a war against empires. World War II, the post-colonial period. You can argue the Cold War was a war against empires. So you have this competition between two visions or two organizing principles of the international system, nation states and empire. And now you have President Putin rolling back the clock, at least that's his rhetoric, where he intends to reestablish his image of the Russian Empire. And he discards, in the meantime, all the rules of the road that go back to not only the Treaty of Westphalia, but the embodiment of the UN Charter and so forth. So that's how this is being viewed fundamentally in Washington today. And yes, we still live with the aftershocks of 9/11, and I would argue even 11/9, right? The breakup of the Soviet Union, the fall of the Berlin Wall. But just like those previous historical moments, I think the impacts of 2/24 will be with us for decades. And while this conference rightly every year refocuses us on the impacts of 9/11, I think it's important for all of us to recognize, and that was the intent of my excursion here in these brief remarks, that while we're still living with the impacts of 9/11, there are emerging challenges that we have to confront, because those emerging challenges, like the war in Ukraine, will compete for policy bandwidth in capitals like mine and yours, and also for resources. So we can't, while it's important to focus every year here at ICT in a world-class forum on counterterrorism, we must appreciate that counterterrorism plays out in a wider perspective. So thank you very much, and I'll turn to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, General Lute. It's now my pleasure to call on Ambassador Timothy Betts, who assumed the position of Acting Coordinator for Counterterrorism and Acting Special Envoy for the Global Coalition to Defeat ISIS on March 21st, 2022. Previously, he served as Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary in the Bureau of Political Military Affairs from October 2019 until his retirement from the Senior Foreign Service in December 2021. He was Acting Assistant Secretary for Political Military Affairs from January to October 2021. During his foreign service career, Ambassador Betts led a multi-agency team helping Saudi Arabia to enhance its capacity to protect critical infrastructure and improve its counterterrorism capabilities, primarily through training. He also served as Deputy Chief of Mission in Budapest, Hungary from 2010 till 2013, Director of Iraq Affairs from 2008 to 2009, Consul General in Naha, Okinawa from 2000 to 2003. In addition, he had assignments in Canberra, Washington, Tokyo, Ankara. Ambassador Betts, it's tiring, all of this. So many different places. You'll let us know which place you enjoyed the most. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Oh, they reset the clock. And thank you, Mr. Davis, for that kind and very long introduction. It does remind me that, I'm getting old. But I want to thank you, and I also need to thank the ICT for convening us all in this important moment. Particularly, I want to call out Boaz Ganor. Boaz and his team have been longstanding friends of the State Department's Counterterrorism Bureau, and we really appreciate their partnership and their advice. I'm particularly grateful to ICT for scheduling this event in the weeks after the United States airstrike on Ayman al-Zawahiri, the leader of al-Qaeda, which marked an important counterterrorism success for this administration. And I want to thank you all for bearing with us late in the afternoon, after lunch, and hopefully you can stay awake another 13 minutes and 53 seconds. We're really excited to participate this year after 2 years of being absent due to COVID. And so we really value this opportunity. The State Department's Counterterrorism Coordinator has been a regular participant in these gatherings. My predecessor, Nathan Sales, spoke at the last in-person conference the ICT convened in September of 2019. The focus of his speech was keep the pressure on al-Qaeda. Well, I'm happy to be here to say we've done that, and we're continuing to press and keep the pressure on that terrorist network. The strike that eliminated Ayman al-Zawahiri and dealt a blow to al-Qaeda serves as a reminder to our terrorist adversaries that if they harm the United States and its allies, they'll find no safe haven anywhere. As counterterrorism practitioners, we learn to adapt to the opportunities and constraints of our operating environment. A military withdrawal from Afghanistan was long overdue and supported by the majority of American people. But that doesn't mean that we're walking away from our commitment to confront terrorist threats in that part of the world or anywhere else. Our strike to take out Zawahiri made clear that the United States will not stand for the sheltering of al-Qaeda leadership or a reversion to the status quo from before the September 11 attacks. The Counterterrorism Bureau at the State Department, along with our partners throughout the US government and the entire counterterrorism architecture developed in the last 2 decades, is clear-eyed about the threats we face and working to keep us all safe. Today, I'd like to talk a little bit more about how we see the threat and what we're doing to address it. And it's fitting that I'm following General Lutz's comments because one of the elements of our approach to counterterrorism is that we're doing it in a context of security and national security challenges more broadly. And so while we're expanding the aperture, we are still focused on counterterrorism. To sort of frame this, I want to borrow the metaphor that the conference organizer used of the eye of the storm to sort of frame the whole week's discussion. I think it's an apt way to describe our present situation with regards to terrorist threats, and I'll use it to frame my remarks. First, I want to emphasize that we remain vigilant even through the terrorist threat might seem more diffuse today than in comparison to previous periods. Looking around the corner of our present moment, we see much to remain concerned about regarding terrorist threats in Israel's neighborhood and beyond. After that, I'll discuss what this administration has learned in countering terrorism and how that has informed the administration's approach to the threats we face. Just as someone in the eye of the storm must survey past damage in order to prepare for the next onslaught, so too must we take stock of what we've experienced in years past to be smarter about how we face terrorist threats in the future. We understand that being in the eye of the storm means that the present conditions of relative calm are temporary, requiring us to acknowledge the future threats we expect to return in force. In the Middle East, for example, we're extremely concerned that all the structural conditions that precipitated the emergence of conflict and terrorism in the past decade have either remained or have worsened. Consider how countries in Israel's immediate neighborhood continue to struggle with weak governance, social fragmentation, and economic grievances among the populations, leaving a vacuum that terrorist organizations continue to exploit. The region is also grappling with questions of how terrorists and insurgents could exploit emerging technologies like blockchain-based cryptocurrencies, encrypted communications, digital deepfakes, and drone swarms, use them all for their nefarious purposes. Add to this a major shift in geopolitics. With Russia and China, there's increasing competition, uncertainty, and instability around the world. We're concerned with the growing possibility of more conflict, similar to Russia's war of aggression with Ukraine. And we know, to paraphrase an axiom that counterterrorism practitioners can appreciate, wars anywhere provide an opportunity for terrorists everywhere. Finally, we must consider Iran, which destabilizes the Middle East region by providing its terrorist proxies and partners with means to wage war, and which has been deeply involved in the Syrian regime's war against its own people. Iran seeks to duplicate its time-tested playbook of supporting non-state armed groups in places such as Yemen and Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, and elsewhere, with training and advanced weapons that are used to inflict violence on civilians across the region in the service of Iran's political interests. Iran engages in these destabilizing actions to extort and coerce countries in the Middle East while extending its influence across the Arabian Peninsula and well beyond. We're under no illusions about the threat an intransigent Iran poses worldwide, including to the United States. Iran and the groups it supports are not a distant theoretical threat to the United States. As you undoubtedly all saw in late August, we launched a precision strike against a facility in Syria used by militia groups affiliated with the IRGC in response to armed attacks against US forces in the region. Also, the US Justice Department recently indicted an IRGC operative for plotting to assassinate the former US National Security Advisor, which I know other speakers have referred to. The Department of Justice and the FBI have successfully prosecuted 3 Hezbollah operatives over the past several years for conducting surveillance and other terrorist-related activities on US soil. So we have seen up close and firsthand the dangers the Iranian-linked terrorism poses. We're urging governments around the world to designate, ban, or otherwise restrict Hezbollah from operating in their territories. These actions are critical to restricting Hezbollah's ability to fundraise, to support its operations, crippling the group's efforts to take advantage of Lebanon's financial crisis to deepen their control over the country approximately 200 kilometers from here. Aside from Hezbollah, we have designated where possible and are pursuing all avenues otherwise to undermine Iran-aligned militia groups where they emerge. Iran's reliance for decades on terroristic violence to advance its political agenda is unacceptable. Rest assured, we will continue to confront Iran's use of and support of terrorism, regardless of the outcome of the nuclear negotiations. So if we agree with our conference organizers that we're in the eye of the storm as far as terrorism threats are concerned, what can we do to both counter terrorism and prepare properly? I'd argue that there are 2 major lessons that we have learned and can marshal to be smarter in how we face the next terrorism wave. First, we have learned that counterterrorism requires a careful and more comprehensive approach. Eliminating senior terrorist leaders like Zawahiri and other terrorist operatives is critical, but over the long term, we cannot defeat our terrorist adversaries with the force of military might alone. Careful and more comprehensive counterterrorism approaches require the effective integration of the full spectrum of counterterrorism capabilities most appropriate to each threat. We have strong hammers, but not every terrorist problem is a nail. Considering and even using the full counterterrorism toolkit, including intelligence and information, is a start. But more than that, we need to focus our efforts on using the right counterterrorism tools at the right time to solve the problem at hand. For example, now that we have territorially defeated ISIS's so-called caliphate, we are seeing civilian tools come to the fore. These civilian tools include capacity building assistance for countries to facilitate repatriation of their nationals from northeast Syria and stabilization programs in territories liberated from ISIS. Both of these efforts are necessary to ensure the long-term defeat of ISIS in the Iraq-Syria region. Civilian counterterrorism tools are an essential part of our counterterrorism toolkit. They help us prevent terrorists from capturing wide swaths of territory or attracting large numbers of adherents. They inspire confidence in local authorities to provide legitimate security through outreach and engagement, a reliance on the rule of law and good security sector governance. They deprive terrorist sources of recruitment and support with credible efforts to prevent, investigate, prosecute, incarcerate, and rehabilitate the terrorist threat. They build partnerships and partner capacity so that while we are in the eye of the storm, we can invest now in the necessary tools to emerge better prepared to meet the next threats. Some of the principles that we use or follow in the pursuit of these tools include an emphasis on partnerships, or as our organizers might say, it takes a network to fight a network. To achieve lasting counterterrorism successes means building alliances. We have done that with the 85-member Defeat ISIS coalition, which is not only focused on Iraq and Syria now, but is also looking at other ISIS hotspots, particularly in Africa and Central Asia. An emphasis on civilian-driven efforts to defeat terrorist adversaries by finding ways to get them off the battlefield, keep them off, and ideally prevent them from joining the battle to begin with. Military action alone risks one terrorist simply being replaced by another. So civilian approaches, such as countering violent extremism, strengthening border security, and providing rehabilitation and reintegration pathways for those seeking to renounce violence, are also crucial. This is a tall order, but even a small margin of success increases confidence, provides added protection for our civilians, and reduces the cost of military engagement with our terrorist adversaries, should the situation call for one. An emphasis on partner-led approaches is another principle. Our adversaries know that US troops cannot and will not remain deployed forever, nor should they be. We need willing and committed partners with skin in the game who can work with us and who we can help develop the tools that they need to stay in the fight when we are no longer there to advise and assist. In summary, our methods emphasize an approach that is civilian-driven, partner-led, and US-enabled, and one that is rooted in multilateral diplomacy, because we know that to inflict a lasting defeat on any agile adversary that only needs to survive to win requires a considered and collaborative approach. Second, the US national security priorities are shifting to account for the strategic competition. This is what General Lute was talking about. The importance of this shift is clear, but it is forcing us to acknowledge something we ought to have learned in our many years of counterterrorism is not an island. It is linked to other factors in a comprehensive and successful national security strategy. In this regard, as Homeland Security Advisor Elizabeth Sherwood Randall explained in a speech last year commemorating the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks, our approach will be focused on integrating our counterterrorism strategy into regional strategies, nesting our counterterrorism efforts within a broader suite of initiatives, and investing in an indicators and warnings architecture that will enable us to understand the evolving threat environment. Countering terrorism as a part of a wider array of national security priorities requires us to remain focused on the terrorist threat with a smarter deployment of resources. Our counterterrorism capabilities have evolved significantly in the last 2 decades. The United States has invested unprecedented sums to construct a flexible counterterrorism architecture that combines threat detection and kinetic response with risk analysis, information sharing, watch listing, public-private partnerships, and building the capacities of our allies and partners. We are now able to pay attention to the terrorist threat while also addressing emerging issues of great national security concern. Using this counterterrorism infrastructure, we can protect our citizens and interests while simultaneously pursuing other strategic priorities. Our precision strike against a high-valued terrorist target like Zawahiri is proof of this evolution. It shows that we can make our counterterrorism architecture work to fight terrorists who threaten us. However, our new national strategy priorities demand that architecture no longer be supported to create new enemies by engaging with adversaries we may not have otherwise needed to fight because they don't threaten us directly. In conclusion, and because the clock says my time is up, our methods must adapt to meet the new threat environment. But I want to be clear that we will keep our eye on the ball, and we will work hard and smarter, drawing on lessons we have learned by weathering many storms together to address the new threats we all face and that are threatening all of us. I want to thank the organizers again for convening these discussions. I'm eager to learn more from the discussions, particularly on how CT can remain meaningfully engaged on addressing the threats we are all working hard together to mitigate. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Betts, for sharing with us your experiences in the fight against terrorism. I now wish to welcome our next speaker, Brian Dodwell, who is the director of the Combating Terrorism Center at West Point and an assistant professor in the Department of Social Sciences, U.S. Military Academy, West Point. He has served at the CTC since 2010 and spent 4 years as the deputy director prior to assuming his current position in 2018. Prior to joining the Combating Terrorism Center, Mr. Dodwell was the operations branch chief at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, National Exercise Division. And we're very proud of our cadets who come here from West Point, who graduate. The more the merrier, in spite sometimes of bureaucracies which we have to face, sometimes. But we're politically correct.
All right, thank you so much, Jonathan, and thank you to Boaz, Stevie, and the whole ICT team for hosting this great event. And thanks, of course, to my good friend and colleague Asaf, who will always be a member of our CTC family. Always great to see Asaf. And General Lute, always great to follow a fellow member of the Lincoln Hall Brigade from Soch. So pleasure to be up here. First, I must beg your forgiveness. So I'm recovering from a bout of laryngitis, as you might pick up in my voice a little rough. As of 2 days ago, I could not speak a word. Before anybody gets concerned, I've tested negative multiple times, okay? No, rather than COVID, this is the result of my side hustle as a coach for my son's football team. Apparently my coaching style is, well, a little loud, I think. To be clear, I grew up in the British territory, so when I say football, I actually do mean football, not our American variation. As a side note, if anybody here has an extra ticket for the Maccabi Haifa PSG game tomorrow night, I'll be outside afterwards. If you want to discuss research collaboration or whatever, I'll be there waiting. Okay, when practicing last night, about 10-15 minutes, my voice gave out, so we'll see how this goes. I think my vocal cords are going to beat the clock. We'll see. But let's jump into it. So I want to start by saying a little bit about my organization, the Combating Terrorism Center at West Point. For those of you who don't know us, we're a research organization focusing on terrorism and counterterrorism that is based at the United States Military Academy in West Point, New York. See, 2 minutes, we're already struggling, okay. Hopefully many of you have come across our products in the course of your work or studies. In addition to the teaching we do for our cadets and the amazing research program managed by our great Daniel Milton, who is here today, we also publish the CTC Sentinel, which hopefully many of you know is our monthly publication and journal. I'd like to talk today about the Sentinel and specifically about the great work that has been done recently in that journal. First and foremost, huge kudos to our fantastic editor-in-chief, Paul Cruikshank, sitting back there, and the equally amazing Chrissy Hummel, our managing editor. Every month, I simply marvel at the fascinating work that they put in front of us and the rest of the board, and myself and the rest of the board for review. I also want to highlight the recent partnership that we've initiated with Boaz, Stevie, and the ICT team to commission a series of articles and interviews examining terrorism and counterterrorism issues here in Israel. The work so far has been excellent, and we thank you, Boaz, for your continued support and collaboration in this awesome effort. So at the Sentinel and the CTC, we've always worked hard to publish scholarship on terrorism and counterterrorism that is, as we say, objective, relevant, and rigorous, as we put on our masthead. I want to highlight one particular Sentinel project that we recently completed that I think really kind of is the perfect example of bringing together these three ideals. In April and May, we published a 2-volume set of special issues examining the biological threat, which is a topic that I haven't heard much talk about here this week. So I want to highlight that. The origins of this project speak to its relevance. We at the CTC had already been having numerous internal conversations about how to better examine the impact of the COVID pandemic on broader terrorism issues. And we also have an ongoing partnership with West Point's Department of Chemistry and Life Sciences, with whom we had conducted some research examining terrorist use of emerging technologies. The final pillar, however, was when one of our key partners in the U.S. Special Operations community reached out to us and expressed an intense interest in more and better research examining evolving biological threats. So when you have a topic that both academics and operators are intensely interested in tackling, I think that's a pretty good recipe for a successful and relevant effort. In terms of objectiveness and rigor, we recruited an amazing multidisciplinary team of authors and interview subjects who represented a diverse mix of practitioners, government officials, scientists, terrorism specialists, and military officials. This includes, I should note in this setting, an interview with Dr. Shmuel Shapira, an ICT Senior Research Fellow and former Director General of the Israel Institute for Biological Research. Collectively, this group produced a fascinating series of articles and interviews that really objectively tackled a broad range of issues related to biological threats and bioterrorism. The resulting products gave our operational partners the rigorous research that they were looking for to provide useful context for the critical work that they do every day. So what I'd like to do is provide a brief summary of some of the key perspectives and findings that were offered up in this project. And I'll start with a conclusion that the overarching challenge is the same as it is for most other emerging technologies. And that is that we have to find an appropriate balance between opportunity and risk, right? So almost all of these technologies, whether you're talking about IT, communications platforms, or UAVs, or 3D printing, or synthetic biology, much of which we talked about some of these technological innovations earlier this morning with our UN partners. All of these things are being developed for the right reasons and present us with significant benefits for society. But they all also pose potential risks if put in the wrong hands and for the wrong purposes. So what are some of those risks? The research we published really highlighted a litany of advancements in the biological field that could have dangerous implications in the security space. One of the most notable developments is the CRISPR system. There's an article by my West Point colleagues, Colonel John Burpo and Major Stephen Hummel, highlight how with CRISPR, one can, with relative ease, design and manipulate specific target sequences to modify, insert, or delete portions of genetic material. This would allow a prospective bioterrorist to select a virus of choice and then genetically modify viral transmissibility, incubation and infectious time windows, and lethality, creating what is essentially a tailored or even a tunable bioweapon. These weapons can be designed to achieve specific target effects at the tactical, operational, and strategic levels. As Dr. Lawrence Kerr, a former senior White House medical official, said in one of our interviews that we published, if you give me the exact requirements for what you want to do to someone or a group, do you want to incapacitate? Do you want to kill? How many? For how long? We can design you that pathogen. That is the power of biology. He points out that while our defenses have also made great advances, just a single point mutation can make highly effective vaccines and therapeutics essentially useless against a new, highly resistant strain. At the heart of most of these issues is the dramatic intersection of biology and technological fields, such as computer science, automation, engineering, quantum mechanics, and so on. Audrey Kurth-Cronin authored an article for us where she addressed this concern, pointing out that the intersections between these areas of study are reshaping the entire landscape of what biology is, which in turn changes our focus regarding what a biothreat in the 21st century could look like. She concludes that the most dangerous threats are coming not just from biology, but from the intersections between disciplines. Cronin also, really in a fascinating way, highlights an example from earlier this year of a US company that did an experiment with its tool that uses computational machine learning to discover new drugs for rare diseases. While their tool is designed to reject anything predicted to be toxic, the experiment was actually flip the parameters of their model and instead favor rather than avoid toxic molecules. What could go wrong, right? They expected this experiment to produce gibberish, but instead, to their surprise, the AI took less than 6 hours to design not only a VX nerve agent, but also novel, even more toxic agents that weren't even in the training data set that the tool was using, for a total of 40,000 new possible weapons. Another key concern has to do with the rapidly growing so-called do-it-yourself or DIY bio-community and biohackers. While traditional researchers typically have adequate management and review structures around them, that is not the case for the unfunded DIY community. As Cronin points out, the barriers to entry have decreased. Bacterial gene engineering kits can be bought online for $169. You have whole genetic engineering home lab kits that can be purchased for less than $2,000. There are international competitions for students to create novel products using synthetic biology. And overall, most of these things are good things, right, in terms of scientific education. But not everyone gets the necessary education in how to use ethical guidelines for using this technology. And experts don't even agree on what ethical oversight of biohacking even is. In general, as all types of research in this space have increased, so does the risk. As our article on bio-risk management by Lentzos, Koblenz, and Rogers points out, after every recent significant outbreak, to include H5N1, H1N1 back in 2009, the 2014 and 2016 Ebola outbreak, and of course COVID-19, as we saw in all of these, after them we saw significant increases in research that potentially has security implications. For example, this includes deliberate development of novel viruses for use in so-called gain-of-function research. These are essentially those tunable weapons that I was talking about, where a specific virus is designed to enhance its lethality or transmissibility. We also saw an increase in field research in mobile labs, which, while helpful in an outbreak, of course, also raise the possibility and create opportunities for the risk of accidental or deliberate contamination. The overall increase in labs and scientists working on these dangerous pathogens has created more opportunities for these agents to be stolen, particularly by insiders. Even the more established labs are also at risk. A 2021 survey identified that only 6 out of the 23 countries with maximum containment labs were scored as having high levels of biosafety and biosecurity. It's a pretty troubling finding there. And then, of course, there's the private sector, where there are far fewer requirements for review of dual-use potential. As our authors point out, given the increasing size of the global bioeconomy and the growing commercialization of products generated with synthetic biology and genome editing tools, the exclusion of almost all of the work done by the private sector from dual-use research oversight is an increasingly large loophole. There are also risks related to the publication end of research. In our interview, Dr. Shapira discussed the importance of responsible science. In addition to safe labs and facilities, he also emphasized responsible publication, highlighting the dangerous nature of some past publications, including articles by researchers on how they manipulated the avian flu virus. At the end of the day, however, the benefits of all these advancements are so great that this revolution in biology will continue. As Brad Ringheisen, a former senior DARPA official, pointed out for us, we cannot not use this technology to help society. The benefits are just too many. We could save lives. We have to use it. So the question then is, how do we use it safely? How do we try to set up the guardrails to be able to use it safely? Before we examine the specific guardrails, it's important to recognize that the impact of this revolution in biology has played out in a similar way as past WMD or CBRN threats, in that people express significant concern simply because the worst case scenario truly is so awful. However, a more sober assessment takes us to the conclusion that this stuff is hard. It really is. Several of our authors made this point about the criticality of the correct expertise. Burpo and Hummel emphasize that while the availability of these new tools reduces many technical hurdles, substantive modification of a virus still requires considerable knowledge of the virus and the desired outcomes. Ringheisen also emphasizes that biology is complex. While going in and making a change in the genome is, in theory, much easier now, it's very difficult to reliably achieve a specific desire or outcome, or excuse me, a specific desired outcome. Whole teams of highly trained scientists are working on how to deliver the reagent to the specific cell, which is a tremendously difficult challenge. He concludes that it's impractical to think that one person with malintent will be able to make enormous strides in doing something very nefarious in this area. That said, all of our authors also caution that advances in technology have made it the case that certain required steps are much easier than they were in the past. So the takeaway that we should really get from this is that while we should not conclude that the sky is falling right now, we should very much keep our eye on this space to ensure these advancements are handled ethically and responsibly. The research we published highlights a wide range of steps and measures we can take to mitigate these threats and concerns. Too many to articulate in the time left here, so I encourage you to go check the articles out. But I'll highlight one broader finding, which is that the policy focus and funding for work to address these issues has evolved in much the same way as CT funding has over the years, meaning that it typically comes in fits and starts. depending on the perceived threat. So in the US, one of the key frustrations that we've seen is that a lot of work's undertaken to develop new strategies, new plans, but the funding doesn't follow. As Dr. Kerr pointed out for us, strategies are pieces of paper that sit on bookshelves until they are actually funded and turned into programs that can operationalize these plans. The final point I will cover has to do with the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on the field of biotechnology and specifically the threat of bioterrorism. Almost all the authors in our project highlighted various lessons learned from the pandemic. We saw successes, we saw failures. Learning from the failures will surely improve our response in the future. And heavy investment in research and technology has led and will continue to lead to significant advancements in the field. In terms of impacts on bioterrorism specifically, we published a fascinating article by Ackerman, Kallenborn, and Bleak that created a taxonomy of bioterrorism and then assessed the impacts on this taxonomy of the COVID-19 pandemic. They consider these impacts across 4 aspects. 1, terrorist interest in bioterrorism. 2, the capabilities of terrorist groups to carry out bioterrorism. 3, impacts on the consequences of bioterrorism. And 4, impacts on our perception of the threat, vice the actual threat itself. In the interest of time, I encourage you to go dive into the piece and check it out. For now, I'll simply leave you with our bottom line conclusion, which is that COVID-19 will have a limited overall effect on bioterrorism risk, though it may have greater effects on perceptions of those risks. So I'd like to conclude by saying this project is indicative of the kind of work that we at the CTC are really hoping to produce moving forward. We are not a large shop, and we can't be productive without critical partnerships with both our US government partners, but also all of you. So I know many of you in the conference have already contributed to the Sentinel, and I encourage the rest of you to try to do so in the future. We really rely on that input. If you have ideas or proposals that you would like to work on with us, please come talk to us, come after the conference or in the break, whatever, or reach out to us in the future. In this environment of continuing threats but diminishing resources, it's only through robust collaboration that we can continue to make important progress in this field. All right, I think my voice made it, and I got 30 seconds left, so we're good to go. Thank you very much, everybody.
Good job, Brian. And now it's going to be from Brian to Brian. We've got Brian Jenkins, who's up to bat in a few seconds from now. Always well-dressed, always a touch of class. Actually, he's got platinum class because I think he's one of the greatest veterans of these conferences than anyone else. In addition to which, he also teaches at our executive education course, teaches in our master's degree in counterterrorism. He is a senior advisor to the president at RAND Corporation, which makes sense. You should be in that kind of a position. And Mr. Brian Jenkins is a world-renowned expert in the field of counterterrorism. Throughout his illustrious career, Mr. Jenkins has served various roles, including presidential appointee to the White House Commission on Aviation Safety and Security, advisor to the National Commission on Terrorism, and most recently, senior advisor to the president at the RAND Corporation. Mr. Jenkins, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. You know, unable to travel during the pandemic, I spent my time really exploring past pandemics, not the medical aspects or the epidemiological aspects, which I have no expertise in, but really to look at the economic consequences, the social consequences, psychological effects, the political effects of these, the consequences for armed conflict, for terrorism, for bioterrorism. And like any explorer, I kept a journal which ultimately turned into a brief book which comes out next week. This is the kind of book you buy in an airport. It's a small, slender, fast read. As my editor, as he tore out entire paragraphs and pages, told me, "You're not writing a government report, Brian. You are not writing an academic brick. This is something people are supposed to read." At any rate, in trying to look at these past pandemics for clues about the post-pandemic landscape, it was a fascinating journey. By the way, what makes the slides change here? If we look at the pandemic, there was really nothing comparable in the last, it's that one, okay. Nothing comparable in the last 100 years. Let's go back for a moment. We have an unknown virus emerging in Wuhan, China. It spreads quickly throughout the world. Financial markets start to crash. Unemployment rates soar. In less than 3 years, COVID-19 has killed 6.5 million people. That's not anywhere near the Black Death of the 14th century, which killed half the population of Europe. But actually, it's not an insignificant event, and in fact, those numbers that are recorded are an under-counting of it, according to recent research that was done, came out just this last summer. The actual toll is likely to be 3 times that many, so we're looking at 18 to 20 million people. That will put it into one of the category of the top 10 human disasters since the beginning of the 20th century. But it's not just lives lost or devastated economies. Plagues have legacies of social disorder, political repercussions. In many respects, the COVID-19 pandemic paralleled past pandemics. Historians who have written about these would actually not be surprised by a lot of the things that we saw during the pandemic. COVID-19, like previous pandemics, exposed and exacerbated existing inequities in society. Rich got richer, escaped to their ranches in Montana or their getaways in New Zealand. Those lower on the economic ladder drove the delivery trucks that enabled everyone else to work from home. And the exposure to disease and the death tolls were significantly uneven. There was resistance to the health control measures. That's a common feature of pandemics, which require government intervention in places where governments don't normally intervene. Blaming others, scapegoating, is a common feature in pandemics, past and present. The Jews are always blamed throughout history for pandemics. Gypsies, Asians, we saw an increase in violence against Asians as a result of the pandemic, foreigners, immigrants. Conspiracy theories, bizarre beliefs were not unique to COVID-19. They regularly occur. The difference was the internet, which allowed these to spread wider and faster. We saw increases in lawlessness, increases in violence. The murder rate in the United States went up 25% in a single year. On the other hand, the COVID-19 also differed from previous pandemics. Fewer have died in the COVID-19 pandemic, even if we accept that higher figure of 18 to 20 million. That's roughly 1% of the world's population. Measures to slow the contagion seemed more pervasive because of the more efficient efforts in some cases and the way these were rolled out and covered, including in the media. Modern medicine, antiviral drugs, life support systems in intensive care units, and ultimately, of course, a vaccine saved hundreds of thousands of lives. Vaccine was a new feature of this pandemic, but we also have more anti-vaxxers. The COVID-19 pandemic had a devastating economic impact for many, not all. As I say, the effects were unequal within nations. They were unequal between nations. Less developed countries have been hit the hardest. They will take longer to recover as a consequence COVID-19, we are looking at somewhere between half a billion, some people say as many as a billion people pushed back into extreme poverty. That reverses a long-term trend. The situation, of course, has been complicated by the war in Ukraine and the consequences of that, leading to food shortages, energy shortages, inflation, and of course we're looking down the road to the impact of climate change. All of that is going to drive refugees. It's going to drive immigration, legal and illegal. And that's going to drive people toward destinations that are already hostile to immigration and thereby increasing social tensions. The post-pandemic moodscape, we're already seeing an angrier, more pessimistic tenor of society. As in previous pandemics, COVID-19 saw what was growing malaise in society. Many previous pandemics also saw declines in rational thought. They left a lasting legacy of distrust. And in fact, in some cases, this distrust in institutions, distrust in each other, persisted not only for the generation that was exposed to the pandemic, but in fact was inherited by their children and even their grandchildren. People are on edge, quick to violence. What we're seeing is not entirely a new phenomenon because it preceded the COVID-19 pandemic, but certainly has been exacerbated by it. And that is an increase in random, unprovoked violence in public places. This is people being pushed off of subway or metro platforms into oncoming trains, people just being attacked at random. These are not ordinary crimes connected with robbery or anything like that. They don't have a political nexus. It's not terrorism. These are just indicating a certain amount of stress in society and people attacking one another. All of this has political consequences. I think the biggest political casualty is governability itself. Democracies didn't perform strikingly well in this. In fact, if you look at the list of democratic nations of the world, according to indices of this, more than 2/3 of them had mortality rates significantly higher than the global average. Now, there's a lot of undercounting in that, but that doesn't explain it entirely. The fact is that we didn't do as well. Progress toward democracy declined, wiping out 15 years of steady gain. A number of publications in the past year have talked about democracy being in free fall in the world. That's probably an overstatement, but certainly the pandemic contributed to that kind of pressure. New political alliances emerged. A fascinating one is a coalescence of the anti-vax movement with the extreme right. They see each other as an ability to strengthen their movements and gain more muscle. The fact is that democracies in general are simply going to be harder to govern in the future. We have new sources of conflict. You know, there's no direct line from virus to terrorist bombings, but it is clear that pandemics, through isolation and other factors, accelerate radicalization. They do deepen social and political divides. They leave behind very deep resentments, and they demonstrate models of protest and popular resistance. In terms of looking ahead at the world, we're looking ahead at a very turbulent world. We are, as I say, we're in the midst of a war in Ukraine.
Throughout history, epidemics and wars have circled each other. We can't say that there's direct causality because there's so much warfare and there are so many outbreaks of disease that they are close to one another at any given time. But there is a link between high disease stress in some societies and the prevalence of internal armed conflict. Outbreaks of disease weaken state capacity, they foment political discord, and indeed in the United States many people fear that we are heading toward a civil war. Does it increase the likelihood of bioterrorism? I don't need to go into this in any detail because Brian Dodwell has covered it so well. I don't think it offers terrorists new capabilities or open new paths they haven't thought about, but it certainly has inspired a lot of extremists to think about how they might weaponize COVID-19 or other biological weapons, and that's not a good result. Let me conclude there. Jonathan, I've given you back 2.5 minutes of the 7 I took before, but on my terms.
Now you see why he's an advisor to the CEO of RAND. Smart guy. Okay. Thank you, Brian. And I think you scared us a little bit with all of these, with what you had to say. So I think it woke up the audience here. It's my honor to welcome our next speaker, Ambassador Professor Nathan Sales, non-resident senior fellow, Atlantic Council, former ambassador at large and coordinator for counterterrorism at the Department of State of the United States of America. And before joining the State Department, Ambassador Sales was a tenured law professor, teaching and writing in the fields of counterterrorism law, national security law, constitutional law, and administrative law. He's currently a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Jonathan, for that introduction. You always make me sound more distinguished than I deserve. Thanks to you all for being here, and thanks to Boaz and Stevie and the entire ICT team for making today's conference possible. It's a great pleasure to be here in person, no less. It's actually my first time back in Israel since the pandemic, and it's a real pleasure to be here. Now, the last time I was here at this conference, I announced bounties in the amount of $15 million on the heads of terrorists in Syria. I'm a private citizen, so I can't do that anymore, but maybe you could check with my friend and successor, Tim Betts, and see if he's got anything up his sleeves. I'm here to talk about the Islamic Republic of Iran, in particular, its use of terrorism as a basic tool of statecraft, and what should be done about that. It might be tempting to think about the various problems presented by the Islamic Republic as separate and distinct. You know, here's the silo for the nuclear program, here's the human rights concerns, here's the drones being sold to Russia to wage aggressive warfare in Ukraine, here's terrorism, and here's something else. I want to suggest that this way of thinking about Iran is a mistake, indeed a profound mistake. All of these malign behaviors are related to one another because they all stem from the rotten core that is the Iranian regime. Addressing one aspect of the problem over here is inevitably going to have major consequences over there. For that reason, we need a comprehensive and integrated approach to deal with the full range of Tehran's problematic behaviors. Let me put this in practical terms. We can't simply compartmentalize the nuclear program and try to solve it in isolation. We have to consider how a new nuclear deal will enable other forms of Iranian misconduct. We have to be mindful that sanctions relief, billions and billions of dollars of sanctions relief, is going to dramatically increase Tehran's ability to violate human rights at home and to foment terrorism abroad. Make no mistake, the Islamic Republic of Iran is the world's worst state sponsor of terrorism. Acting through the Revolutionary Guards and countless terrorist proxies, The regime has murdered innocent civilians, taken countless hostages, and shed blood on a hideous scale, not just in the Middle East, but around the world. Why? Because ultimately, the Islamic Republic is a revolutionary regime. It seeks to consolidate and export the revolution, and terrorism is one of its main tools for doing so. If you think you're on a divine mission, then the laws against murder and extortion simply don't apply to you. Israel knows this threat all too well, but more and more, the United States also finds itself squarely in Tehran's crosshairs. Now, this audience doesn't need to be reminded of the shared threat our two countries face, but we've got 15 minutes to kill, so let's take a brief tour. Iran is encircling Israel, using a range of terrorist proxies to pressure this country on a number of fronts. To the north, in Lebanon, Iran has spent decades lavishly bankrolling the terrorist group Hezbollah, building a corrupt state within a state that serves Tehran's interests and impoverishes the Lebanese people. Hezbollah now sits on a massive arsenal of 100,000 rockets, and it's developing the capability to build its own precision-guided munitions. Hezbollah isn't just a threat to the state of Israel, it's also a threat to Israelis and Jews around the world. Indeed, this group is Iran's most dangerous and deadly terror proxy, plotting attacks in such far-flung places as Argentina, Bulgaria, and Cyprus. In the past few years, Hezbollah has been caught stockpiling explosives in Western Europe, in the Gulf, in Southeast Asia, and elsewhere. In the northeast, in Syria, the Revolutionary Guards are hard at work propping up the brutal Assad dictatorship and greatly adding to the misery of the long-suffering Syrian people. Hezbollah fighters are there too, of course. In the south, in Gaza, Iran-backed Hamas runs a terrorist statelet whose top priority is not providing basic services to the Palestinian people, but spending enormous sums trying to kill innocent Israelis, tunnels, rockets, even incendiary kites and balloons. Hamas's neighbors and rivals in Gaza, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, are also on Tehran's payroll. Farther afield in Yemen, the Iranian regime provides the Houthis with precision weapons they use to attack airports, energy infrastructure, and other civilian targets across the region, all the while bringing the Yemeni people to the brink of famine. Lately, we're seeing troubling signs that the Houthis might start targeting Israel. Nor is the United States immune to the Iranian threat. Right now, as we speak, the Islamic Republic is actively plotting to assassinate a number of former senior U.S. officials on American soil. Last month, our Justice Department announced charges against an IRGC member who allegedly was the ringleader of a plot to assassinate John Bolton, the former National Security Advisor. He also reportedly was targeting former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. These two men and others like them live under constant 24-hour government protection because of the Iranian threat to their lives. Meanwhile, in July, Tehran sent a gunman armed with an AK-47 to the Brooklyn home of Masih Alinejad, an Iranian dissident. This attempt on her life came on the heels of a plot in 2021 to kidnap her in New York and render her back to Iran to face torture or death. In August, an IRGC supporter tried to assassinate acclaimed author Salman Rushdie at a book festival in New York State, stabbing him multiple times on stage. Rushdie was set to speak on the subject of, get this, America's role as, quote, an asylum for writers and other artists in exile and as a home for freedom of creative expression. It doesn't matter if Tehran didn't formally task the assailant with the attack. The regime put a multi-million-dollar bounty on Rushdie's head, which it reaffirmed and even increased as recently as 2016, so it bears responsibility. Looking farther back, in the past 3 years, the FBI has arrested and the Justice Department has prosecuted 3 Hezbollah operatives inside the United States. 2 of them were casing potential targets in New York City, including the Statue of Liberty and Rockefeller Center. Another had conducted surveillance on the Panama Canal. I want to repeat, this is all happening on American soil. It's also happening against the backdrop of talks in Vienna to entice Iran back into a nuclear deal. Now, one might have thought that Tehran would be on its best behavior while negotiations were underway to build goodwill and demonstrate that it's a reliable interlocutor. Not so much. For that matter, one also might have expected the United States to walk away from the table as long as the Islamic Republic is actively attempting to murder Americans on American soil. If you want a deal, one can imagine Washington saying, maybe cool it with the assassinations. Again, not so much. We've talked about the threat to Israel and to the United States, but it's important to remember that the first victims of the Iranian regime are the Iranian people themselves. For decades, the Revolutionary Guards have looted the Iranian economy, corruptly enriching themselves at the people's expense. The regime's henchmen gunned down peaceful protesters in the streets. Its torture chambers brutalize ordinary Iranians for exercising their fundamental rights to free expression and free assembly. And now the regime has doubled down on its crimes against humanity. It used a sham election last year to install a butcher as president, Ebrahim Raisi, a man whose hands are stained with the blood of thousands of his countrymen. In 2019, we sanctioned him for his decades of appalling human rights violations, including his role in the 1988 death commission that slaughtered countless political prisoners. This is the president of Iran. Raisi is now set to address the United Nations next week in New York, the same place where his operatives are running any number of active terrorist plots. So what can we do about all this? Well, we can start by denying Raisi a US visa. There's no reason to welcome a sanctioned human rights violator to the UN lectern as though he were the normal leader of a normal state. He's not, and it's not. As for the bigger question, I think that any policy towards the Islamic Republic has to begin with a simple principle. First, do no harm. What that means is, at a minimum, don't hand the regime the resources it will use to support terrorism around the world. Don't hand the regime resources it will use to further entrench itself at home and violently suppress those who are peacefully calling for change. We know that terrorism sanctions work. Sanctions deny terrorists the resources they need to plot attacks. Consider the example of Hezbollah. Since 2017, more than a dozen countries around the world have joined the United States in sanctioning or banning Hezbollah in its entirety, rejecting the fantasy that the group has a peaceful political wing that we can do business with. For years, Hezbollah could count on its patrons in Tehran to provide it with upwards of $700 million a year. But after we turned up the heat, the money dried up. Hassan Nasrallah was reduced to going on TV asking for donations. In 2019, the United States imposed terrorism sanctions on the Revolutionary Guards. And let me just say, on a personal note, the day we put the IRGC on the FTO list was one of the proudest moments of my time at the State Department. These sanctions make the Guards radioactive. They make it risky for any legitimate firm around the world to do business with them, hitting them where it hurts the most, in the wallet. Were the sanctions effective? Well, ask yourself this. Would the Guards be so desperate to get off the FTO list if it were merely symbolic? Remember, the point of sanctions is to change behavior. Until Tehran changes its behavior, those sanctions need to stay in place. And let's be clear, it's not enough to simply leave them on the books as a formal matter. The sanctions need to be enforced vigorously. Let me end where I began. We can't afford to put the Islamic Republic's nuclear ambitions, its support for terrorism, and its human rights abuses in separate analytical boxes. They're all interrelated. At the most basic level, offering billions in sanctions relief today squanders the leverage that might be used to press Tehran on terrorism, on ballistic missiles, and other issues tomorrow. Even worse, the regime stands to reap an enormous windfall that it certainly will use to shed more blood. More Israeli blood, more American blood. We will effectively be subsidizing terrorism against our own people. That's why, in my view, it's a mistake to say that a new nuclear deal would make war less likely. I want to suggest that it would make war more likely. Iran is already at war with us, and it would use its sanctions relief windfall to wage that war even more aggressively. We have the means to stop that from happening. The question is whether we have the will. Thank you all.
Thank you for those very constructive suggestions and pragmatic ones, to say the least. I hope everybody heard them. It's now my pleasure to call on the Honorable Jane Lute, who serves as Special Advisor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, where she had held several positions in peacemaking and peace building. The Honorable Jane Lute served as Deputy Secretary for the United States Department of Homeland Security from 2009 to 2013. She also served as Chief Executive Officer of the Center for Internet Security, CIS. Dr. Lute has served on several international commissions focused on cybersecurity and the future of the Internet. She currently serves on the boards of the Union Pacific Railroad, Marsh McLennan, and Royal Dutch Shell. She began her distinguished career in the United States Army and served on the National Security Council staff under both Presidents George H.W. Bush and William Jefferson Clinton. That's Bill Clinton, right? Yeah. Dr. Lute holds a PhD in political science from Stanford, a JD from Georgetown. You want to do some postgraduate stuff here, maybe at Reichman University? We have a PhD program here. Actually, you get more time than anyone else. Yeah. All right. The floor is yours.
Okay, there's a quick alertness quiz in this session. Which of the presenters are not like the others? I'm the girl. Thanks very much, Jonathan, Boaz, and Stevie. By the way, we all want a Stevie. So let's clone you. Yeah, no kidding, right? A round of applause for Stevie. It's a real pleasure to be back in Israel. I love coming here, as some of you may know, and it's a special privilege to be here and speak in the same orbit as my husband. You'll find that there is a diplomat in the Lute family. It is not Jane. So I warn you in advance. We've been talking about counterterrorism, and I really do echo what Doug said. This is the premier global conference on countering terrorism. And we learn a lot from it every single year, whether we are able to be present or not. But one of the things that I've noticed about the conversations in the United States, and this is a perspective from the United States, is that our conversations about terrorism are dominated by a national security point of view. I spent 32 years in the international and national security community, and when I got to Homeland Security, I thought I landed on Mars. Not for that reason. But it was an entirely different way of looking at the world. What do I mean? Very early on in our tenure at Homeland Security, the Secretary was having her morning intelligence brief. In fact, it was right after the episode of the underwear bomber, Abdul Muttalib, if you remember that, in 2009. And one of the interesting aspects of that episode was that Abdul Muttalib's father had gone into our embassy in Abuja, I think, and he had reported that he was very concerned that his son intended to harm the United States in some material way. And the secretary was incredulous. She said, how did that not, trigger more meaningful preventive action on our part? I said, oh, well, let's conduct an unscientific but nevertheless persuasive test of the difference between national security and homeland security. So I turned to our Karen Wagner, who was the head of our intelligence office, who had been a career intelligence officer her entire professional life. I said, Karen, you have a guy that walks in off the street and says, have I got a tip for you? What's your reaction? She said, oh my God, you've either got a kook or a dangle on your hands. So you've either got somebody who's a little off, crazy, or somebody who's trying to entrap you. I turned to John Cohen and said, John, a career-long police officer. I said, you have somebody who walks in off the street and says to you, hey, officer, have I got a tip for you? What's your reaction? He said, it is our highest fidelity source of information in law enforcement. And that just gives you one window into the difference between taking a national security approach and a homeland security approach. I'm going to talk about some of the differences because they continue to astound me. And that if we persist in taking only a national security approach, again, this will not be unfamiliar to Israelis who have integrated these two approaches, certainly as long as I've been coming to Israel, and it's a long time, but not so much in the United States. I mean, we heard the mayor of Charlottesville talk before about how there was disintegration between the various institutions, not only of law enforcement at the state level, but also between the state level and the national level. I want to talk a little bit about those differences, and I want to tell you what I think those differences mean for international, fighting terrorism internationally, fighting terrorism domestically, and fighting terrorism in cyberspace, which is an altogether different cat. You know, when you think about national security, at least when I do, it's strategic, it's centralized, it's top-driven. And when you think about Homeland Security, it is transactional, it's decentralized, it's bottom-driven. It's not hierarchical at all. It's driven from the bottom by the states, the communities, the towns, the cities in the United States. In national security, Washington is the national command authority. In Homeland Security, it's the federal partner to the states. It's not commanding anybody. The President of the United States cannot order the evacuation of Minot, North Dakota if the mayor says we're not going anywhere under most circumstances. Information in national security is shared on a need-to-know basis. In Homeland Security, there's a duty to share information. Why? Because the relationship between the public, government, and fear is different. In national security, the country has to be attacked before the nation goes to war. In Homeland Security, if you're the mayor of a small town and your citizens are upset or nervous because there's been a rash of thefts that seem not to be contained, you're fired. There's a very real difference between the public's relationship with their government under these two very different circumstances. In national security, certainly in the military, you don't question your superiors. By the way, it's a myth. Having served in the military, it's a myth, right? It's an important, that it's not really true, but the mythology is that you don't question up. In Homeland Security and law enforcement, you don't question the judgment of the frontline officer who's dealing with the problem in the moment. It's a very different culture of where you give the benefit of the doubt and where, and who has primacy of place. National security is deductive, Homeland Security is inductive. National security is about all of us. Homeland Security is about each of us. And so how does this play out in practice? I mean, national security will tell you a lot about the tone at the top. It will tell you nothing about the mood in the middle or the buzz at the bottom. Homeland Security deals, at least in the United States, deals with 5 to 7 million people every single day, and most of them are angry, I can tell you. Most of them are angry. 2 million people a day go through TSA checkpoints. 1 million people a day cross the borders of the United States. 90% of the American population lives within 1 hour of a major body of water, and they all love the Coast Guard. But Homeland Security has an exposure to the people of the United States in a way that the Department of Defense does not, the State Department does not, and our intelligence community should not. And so how does this really play out? Well, when you think about terrorism, at an international scale, and when you think about how do we understand the phenomenon that we're dealing with, I remember having a number of colleagues from the Department of Defense wanted to come over and talk to us about the threat of nuclear proliferation. And they were going to school us on the importance of understanding transit zones around the world and high-value targets. I said, oh, come on over. We'd love to chat. So they all come on over, and they're talking about transit zones. And, I said, so fissile materials around the world, do we have a good handle on what's where? No. Okay. When you talk about transit zones, then how do we know where it's coming from and where it's going to? And they really wanted to talk about the vulnerability of certain geographies around the world. The Middle East is one of those geographies. The Stands, another of those geographies. Southwest Asia, another of those geographies. I said, oh, that's interesting. I said, we don't think of those places as transit zones. They said, well, what do you think is a transit zone? I said, Lufthansa, TWA, Maersk. Homeland Security has a very different point of view. They wanted to talk about high-value targets. In all cases, it was people. And for us, when we talk about high-value targets, they said, well, what do you think is a high-value target? I said, I don't know, the central bank, the payment system. So there's a real source of knowledge and information and approach to thinking about security that is very different in a homeland environment than it is in a national security environment. And I think very fundamentally, Homeland Security understands that governments have lost the corner on the market on the control of capital, the control of rulemaking, and the control of lethality. And that control of capital, lethality, and rulemaking has migrated into private hands. And Homeland Security, Interior Ministries, domestic security offices really understand that, and it seems to me like the national security community has not gotten the memo. I mean, for example, it is simply true that none of the major monotheistic traditions can control their fringes. And what does that tell us about the ability of secular institutions at a national level to get that job done without more help than they currently have? So Homeland Security frames questions very differently. When you think about the global problem of immigration, for example, by the way, no country is getting it particularly right. No country on the planet is getting it particularly right. When you look at immigration from a national security point of view, it's a development and a humanitarian problem. And from a Homeland Security point of view, I can tell you it's an economic and security problem for the populations that are receiving these immigrants. So when we're thinking about how do terrorist groups form, how do they grow, how do they operate, and why is it that ISIS seems to be was able to do something that no country on the planet could do? That is, attract young men from everywhere who would go anywhere because they feel like they belong nowhere. And tapping into that understanding of people is what's missing, I think, in our current approach when we overly emphasize a national security approach. What's your theory of the case? When it comes to national security, or when it comes to international terrorism, for example, I remember thinking this when I was at Homeland Security, asking, what's our theory of the case? Well, our theory of the case, all from 9/11 forward, was the bad guys are out there trying to come here. Okay, I mean, I get it. That seems pretty simple to understand. What are we going to do about it? Well, we need to find them and fix them in a military sense, keep them. Find them and fix them abroad. Keep them far away from us. Okay? What do we have to do that? Well, we have our considerable intelligence capability. We have our forward deployed military and military assets, and we have our allies, the British, the French, and others around the world, Israelis, etc. Okay, I remember sitting there asking the question, what if they're here already? What if they're already here? We need a new theory of the case. How well is our intelligence capability going to work here in the United States? By the way, it's not supposed to. How well is our military going to work deployed across the United States? By the way, it's not supposed to be deployed that way. And how are the Brits and the French going to help us out when we have a guy driving from Colorado to New York City to blow up Times Square? So we needed a very different theory of the case, and we needed to define it very, very differently, because in the case of the United States, as you all know, they are already present and operating, and we need a different orientation, a different way to frame the problem. Let me turn quickly to cyberspace and cybersecurity. This has captured everyone's imagination. I mean, it has completely changed the world. There's been a global cyber awakening where all of us are more informed, more connected, less protected, frankly, than ever before. And we're less protected, frankly, because we value connection over protection. We are excited and we're learning with an internet that is growing organically and instantaneously every day. And what has been the dominant approach or the impulse to deal with cybersecurity? It's to take a national security approach. Okay, can you think of three more useless words in the English language to describe the internet than strategic, centralized, and top-driven? Okay, personally, I cannot. All right, it is not the right way to think about security in cyberspace. We need, again, a different theory of the case, a different model for understanding. I think really there are only three interesting questions when it comes to cybersecurity. How do we architect systems we can trust from components we can't? Question number two, how do we safeguard the integrity of our information and our identity in an open exchange? One that has allowed us for the first time in our lives to deminiaturize ourselves. Oh, she's the Jew from New Jersey. Yeah, okay, that's true. But I'm also a lot of other things, and I get to tell people and act out on the other things that I am, right? But what's been happening online, we are reminiaturizing ourselves. We are reminiaturizing ourselves precisely with the tool that allowed us to deminiaturize ourselves, and we need to examine that. So question number one, how do we architect systems we can trust from components we can't? Question number two, how do we safeguard our identity and information in an open internet? And question number three, what should the role of government be? And governments everywhere are struggling with this role. How will we protect ourselves, our citizens in cyberspace? And I'm frankly just waiting for the first application of the Second Amendment protections to be used and deployed as a defense, because what we are seeing increasingly as the United States is people are shooting back in cyberspace, or people are going on the offense with cyber weapons, doxing people, using social media platforms, using hacks, using all of the techniques to cause mischief in cyberspace in an aggressive way. Governments are struggling with their role, and there are no clean answers. Look, I'll close with a thought, maybe bringing all of this, zooming back out again to the strategic level. There have been 4 strategic eras in my lifetime that have really defined how we deal internationally with foreign policy, with defense, with the major questions of global stability. Era number 1 was in the wake of World War II, when the big strategic question was, how do we prevent World War III? The second era was during the height of the Cold War, when superpower confrontation and the presence of nuclear weapons and a real Cold War meant the only thing standing between us and the precipice was our judgment. Strategic era number 3 was during the end, after the fall of the Berlin Wall through the 90s, and where everyone realized that the United States is that much more powerful than anyone else. And this big strategic question dominating the global dialogue was, what will the US do with its power? And in the wake of 9/11 and in the invasion of Iraq in the early 2000s, you got the answer to that. Whatever we want, whatever we think we need to do to keep ourselves safe. And since that moment, the big strategic question dominating not only the United States, but internationally, is how fragile is the American commitment to liberal democratic values? You are facing that same question here. How fragile is our collective commitment to liberal democratic values? None of the rest of these issues will matter if we get the answer to that question wrong. Thank you.
Some food for thought, which reminds me, you've earned a break, okay? So you're going to get a break now until 6 o'clock in the evening. So enjoy your respite. And at 6, there's going to be a very interesting activity taking place. All the best.